Ball. Bleep blop. Jammin'. Ooh. I need to put the aloe vera in the refrigerator. Big Pika. Big Pika energy. Look at that happy boy. I wish I had a real life Pika. Where can I get a real Pika, please? I do like these plushes though. They're pretty great. I'd take a plush Pika over no Pika any day. Thank you very much. Do I have water? Ah! Water! We have the water. Nice. Mango. Alright, fine. My first customer? Whoa, wait. Did I just see my first customer in the chat? Ah! Who said hey? Who said it was Rosera? My first customer? Oh my gosh, it's nice to meet you. Hi there, Rosera. Am I saying that right? Is it Rosaria? Rosaria, eh? Buen provecho. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. What's up, everybody? Hello, everybody. What? Look at that. Darren was actually first. Are you kidding me? Darren's claiming first out here. What? Darren, what's up? You're the first one to say hi in the chat. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. You were first. You actually made it. You were the first message. A first message for our fresh VIP. Nice. Oi, Darren, it's nice to see you. Hope that you slept well. Pocket Cupcake, what's up? Happy Wednesday to you. Happy Wednesday, it's another good one. Lemonberry, how are you doing? Haka, what's up? Robbie, how are you doing? What's up? It's been a while? Well, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Well, hi there. I'm sitting in my chair. It is nice to greet you all. I hope you are all well. I hope you are all doing exquisite and enjoying yourself today on this fine Wednesday. Awkward, it may be Thursday in some places of the earth, but I mean, the entire world runs on American time, of course, because America is essentially the capital of the world. I live here on the capital of the world, and of course, Texas is the capital of America. So basically, this state is the capital of America, and the other thing is that Dallas is obviously the capital of Texas. So if you think about it, I'm right here where I am is the center of the universe. How's everybody doing? Oi, Anne! How are you? I'm feeling pretty goofy today. I hope you're doing fantastic. Hi there. X Straight, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome. I'm sorry for goofing around. Austin is, yes, actually super red. You're right. For anybody that doesn't know anything about geography and doesn't know about American geography, Dallas is not the capital of Texas. The capital of Texas is Austin. That is actually factually correct. I don't mean to lead anybody astray that wouldn't understand that it was a joke.
That is true. Journey of the Center of the World. Earl edition. I don't want to go to the center of the world. It's too hot in there. It's hot enough where I am. I don't need it to get warmer. Also, how's Dallas? It's 96 and sunny. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. Independent Oreo. Nice to see you. Texas is the capital of America. I mean, if we were talking about capital of America, I guess it would either be like Washington, D.C., it would be New York, it would be California? I don't know. Again, Risk of Rain was a blast yesterday. It was, Darren. You were very sweet to me. Darren, you gave me too many compliments. You're never gonna get me back if you keep complimenting me. It was nice to play with you. It was lots of fun. Darren's over here apologizing for taking the items that are good for his build so that he can carry me, and he's still apologizing for taking all the items. Darren, you are a consummate Canadian and a very wonderful being. A wonderful being, the best wizard I've ever met. What, Kenny? I thought you were always serious. You joke about stuff? I can't believe it. What other lies have you told me? I probably have told you some lies, just for fun, Anne, I promise. Lots of JKing in the chat. You guys, don't worry. I can take a joke. Don't worry, Darren. You can say that I stink. That's okay. That's all right. That's fine. Just hurts my feelings a little bit. Don't worry. Anne, you're saying just kidding, but I know that you now don't trust me. It's all right. I guess I can accept this. You know what? Let's make a 51st state. It will be the capital of America. What shall we call it? Tayaki-san, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Tayaki-san, I hope you're doing fantastic. Also, Pikachu is still kind of squish-a-chew back there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I threw your present. I didn't mean to. It was for a bit. I promise. I'll take good care of Pika from now on. Okay. Earl State? No. Don't be ridiculous. You lost power last night. Your anxiety's acting up, so you're thankful for some good vibes. I got you, Malamuffet. I'm sorry that you've been having a tough time, my friend. But we got you now. We got you. Good vibes incoming. Yes, indeed. And there's lots of good beans here as well. Arisa, how are you doing? Hey. Arisa, imagine meeting you here. How are you doing? I can't believe it. It's Arisa. They're back. I mean, just for a little while. They don't want, no spoilers? No spoilers for Arisa? Shaking my head. Why didn't you ask me to get you this ROM so that you could try to stay ahead of me? Now it's too late. Also, Superbread, welcome. How are you doing? Nardivel, nice to see you. So glad to see you. Having a rough day? Need some distraction? I've got you. I'm the distraction master. That's the one service that I can offer. I can't offer you any help with anything except if you need distraction, in which case I will try to yell and annoy you as much as possible. You're gonna eat the rest of your lasagna? Lasagna time? Yes, please. I have some more pizza that I might eat a little bit later. Oh, wow. Linz, you're here! Linz just pulled up in their Barbie Jeep. In their Barbie Jeep just now. Is that a pink Jeep? Linz, could you have a less gaudy vehicle? You're dragging down the Earl Convention and you're embarrassing us all. Kenny, can you help me with my taxes? Taxes shouldn't be too hard, Awkward. I don't know what you're doing wrong. Oh, wait a second. Awkward, you're not even in the U.S. Your taxes should be easier than mine. Shaking my head. Over here, we got a stinking Kiwi over here complaining about taxes. You should come to America sometime and pay some taxes. I'd like to see some of that. I thought you said Texas. You want me to pay for your taxes? I'll help you all with your taxes. That's the only thing that I can do. Hey, just got home from work. Gonda, I'm sorry that I couldn't entertain you while you were waiting at the train station. I apologize. Gonda, from now on, I will entertain you at all moments that you need entertainment. All right? From now on, not at all times. I'm just saying, all times that you need it. I'm now on call. So all you got to do is just send a message in general. Boom, I'll start a stream in 5 minutes. I'll be on call. I turned on all of my notifications. And now I'm ready to roll. I've got you this time. Oh, wow. You're so happy that you have me on right now? Earl, I was forced to watch other streamers. What, you were? You know, Kareem, I want to say in conversation like, oh, you've been watching some streamers. Which ones? Do you have any recommendations? But because of the context that you've brought up these streamers in, please don't shout out anybody. Please don't shout out the streamers that didn't satisfy you. You're gonna clip that part about taxes? Maybe later, though. Sure, awkward. Maybe later. Yes, you'll never remember. The taxes line will be lost to history. Taxes. Kenny ranting about American taxes. I'm just kidding. I wasn't ranting. My bad. I kept him up late playing games. Is that true? Did Darren do that? Darren did ask me every single round that we played. Darren did say, "Do you want to play again, Earl? Do you want to play again?" And I said yes. Okay, so it's my fault. Hey, White Tiger, what's up? It's been a minute. It's been a minute. How are you doing, White Tiger? I hope you're doing well. Champion of the Raven Queen. Hey, Champion of the Raven Queen. How are you doing? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Oh, my Lanta. I would never throw anybody under the bus. Thank goodness. Or in Kareem's case, that would be throwing them under the horse. Trampling them underfoot. Oh, my. You can't stay. You're just annoyingly... Hey, if you're just saying hi, White Tiger, that's totally fine. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Go do whatever you gotta do. I'm glad to see you, even if it's only for a moment. You're exercising in the middle of the night, Robbie. What kind of exercise are you doing? What are you doing? Pull-ups, push-ups? You doing some crunches? What are you doing? Oh, Lily, what the heck are you doing? Yeah, come on, baby. We got some Wednesday vibes in the chat.
Minala gifted a tier 1 sub
Lilu,
to Barney's.
thank you for the gifted sub for Mally Muffet. Nice. Hey, I appreciate it. Cool, we got some hype in the chat. Thank you so much for starting out this stream in the hypest way that I know possible. Rosero with that hype. Linz with that hype. Arisa with that hype. Taiyaki, Dai, Lemonberry, Fun Fums. Thank you for all that hype in the chat. Look at it go. Lilu, what the heck? How are you doing? Thank you for the generosity. I appreciate it. Bada bing, bada boom. Diablo Queen. Nice to see you. I'm always doing good. But today's particularly good. It's been a good day, you guys. There's nothing that really makes me have a jolly old good day like remembering that last night I got to play games with a cool person, with a cool new friend. It was freaking awesome.
Kenny, a lot of fun to hang out in your streams. If you were in a game, you'd be in Pokemon, cause I would choose you anytime. Want to know something pretty cool? If you were to look up Wholesome Bean in the dictionary, you would see a picture of Kenny. Cool, I know. But not as cool as Kenny. Indeed, they're 5 blep.
Man, this is torture. Don't do this to me. I don't like interrupting Brian, and you're making me suffer. Anne, you're very sweet. Thank you for the important message. I appreciate it. Sorry, sucker. Now, are there any normal messages in the chat that I can read? Goodness gracious. That's the most amazing sweatshirt I've ever seen. Yes, it is the hoodie. It is the fancy hoodie that is very comfortable that I forgot that I was wearing. Kareem, you just started a hype train.
Chugga choo-choo.
Chugga chugga choo-choo. Indeed. Talented White Tiger, if you're getting out of here, we'll see you later. All right, bye-bye. Night. We'll see you later. So we can torture you with compliments. Interesting. Omoshiroi. Omoshiroi desu. So nano. Lilo, thank you very much for the 300 bits. Yeah, you guys. What the heck? You guys, it's supposed to be a Wednesday. Y'all stop with the hype. There's gonna be none of that. My studio's looking great. Oh, thank you. I've got my bed over in this corner, sitting up against the wall. We have the mattress leaning against the wall, looking very nice. I have some Lego boxes that are also stacked up here. I have a gun case over here. A Gudetama poster sitting over here that's just leaning against something, not even hanging up. We've got a stack of other things in the corner, but you can't see any of that. So yes, it is looking very good in here. Looking very good in this home. Also, my bed is in the kitchen. My bed is currently the bed frame. Dame yo, dame nano yo. Anta ga suki de, suki de. Dore dake tsuyoi sake demo yugamanai omoide ga. Baka mitai. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the tunes. Who did that? It was Beowulf. Shaking my head. I can't believe that you spent 500 bits on that. Bless your soul, Beowulf. You've pushed us to the first hype train. Thank you very much. Very spicy. Very spicy? I can't believe it. I can't believe it's done. We're complimenting. Hey, lad, your Risk of Rain gameplay is pretty much passable. Die, it was not passable. You know that I was getting carried hardcore by Darren. Don't you lie to me, Die. I know when you're lying. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your little shining eyes. Your little raccoon shining eyes.
I knew a website with a lot of Zelda stuff, but I forgot the link.
Man, I thought that was actually going to be like legitimate help for a second. I thought that you were legitimately going to be like, here's a website that's going to help you with your gameplay. And I was going to be like, I think we're doing just fine. It's just a stupid joke. You haven't slept yet. I won't be useful in this stream, but I have to say hi. Divey, aren't you supposed to rest or something? I thought the humans needed sleep. I thought the humans needed sleep. Is that true? Oh, wow. The King of Squirrel. Thank you for the 500 bits. And what's up? How are you doing? We got squirrels in the chat. Whee.
I burned my cookies today. I was sad. Kenny appeared. All is well again.
Kareem, you burnt cookies? Oh dear, that's no good. I'm sorry. Squirrel forgives you for destroying the cookies. Please share the cookies with everybody. Also, King of Squirrel, thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it. It's your favorite purple squirrel. Maybe, probably. I don't know. Do you have a different favorite purple squirrel? Perfect squirrel? Oh, Celestial, how are you doing? Just popping in to say hi, then I'll be gone. All right, Celestial, we'll see you later. If you're a busy bean, then it was nice to see you. It was good to see you, but yes. I did champion the Raven Queen. Thank you for the gifted sub. Goodness gracious, you guys are simply too much. You're simply too much. Thank you, Raven. There it is. Hey, champion of the Raven Queen.
Of the Raven Queen.
Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. For Vadscamanta. What the heck is that? That's an amazing name. I love it. Also, this headset is slightly uncomfortable today, but that's okay. Because we're going to survive. Oh, what? Champion of the Raven Queen. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that you burnt your cookies. I will tell you a good cookie story, even though, in fact, I wonder if it's still over here. Last night at 6 or 7 a.m., I went to the kitchen and I saw 2 cookies on a pan, and I found this message. And my roommate's girlfriend was here, and I thought that this might have been her leaving me cookies, but I asked him, and he said that he wrote this. This is from my roommate, Garrett. And I was like, that's very sweet of you. I've never known you to be such a sweetie. And he was like, I thought it'd be funny. I'm like, what? Since when is this your humor? He just left a little, for you, much love. And look at the exclamation point. It's got a heart. It left 2 cookies behind. It was cute. I think that he was playing that off, to be honest. I think that he said it was a joke. I think that he was playing that off a little bit. I don't know. I think that was him being cute, and he wanted to be like, oh, no, it's a joke. Haha, very funny. Nobody would ever think of a joke like that. It doesn't have it. There's no satire here. There's no satire. It just is nice. And that's not ironic. Gonda, enjoy your lurk. All right, we'll see you later. Get some sleep. It looks like it was written with love. So the cookies were good? Not really. Not very good. It was a little bit burnt on the bottom, and also, you know, after cookies sit out for a little while, they're not soft anymore. Oh, what? Tayaki-san! Hey! Thank you for the gifted sub. Success! Another level! Another level of hype trading! I appreciate it. Tayaki-san, thank you very much for the gifted sub for Gaelic tea. We've done it again. Friendos. We've made another level. Oh, what? They were clearly made with love. And Garrett's love is char-boiled. Garrett's love is black and dark and burnt. I mean, Garrett's just not very good cook, but that's okay. That's okay because he tried his best. And you know what? They were pretty good. They were pretty good. You know what? It's the thought that counts. And bad cookies are better than no cookies. That's what I always say. I'll take a burnt cookie any day. Thank you very much. You wish that you could have a sweet treat or something, or some variation in food. You hope that you can go to the store tomorrow whenever you're out of quarantine. And can you not get anybody to drop like stuff on your porch or something? Maybe like you could hire a neighborhood dog to at least bring bones to your door or something. Just imagine the burnt bits are chocolate. Oh, they weren't that bad. They were not that bad, all right. Just imagine that they're actually chocolate. Garrett leads you a sweet treat and you're like, they're burnt. Get good, scrub. I did not tell him that. I said thank you very much for the cookies with such a sweet message. I said that his message was sweet and that his cookies were good, and I said thank you. Mr. Voodoo, hey, what's up? Yo, my guy, holy moly. It's Mr. Voodoo. Mr. Voodoo's back in the chat. How are you doing, yo? Voodoo Friendos, where we opening up Pokemon cards. Man, can we get shout-outs out for Mr. Voodoo? I love watching you. Listen, if I'm going to watch Pokemon card openings, you know that I'm watching Mr. Voodoo. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. What's up? Hey, it's nice to see all of y'all. Hi there. My name's Earl of Suds. We're going to be playing some Ocarina of Time, you guys. We're going to be playing some Ocarina of Time. We're slapping it back to the old school, you guys. This isn't Pokemon cards, but if you want to hang out for some gameplay, I'm here. If you need to head out, thank you so much for being part of the raid and for hanging out with my friend, Mr. Voodoo. I super duper appreciate it, my friend. We need to open up more Pokemon cards soon. The latest thing that we did that was a collectible is this bad boy right here. We built ourselves a Lego roller coaster. The Lego roller coaster that kind of works. I still need a motor for it so that I can run it in the background. But we've got like another giant Lego set up there. It's the only thing that I've done recently. I have a collection of Pokemon cards, but I'm scared to open them. I don't want to open them. Some of them are worth too much, and I don't want to do it. I just want to keep them. It was investment, you guys. Oh wait. Did you fix it after punching it? Does it look fixed? It's not fixed. I punched it while we were playing VR the other day. I was playing Beat Saber and it got very serious, you guys. Very serious. I forget what song we were playing. It might have been Imagine Dragons or something, and I slapped it. I slapped the coaster with my controller and kind of got wrecked. My bad. Sorry for busting the coaster. That took 3 streams to build, and it was gone in a flash. It was gone in just one moment of not thinking too hard. Hey, Rise, thank you very much for the hearts of the chat. I appreciate it. And Captain Cole, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. If you want to hang out, like I said, we're gonna be playing this eventually. But to be honest, we're hanging out. I'm late. I'm a late bean today, but Mr. Voodoo, if you need to go get yourself some food, get yourself some water, I understand. If you need a raid and run, please do it. But we'd be here to vibe with you. You know, we talk a little bit of Pokemon around here. You know, we talk big game. We've got Pokemon plushies in the chat. That's that's all that we've got. Centrifuge, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. He punched the lights out of that coaster. That's why it's out of service. Yeah, it's busted. It's busted right now. I guess I could. Wait a second. I could try to run the coaster. Can y'all even see this? Not good. Good job, Did y'all see that? There, now you've seen it in action. It's in action. It's working. It was a sweet jump. That's how I built some of my coasters inside of Roller Coaster Tycoon. Whenever I was a kid, I was just like a little maniac, and I would just like cut off the end of the coaster. So I'd do like a big loop. It would boost, and then it would fly into a pool. I think that they survived, but that was just my opinion. It's a very Roller Coaster Tycoon vibes. It went straight into the and then you can pick up all the little people and you can put them in a pit, and just make sure that you give them a bathroom, some food, and make sure that you charge them for everything. You guys, could we put some hype in the chat for the hype train that just happened at the beginning of the stream? Why y'all choosing violence on a Wednesday? Violence on a Wednesday? You guys, we gotta calm down. This is supposed to be a normal stream. I'm out of coffee. Let's listen. Today's just gonna be games. There's gonna be no hype. There's gonna be talking games. There's gonna be no violence. There's gonna be no support. There's gonna be none of that. Okay? We're plenty supported. All right. So you've done enough already. You've done enough. I'm fully 100% supported. And what the heck? Why is this music paused? Keep playing the music. Otherwise, I'm going to get upset with you, YouTube. And you don't want to catch my backhand, YouTube. I'm most violent on Wednesdays? What's wrong? Lens, what's happening on this Wednesday? We were talking about, I don't even see Alchemic. I hope it's doing all right. A normal stream for some normal dudes. And of course, to be clear, what Benny is saying is that everybody's considered a dude. In this chat, everyone's a dude. I know that maybe some other places it's not considered that, but for me, you're a dude. Everybody's a dude, okay? Wednesday is the day of chaos! Is that true? And calm down. Everybody calm down, please. You're making my voice mess up. You're making my voice mess up. I'm trying to call everybody a dude over here. And also, Calico, I see you lurking in the chat with your fancy bit badge. Oh, he's getting some food? All right, getting some noms. Nice. Everybody needs some food. I've got some extra pizza. I've got some extra delicious pizza. What if Anonymous comes back? They know only violence. They were born to it. Yeah. Listen, some of us in the chat have only embraced violence, but Anonymous, that has been attacking the chat recently, they were born in it. They were molded by it. They know nothing but chaos. Alchemic left the house. Poggers! Arisa, you trying to get rid of him? I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, because we're all dudes. Exactly. Dude is neutral and for everybody. Yeah. There's nothing grosser than the term dudette. No. There's no dudettes. I don't have to define dudes and dudettes. Ugh. Everybody's a dude. It's gender neutral. It's guys, gals, non-binary pals. It's everybody. Dude is everybody. It's exactly like, I just say beans. That's what I know. You dudette. Ugh. Disgusting. That's like saying male woman. Ugh. No, it's just a male person. Holy moly. Like, come on now. You just start calling people fellow humans. Hello, fellow humans. Welcome to my internet stream. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my internet stream. Hi, fellow humans. Hope you're having a food-filled day. It's like saying guys and gals. Hello, guys and gals. Oh, I don't really like the word gals. Not really my go-to. I don't really like that. You don't like being called bro? You don't mind being called bro. I don't think I'm ever gonna call you bro. I'm sorry. Not gonna be doing that one. I don't prefer it. Blue Jay, it's good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome. I think I missed Carly. Hello, Kenny and chat. I hope you're well. I'm actually working right now, but I'm on my break. I thought that I'd spend it with you guys. Hey, Carly, you're welcome to hang out with us while you're hiding from work. Fantastic. Eat your delicious lunch, and yes, we can vibe. We can vibe. That's what Von Chick does. Von Chick hangs out during lunch break. It's true. Sup, bro? Bro is my bro. I don't like saying that. Alpaca, thank you for the. What the heck? There's another. No, Ollie. What the heck? What is happening? What? Ollie. What? Ollie, you absolute legend. What are you doing? Ollie, hurry! Thank you for the raid. What's up, Ollie? Yo, do we know each other? Ollie, appreciate the raid. What the heck? Yo, thank you for the follow. Holy moly. It's Mega Mean. It is. It's true. It's Mega Mean. Listen, if anybody mentions the Mega Mean, I have to, okay. I'll show it. All right, fine. There you go. Yes, it's true. It's true. It was Mega Mean. I'm sorry. I can't apologize enough for being a filthy weeb. But, yo, what the heck? Thank you for the raid. What the heck were you doing, dude? It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you, Ollie. Yo, thank you very much for the follow. Is that... Oh, geez. Can I just call you Supreme? Thank you, Supreme, for the follow. Norfie, thank you for the follow. Vlad, thank you for the follow. What the heck? You guys, seriously, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You guys are super cool. Yo, today we're playing some Ocarina of Time. We're just about to get started. We're working on a new temple, you guys. We're getting to the water temple. We just got our heavy boots, but we're gonna be doing some, you know, some old-timey games. But we're just hanging out at the moment. I haven't even gotten started. We just survived a hype train and another raid, and you guys are on fire today. Thank you so much. What the heck? How'd you find me, Ollie? Bless my soul. You've been playing Minecraft, also Super Smash Brothers. The stream's fantastic. It's amazing. The chat shows violence, my friends. The chat shows violence. Was it Vad? Were you the one that sent people over here? What the heck? Ollie, what happened? I hope you had a wonderful time in Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in forever. I need to play Minecraft sometime soon, but we need a challenge. The last time that I played, we played one block, which was super duper cool. I'd be totally down to do something like that. I mostly play on hardcore myself, like offline, but I'm no good at it. I can't get anything done. Like once I make it to diamond armor, I lose my footing. I don't know what to do. I've never fought anything properly. Vad always decides who we raid. Yo, Vads, I super appreciate this suggestion. And Ollie, what the heck? I appreciate it. Appreciate the raid. You main Captain Falcon. I don't main anybody in Smash. I don't play enough Smash. But if I did play Smash, I would mostly play King DDD. That's my favorite. Suds, are you good on speedrunning it? I do not speedrun anything. I am sorry. If you're looking for professional gameplay, that's not me. Listen, I'm a simple man. All I do is I just listen. We're here to vibe. Sometimes, okay, wait a second. We do speedrun Getting Over It. I forgot about that. Thank you, Linz. That's new. We have been playing Getting Over It, and last night we played Getting Over It, and I normally can beat that game in less than 10 minutes, and yesterday we almost made it to 30 minutes. It was awful, dude. No good. Yesterday I was awful at the game. I watched a friend of mine, Darren, play some Getting Over It, and I was suffering watching him like fail in spots that I know that I can do. I retried it and I made it to 6 minutes. Yesterday I didn't beat my record, but I was like 6 minutes 30 seconds, something like that. Speedrunning's easy. Yeah, just go fast. Just do the same stuff but fast. That's all that you got to do. If you want to beat Minecraft quick, just beat Minecraft, but go faster than you normally do. Yeah, that's how you do it. If you die, you don't respawn. It sends you to spectate the world. Yeah, hardcore. If you die in hardcore, you die in real life. It's true. You have a video on speedrun, light on commentary. I do have one speedrun that I uploaded that was of me beating a literal puzzle game, like a flat puzzle, like puzzle pieces, but it was a game. You had to do like six jigsaw puzzles in a row. Suds, I bet you could become a professional easily. You seem like a hard gamer. I mean, I could. Take that as a compliment. Not me calling you a shut-in. What? A shut-in? Are you suggesting that I played games last night, started at 4 p.m., ending at 10:30, and then I played games with my friend until 7:30, and then I slept and watched 6 episodes of anime, and here I am right now after I ate some eggs? No, that's not true, and that's completely unfair for you to point that out. I don't really appreciate that. Yeah, we have a wonderful time today. Thank you. It's a really nice Minecraft session. Yo, you do love Zelda a lot, so Ocarina of Time is pog. Sweet. Awesome sauce. Ollie, by the way, Ollie, if you need to get some water, if you need to get some food, take care of yourself, my friend. Get yourself some hydration or something like that. But, yeah, because I honestly, I normally raid and run. Like, I stream for 6 hours, and then I haven't eaten all day, and I've got to get off, and I've got to eat some food. That sounds perfectly fine. Okay, well, Rosera says it's good. Anime? It's true. I'm sorry, Anne, that I watched anime without you. I apologize. I take it as a compliment. I'm a fellow weeb, so I can't blame you wanting to stay inside, especially in these times. I've got some manga. But my anime collection is not in here. I honestly don't know if I'm gonna move it in here. It's big. It's big. It's a shelf in the other room. It's a full, like, tall room shelf filled with my Blu-rays, and I don't know if it's going to fit in here, you guys. I don't know if I can do this. If I was alone in this house, I would move my bed to the living room, and I would live in there, and this would be the studio. But I can't do that. I can't do it. Whoop, gotta go. Bye. Hey, we'll see you later, Awkward. Peace out. Peace out. You know, I gotta give Ollie a follow too. Yo, Die following out there. Hang on, Die, are you trying to sucker me into following Ollie over here? Because I was gonna do it anyway. So let me just say, it's not because of what Die did. I do want to check out. If you're saying that you're playing some Minecraft, playing some old games, I'm down for that. I'll give you a follow, yo. I'll be checking out your stream sometime soon. You seem like a cool bean. Shaking my head, Kenny. Watching anime without me, what a weeb. I mean, look, it takes one to know one. And also, Songwolf, how are you doing? What's up? I'm a weed, but sad to say, after watching over 400 animes, I have yet to read a mango. Mango is a completely fine way to say it. I do not read. I'm not a reader. I'm not like a big reading type. If you can't tell, I'm a little bit too can't focus on it. Blah, 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 blah. Like I need stimulation. I need mental stimulation, and books don't normally do it for me. I can't focus on it. If I'm gonna listen to anything, I've got to listen to like an audiobook while I'm playing a game, and maybe listening to music at the same time. That would probably work out. But but yeah, I mean, I have these because I like the pictures. You know, there's pretty pictures, man. Like the Full Metal Alchemist. Like I've got a FMA tattoo. I have to have the mangoes, right? And also Lilo, what's up? The Navi sound? Yeah, the Navi sound is from this game. It's from the game that we're playing right now. I hope you're doing fantastic. Good luck with the temple. All right, Awkward. Have fun with some D&D. I mean, we're going to have trouble with this temple, potentially. It's the water temple, the one that everybody complains about. But I honestly think that we're going to have a better time with it than we did with the fire temple, to be honest. Thanks for the shout out, Earl. Seems like a wonderful community here. So I'm thankful for the warm welcome, of course. Ollie, we're pretty much just friends over the internet that just hang out. Like I've even met with people in this community that I had like never met before physically, and I accidentally / on purpose, like I was talking about this yesterday, where I just gave them my the address of my hotel without even realizing. Oh, some people would be like, why are you giving your address to random people on the internet? But seriously, like, these beans are good. Like, these are good beans. Like, I've met up with people, and they're all sweet. Everybody in this community is fantastic. A new anime that's ongoing. It's called Battle Game in 5 Seconds. Please watch if you haven't already. It's amazingly good. Probably one of the animes that'll take place in 2021. Norfeet, you're probably way up on that. You're probably way up on like weeb stuff. Me, I'm behind. I play games way more than I watch anime, and honestly, I just like watch my favorite animes over and over and over and over. That's how I am. Floggy, listen, I'm sorry. Floggy, you gotta understand, the chat is rolling. Floggy, do you see all these beans in here? Do you see all these beans? All of this excitement? I'm sorry. Floggy, you gotta understand, if a streamer doesn't respond to you, it's not always on purpose. I'm sorry. Look at all these messages. There's so much information flowing into my head, and then like 90% of my brain is taken up by thinking about Kirby going like, ew, 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 ew. Like, most of my brain is just thinking about hugging this plush. Okay? You gotta understand. Okay? Floggy, I can't focus on all this information whenever my brain is thinking only of Pikachu. You're a closeted weeb? No worries, my friend. This is a safe space. It's a safe space where you can be honest with us and you can be honest with yourself. So I don't want you to feel like you're out of place here. You are accepted as long as you're a good person and you care about other people. Then you're welcome here, all right? As long as you're a loving person, then it doesn't matter who you love or what you do or any of that. A Pikachu? Yes! This was sent to me by Tayaki. Tayaki-san sent this. Oh my god, Pika, where do I buy one? This was sent to me by somebody in the chat. This was sent to me by Tayaki-san in the chat. I do not know where they got it, but apparently there's another one waiting for me at the mail. There will be 2 Pikachunks. There will be 2, and one of them might be given to a reset at some point. I'm afraid there's about to be 2. So if anybody's suffering because they want one, you're gonna suffer even more whenever you find out that I have a spare that I just haven't gotten yet. It is so snuggly. It's so soft, honestly. It's so soft, and it's very squishable. It's true. A Pikachu twinsy? I'm gonna put it back. There we go, and it's back. Excuse me. Excuse me, since you got into university, you've been way behind on anime. Ever since I got out of high school, I've been way outside of anime. Whenever I was in high school, like every single minute of not working, I would be like working on my 3D, I'd be playing games, I'd be doing anime, like I was on top of it. I was on top of it, just spamming information into my brain, and now I can't even focus on anime. I can't find time to do it. You have 13 pillows on your bed? Listen, I've got no pillows on my bed. I sleep with no pillow like a maniac. I don't know. I can't find a pillow that's comfortable for me. I don't need it. Not including your stuffed animals? What the heck? How many pillows does one human need? That's too many. 13? They don't fall off? Listen, the pillows are everywhere. The pillows are hanging from the ceiling. They're flying around. I mean, if you roll over, 15 pillows fall off of the bed. It's true. I just reread my title and laughed, shaking my head. I can't be laughing at my own titles. So are we gonna get started, you guys? I think that we're gonna get started. Best head back to work. Oof, Carly, get your work done. We'll see you later. Carly, good luck with the rest of your work. Get out of here. Get out of here and make sure that you don't get fired. Don't get fired on account of me. Carly, good luck with your work. Let me plug in my controller. We're using an original Nintendo 64 to run this. We're using an original Nintendo 64 to run this program. It is illegal to do anything else. You're going to be lurking and taking a bit of a break. I understand. Ollie, get the heck out of here. You got to raid and run, my friend. Also, again, thank you so much for the raid. It was nice to meet you. I'll be jumping over to your chat. I love getting to hang out with new people. So it was super cool to meet you. Thanks for taking a chance. You took a chance with us, and I will take good care of your chat, all right? So wholesome vibes. Gonna make sure that I send them back better than whenever they got here. I'm a Boy Scout, okay? I'm a Boy Scout. I always leave things better than where they were whenever I got them. I'll probably be back on my next break. All right. You're here for another 8 hours of work? Carly, holy moly. That's a big day. That's a big day. I'm gonna be here for at least like 5 or 6 hours, so I got you. Okay. Plugging it in, and I gotta turn off the extra music. Also, Ashley, thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit counts. And you know what? That dime that you just threw at my head, it made a pleasant sound. I actually did like to hear the sound of that dime hitting my head. Anyway, take care, everyone. Oh, are you leaving, Norfie? We'll see you later, my friend. You said, as sad as I am to say, the clock has shown the past. Oh, you Swedish, the Swedish meatball. We'll see you later. We got some Swedes around here. Some of them don't go to bed. So you know what, Norfie? I'm glad to see that I have a real sleeping Swede here. That's fantastic. Take care of yourself. Have some wonderful dreams, or no dreams. Either one, that's fine. But we'll see you later, my friend. Let's get back into this game. I don't even have to, because I'm using a magical Nintendo 64. Oops. The magical Nintendo 64 allowed me to jump directly back into the game. And, oh my gosh, it was looking broken for a moment, but here we go. Oh, you're taking me wrong here, Suds. I usually stay up 20 to 72 hours once a week. Oh, geez. You're taking me wrong. Well, at least you're sleeping this one time. This one time, okay? This is making me think that you're a healthy being, all right? Oh, you're also sweet. Oh, sweet, dude. Sweet biscuits. I cannot wait to visit Norway and Sweden. I totally cannot wait. I cannot wait. My girlfriend is Norwegian, and I'm just dying to get over there. I'm dying to get over there and see the sights. The sights and the sounds. But yes, we'll see you later. My sweet, sweet Swedes. We'll see you later. Get yourself some food. Take care of yourselves. Zoom. We love the Scandinavians. We do. It's true. I cannot help it. Okay, let me, I'm gonna switch back to a sword that's not broken. That's not broken in half. I was not warned by anybody in the chat that this sword would break. Not a single person. Hey, Kim, my Finnish friend, my sweet, sweet Finn. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Finn. I really hope that y'all can see each other super soon. It's just not fair. It's just not fair. Do you know what? I'm mad. I'm mad at the world, and I'm shaking my fist angrily. But you know what? The world's not even listening to me. Shaking my head. Also, Merps, how are you doing? Oi, Merps, how are you doing?
Hey, Kenny, really big fan. Hey, Kenny, really big fan. I've never played this game, but maybe the sword could break.
Lime. Yeah! What's up? Lime. Hi there. Hi there, you beautiful bean. That's one of the most beautiful kiwis I've ever seen. It's one of the most beautiful kiwis I've ever seen. Yes, keep in mind, this is a family-friendly chat. It's just so that I can make this as cozy here as I possibly can. That's why we keep it clean. It's all right. It's all right. We like to keep it clean so that everybody can be cozy. But I understand. If you know there's a couple strikes, it's all right. It's all right. We'll tell you. Hey, it's nice to see you. Finally, I'm not sleepy when you stream. I hate the time difference. Hey, Mario, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, welcome back. It's nice to see you. And I want to say, yes, I'm so glad that our schedules have aligned. It's been such a mess. It's such a mess to make schedules align. Man, time zones are just a pain in the neck. Okay, let's get a Epona. I think, let me see. What is it? It's like, she's like dancing around. She's like, what is it? I'm trying to remember. Do. That's the sound. It's dun dun dun. No, it's, there it is. There it is. That's right. Give me my horse. I want to ride. And also, Kurosawa, what's up? It's 6 a.m. Have a good day. All right, we'll see Kuro. Are you going to go to bed? Get some rest? Oh, my gosh. Kuro, please get some rest. You're going to go to bed? All right. Kuro, get some rest. Get some rest. We'll see you later. It was nice to see you. Have some good dreams, my friend. Have some good dream. Why not marry had little lamb? If you play Mary Had the Little Lamb, then you spawn one sheep. You can spawn a sheep very easily. Of course, Kuro. It was nice to see you. It was good to see you. I'm back. You got MC downloaded Minecraft, or does that stand for McDonald's? And also, where do we go? Let me check. What do we need to? Oh, wait a second. We've got Lake Hylia, and then we've also got village. We were just in the village. What? Oh, it's because it's the spirit temple, I think. Yeah, that's interesting. I've never been to the place that the final medallion that we need is over in the Gerudo Desert, and we've never been there before. Yeah, because we have to pass over a bridge. That's all right, because we're going to Lake Hylia. Because look at the title. It says, Link is soggy and would like a towel. So, you know what we gotta do. We gotta go beat that water temple. But wait a second, what are we doing walking around over here? Oh yeah, because last night we had all the money in the entire world. What we did is that we were gonna try to get a new wallet. We didn't. We got some stupid item, but regardless, we tried to get a new wallet and we spent our money. So now we can get more money while we're inside of the dungeon, you know? Here we go. You wouldn't download a Big Mac. You wouldn't download Ronald McDonald. I wouldn't download Ronald McDonald. Please no. Ronald, you can stay in McDonald's land. I don't want anything to do with that clown. Okay, let me stop. Next, The Legend of Zelda game. What, Floggy? We're not even done with this game and you're asking for more? Shaking my head. I can't believe this. Is this the reality that I live in? I'm playing Legend of Zelda right now, and they're already asking for more. Floggy, what do you want to see next? It doesn't matter what I want, Floggy. What matters is what y'all want. Ronald McDonald is kind of terrifying. That's true. The Radish Squirrel, they switched from putting Ronald McDonald for the store, and they switched it over to, let me put this back here. They switched it over to Ronald McDonald only being for the charity, and you know what? That's so great. That's so great, because I don't want to see Ronald whenever I go in there to shamefully get myself a delicious breakfast. Here we go. I kept on accidentally catfishing people into thinking that I'm Finnish. Apparently, you have a very Finnish last name. The poor guy I did a group project with chose me because he thought he would have to speak English. Oh, no. Oh no, that's the most wholesome catfish story I've ever heard, Centrifuge Destroyer. Excuse me, the Legend of Link in that one train, please? The train? What? Spirit Tracks? Are you just mentioning that because that's everybody's least favorite? Are you just mentioning Spirit Tracks because it's bad? Are you trying to ruin the streams right now? Oh, Merps, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I think that I missed something. I think I missed you saying something, Merps, and I apologize. I would download a Chimkin Nugget. I mean, you don't even have to download it. Thank goodness you can just buy it. But Murphs, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk, Smurfs. Also, Lupus, what's up? You're on a train waiting to leave. Murph, you're almost loose. Lupus is almost loosed upon the earth. Also, that makes me wonder. It makes me wonder. Hang on, I want to check now. I want to check. What does it say? It says Doom Eternal has been downloaded. Nice. Doom Eternal has been downloaded, and I don't have a wizard to play games with tonight, which means that I might be able to try it out. Mamma mia. Also, Flug, you saying you want me to play Majora's Mask? Majora's Mask is going to be even harder than this game, and I might need a little bit of a break after this. We might try something fresh, something non-Legend of Zelda, who knows? We could play, you know what I've wanted to play for a while? Is to play the... It's essentially the same game. Oh, God. Here we go. Come on. It's the same game that we played before, but it's Let's Go Eevee. I would love to play Let's Go Eevee. Let's Go Eevee was sent to me by Lupus, and I really would like to play it. I want to play it. We've already played Pikachu, and I want to get the full Pokedex, you guys. And we can go shiny hunting. The shiny hunting in the Let's Go series is the best. It's the very best. We already caught like a shiny Eevee, and it's beautiful. Our beautiful shiny Eevee that we turned into a shiny Vaporeon. Also, thanks for the follow, Roderick boy. What's up? Hey, Roderick. I appreciate that follow, my friend. How are you doing? Can I make it across here to Lizard Island? You love Eevee? Eevee's the best. Eevee's the best. Shiny? Question mark? Yes. The more shiny Eevees, the better. Okay, let's hop down here. Zoot. Down to the bottom. Down to the bottom. I don't even see shiny in the chat, and y'all are already excited. Y'all are already excited just thinking about shiny. Okay, we're just gonna go down here. Let's see what kind of shenanigans we can get up to. I actually really have no idea. I don't remember this dungeon at all, you guys. We have some excellent suffering that I'm gonna offer to you today. Can I can't set these as like, do I just have to keep, oh, yo, Odin! Yo! Thanks for the sub. What's up? Can we get some hype in the chat? I appreciate it. Odin, you're making my voice is breaking. My voice is breaking with joy. Thank you very much for the 5 months of support. Can we get some hype in the chat for my friend over here with the big support? Oi! How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Shiny, the shiny, right here, right now. Shiny, how are you doing? It's nice to see you. It's always good to see Shiny. You're here, you're here. Everybody calm down. Stop the panicking. Shiny has arrived. Shiny has arrived, thank goodness. We were lost without you, Shiny. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. I hope you're having a most exquisite day. Shiny! Shiny is a local celebrity. Can I? No. Okay, I was gonna say, I wanted to check if I could use my grapple. Why? What is one to do? Is this passable? What is this? Die, that's disgusting. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, you guys. I don't think we can make it across there, but what would be the solution to this puzzle? What would be the solution? I'm thinking we can't go through here. Besides, well, we don't have a key anyway. What the heck? What the heck am I looking at this? I'm looking at this locked door like, if only we could get across, then we wouldn't be able to get in. If only we could get over there, we could fumble with the lock a little bit. Maybe I could get out the bolt cutters. We could get in there. No, we need to go find something else. There's nothing else. Hi everyone, sorry it took so long for me to type anything. Oh, you don't have to message anything in the chat, Shiny. It's all positive. It's all positive of saying, we love you, Shiny, not, where have you been? Anything else is just tongue-in-cheek. It's just tongue-in-cheek. I'm glad that you were enjoying your game, my friend. Enjoying your game. For Honor is just like, it's what, like War of the Roses. It's like Chivalry. It's the next iteration of sword combat multiplayer. I haven't played any of those games, but they sure look great. Oh my gosh. Mifa is a woman! She's a grown woman. Oh, you, if I'm right. Thicky? You're Thicky, aren't you? Of course I'm Thicky. Just look at me. It's me, your fiance, Princess. It's your fiance, Ruto. What? We are not engaged to be married. Princess of the Zoras. I never forgot the vows that we made to each other 7 years ago. Oh my gosh, poor Mifa over here, shaking my head. It's an adult woman with wings, even better. Everybody's better with wings. You're a terrible man to have kept me waiting these 7 long years. Whoa, this got rough, you guys. Kept her waiting for this long. So mean. Hey, oh, Vad, we'll see you later. Thank you so much for sending your friends over here. I appreciate it, my friend. I super duper appreciate it. Get yourself some rest. Have an amazing stream and an awesome rest of your day, nights, evenings. Happy time zone to you, Vads. It was nice to hang out with you. We'll see you later. Get some good rest. Take care of yourself. She's like, I hope you can breathe underwater. We can because of the suit. We're not allowed in here if we can't breathe underwater. But now is not the time to talk over love. I am sure that you've already seen it. Zora's domain, totally frozen. A young man named Sheik saved a young man. See, Floggy, you can't get mad at me calling her Mifa whenever she just called Sheik a young man, okay? That's way bigger of a mistake. She looks exactly like Mifa. A young man named Sheik saved me from under the ice, but my father and the other Zoras have not yet. I saved Granddaddy Frog. I want to save them all. I want to save Zora's domain. That's your domain. You don't have to, like, call it... Can't you just say, I want to save my home? Mifa's in Breath of the Wild, Molteria. But you already... Wait a second, Molteria, you already know that. Also, what's up? How are you doing? Thicky, you have to help me in the water temple. There's 3 places where you can change the water level. I'll lead the way. Follow me quickly. I'm following you slowly. I am not quick over here. I'm doing my best. You don't get any dry vibes. Be careful. I don't know. Very suspicious. She's rather fishy. It's a fishy individual. Dry vibes only. That's exactly right. Look, whenever I'm playing Link, Ocarina of the Wild, there's not a dry eye in the house. Not a single one. We're crying tears for this incredible storytelling. It's actually not too bad. She's a bit overbearing. It's weird. What? Sparkle Nerd. Oh my gosh. Sparkle Nerd, you don't like people that are so aggressive. She loves me aggressively. There's nothing wrong with an aggressive fish woman. I've said it 1,000 times and I'll keep saying it over and over. You said that you would marry me 7 years ago? Ah, that's just normal conversation. What is the... I didn't turn it into a good song, you guys. I'm sorry. I just kind of fat-fingered that one. I tried to play some beautiful music, but... Drained? Dry vibes activated. Sheik was all like, young love will turn to deep affection. And the fish children of the past will turn into the fish woman of the future. It's true. Link, you don't know what can happen in 7 years. In 7 years, all those feelings will fester and boil inside of you. Oh my god. What's all this? Do I have to use some foot magic? Hang on. What do I do? What was that sound effect? All right, success. Young love will turn into disappointment, and disappointment will turn into anger, and anger will turn into resentment. And then you'll die alone, Link. Should I blow these up with a bomb? Was I supposed to bring a bomb? Show us the foot magic. Oh, I was just talking about the boots. I mean, if you think about it, if you use boots while there's big spikes rolling towards you, might not work. Might not be the idea. Might not be the strat. Do I blow these up? No. What do I just need to get past them today? Can't even throw a bomb over there. It's too far. All right, that was the solution. Sweet. I literally cannot remember this dungeon, you guys. It's been way too long. It's been way too long for me to remember. All right, the map. Nice. Map time. I'm having you stream on the background while I'm working. The store's closed anyway. You can keep me company while I'm doing boring night shift stuff. All right. We got you, Carly. We got you, Carly. I'll try to keep you entertained. Good luck. Thanks, Molteria. I appreciate it. Thank you for the good luck. You need to think of some polls. I know that that's why many people show up to these streams. Nothing to do with Kenny's upbeat and personable demeanor. Die, your backhanded compliments is still too sweet. Die, he's so much of a sweetie that even if you try to insult me, you're still a nice bean. Ay, ay, ay. Die's out here making everybody blush. What a beautiful bean. But yes, if you come up with some polls, I'm sure everybody would love that. I'm only here for the die polls. I hate this community. And also, wait a second. Wait a second. Look at this big brain moment. Hold on. Oh my gosh, you guys. My brain is expanding. I don't think I'm going to be able to fit this headset on for very long. Uh-oh. Looks like somebody's gonna have to go out and buy some more hats. You know what I'm saying? Big brain over here. Big brain that can't. Okay, there we go. Nice. I took a minute, but it's okay. Destroy pot. No more pot. Get out of here. But yes, the polls are fantastic. Die, you've really been on fire recently. Die works best whenever he is, is grossly negligent with his self-care. I feel like that might be true for a lot of people, to be honest. Open that mouth. Open that mouth and let me give you the link surprise. Oh, suspicious link. A suspicious link appears. Will you die? Death by ouch. Death by stupid spiky clam. Perish! Stop it! Open up. Open up. Let me take a look at those. Let me take a look at those pearly whites. I'm talking about the pearls. All right, what do we got? Also, what the heck is with these walls? Do you see this? Do you see this suspicious wall? Why do they exist? Why are they like that? Is that just for pretty? Are they trying to make a little bit of like dressing? Are they trying to dress up the room a bit? Oop, yeah, that's locked again. All right, sweet. Sus wall, bro. I know, very suspicious. Very suspicious. Okay, there's some more of those stupid rock things. Hopefully we don't have to kill them. It looks like stained glass, but made of wall. My favorite type. Here we go. Wallace imposter. Your streams really lift my mood. You're so sweet, Carly. Carly! You shush. You're too sweet. Hanging out with beans like you is exactly why I love streaming so much. Hanging out with you, beans. It's the best part of my day. It's the best part of my day. It's a tough call. Hanging out with Arisa or stream. Thankfully, I don't have to pick. Don't make me pick. I can't pick. There's no reason to pick. You get both. I met Arisa through the stream. Why would I compare them? That doesn't make any sense. It's like comparing apples to oranges. I'm not doing it. There's no reason to compare. Life is life. Time is time. Stream is not hanging out with Arisa. That is just the truth of the matter. Okay, here we go. Boing. Fill her up, please. Excuse me. Oh, all right. We're gonna actually get to start. Oh, crap. Get out of here. Stupid bomb. Stupid D-pad that's all janky and stuff. By the way, I never asked why. I heard somebody talking about me earlier. So why were we Shiny discussing earlier? Because, Shiny, I was talking about maybe taking a break from Legend of Zelda after we beat this game. After we beat it, we might take a break from our little Zelda. Our little Zelda, like, I don't know, like habit. Gonna take a little break, and I think that we might play Let's Go Eevee, in which case we are definitely gonna be shiny hunting. Because it's my favorite game to shiny hunt in. Water Temple could be fun, but it's kind of mean and punishing in places. Yeah. I mean, that's how it is. That's just how, like, all of the Legend of Zelda games are. I mean, they vary in amounts of punishment, but okay. Let's go back. I don't think we can do anything over here. So what are you saying is that I now own the word shiny? Yes. If I ever say the word shiny, everybody's like, where? Are they here? Wait a second. Wait a second, is shiny here? Oh, The Zelda extravaganza. It's true. Benny, we've been on it. We've been on it. We played Link's Awakening, we played Skyward Sword, and now we're playing this game. And I'm tempted to play Majora's Mask right after this. But we might take a little break. When you say shiny, that one. That's also excellent. I mean, it's the best song in all of Moana. I mean, I do like that. Like that's a banger. That's a banger, but nothing's gonna beat shiny. I mean, it's got my boy Tamatoa in it, for heaven's sakes. For heaven's sakes, it's got the Flight of the Conchords guy. Come on. You think I'm gonna be sleeping on Jermaine Clement? I don't think so. That's my guy. Okay, so there's 4 exits. Which one is this? This one's all lit. I think that we already did this, right? Another streamer always sings that song whenever you join chat. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so... I don't mean to just be copying people. I'm sorry. Shiny? Shiny, I want to be... I can't be the same as people. I have to be different. I have to be different in every way. It's my duty. It's my duty to you guys to keep things interesting. I'm sorry. The vote is getting close. What is this? The vote for the best tunic? Like style-wise? Style-wise. Is there another tunic? Oh wait, we've already been in here. Yeah, we couldn't do this part, I don't think, but we do have a key now. So we could go in here, technically. Technically, if we could get across, then we could enter, but I'm thinking that there's an easier key to use. Okay, I need to stop saving literally every time that I open it up, because we're gonna be opening up that menu all the time. Black? Is there a black outfit? Is there a black outfit? Is that true? I don't remember that. Yeah, let's see. There's a key door right here. This is probably what we need to do next. Shadowy black is way too cool. Very metal. I vote black as well. But red would be number 2, and I'm guessing that was number 2 for y'all, right? All right. We got to make it up here while the water's drained, I guess. This is more... It's more difficult to go up here. Oh, look at it. It's different levels. Okay, there are different levels of water, and I'm guessing I play the little ditty on each one of these levels. Let's first take a little peek outside of this room. Let's see if there's any loot on the balcony. Yeah, let's check this balcony just in case. Okay, we got some new areas over here. I hear something shooting. Okay, so we've unlocked new ways to get out. Is that what I'm seeing here? We've got a door that we can't even access. We've got an eyeball to shoot over here that I almost didn't jump over. Okay, let's shoot the eyeball. Why not? You saw a bug on the roof in that hook room? Yes, there was a bug up there. I saw it as well. Okay, so you got to be quick. Looks like that's a water thing. Looks like you have to swim across there. That's what I'm betting. I'm not totally sure. Over here, this could be anything. And it's got pots, so I don't think that this is the way that we got in. I don't remember how we got in right now. We're gonna be taking down this place very carefully, you guys. Gonna be doing it nice and carefully. Covering all of our angles, all of our areas. What are the bugs for? If you collect the Skulltulas, then you get some special rewards as you get like different amounts of them. So at 10, 20, I think 30, you know, it rolls up like that. Bomb? Okay, looks like we got a bomb. But yeah, we can get bigger wallets. Like the Stone of Agony! The Stone of Agony is the worst reward we've ever gotten. I'm on the wrong side. Too quick. Too quick for you. All right, we got the compass. Yeah. The compass, just like I said. You can't get any work done while you're watching, but you don't care. Look, Carly, let me just narrate it for you. Carly, I got so excited. You made me choke on my own spit. The tiny Yurusanite. I'll never forgive you. But Carly, focus on your work. I'll narrate everything. I'm jumping onto spikes. Link just got stabbed twice on the same spike. The Earl never learns. Walking down a winding pathway, wondering where the heck is the exit. Thinking about jumping off the edge, Link decides to instead use the method that he's supposed to. An enemy falls from the ceiling. And then Link was impaled. Thankfully, we're not playing the, what's it called? What's that game where you could get stabbed? That child's game. Prince of Persia. The Prince of Persia game where you could just get stabbed. Oof. Oof. It's like that surprise Simba scene. And then he jumped onto spikes. Listen, my brother's my boss, so what's he gonna do? Fire me? Great, you've released me, brother. I am now more powerful than you can ever imagine. I used to work for my sister. I feel that. I feel that energy from here, Carly. What are you gonna do? Fire your family members? I don't think so. I don't even think we can get up there right now. TBH. I think that might be a water ascension. I think that we might eventually get enough water, because look, I see a grapple there. This grapple to go over here. Looks like we're gonna be playing a ditty. Wonder if we can use keys while we're underwater. I bet we do. I bet we can. Well, let's play the song. This is the first time that we've had access to moving the water around. Pretty much. Sydney would fire me if she could. Oh no. No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't, Linz. That's baloney. Okay, it's what? There you go. You don't have to play it so quick. Take your time. Make it musical, you know? Enjoy every note. Ah, it unlocked a new area with a floating block. Well, well, well. What do we got here? Well, well, well. A bonus area. Let's put on our booties. Let's put on the booty. We'll take a little look, shall we? Make the dungeon fall asleep with a fine lullaby. La, la, la. Even the dungeon's snoozing. It's okay, Kenny. You can tell us if you were really fired from the soap job. Yes, they kicked me out. I was too sudsy and I kept stealing all the soaps. Listen, royalty soaps are such high quality soaps that I couldn't help myself and I had to steal them because the quality was just so high. And they were so beautiful. And I'm about to drop freaking spikes right on my head like a big dummy. Is this an ad? Wait a second, I pay for no ads on here. I pay for no ad suds. Better shut your mouth. Okay, watch this. Hey! So yeah, if you weren't paying attention to the cutscene, it's really easy to miss this bit. What, this bit that we're in right now? This moment? This magic moment. What cutscene? I don't remember watching any cutscenes. You talk about the cutscene with the fish woman? With Mifa? I need to stop saying Mifa. I'm just gonna get confused. I'm gonna be the one confused. I'm pretending like it's a joke, but in the end, there will only be confusion of me. Also, could we stop looking at that? Thanks. The spikes are going. They're going! Let's get out of here. I can't see. I'm blind. Help! Let me out. Let me loose. All right, here we go. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Oh my gosh, Metal Rosera has been activated. Oh no, Teenage Angst Rosera. Not again. She's back. Everybody close your eyes. Teenage Angst Rosera only can see movement. If you stay still, they won't know that you're here. What's with all these rocks? Why are there so many rocks? You can kill the rocks with this? All right. Sweet. What about this guy though? We gotta brap him. All right, good enough. Ah! No. Stay away. Stay away, stop. Could you stop for 5 seconds and oh geez, they're all rocks again. Okay, let's kill them all first. Dead. I don't like that it has little red bubbles. Is that blood in my kid's game? Hey! Hey, my son's watching this gameplay. Excuse me, Nintendo? Nintendo, my son was watching and he saw that rock bleed and he cried for 20 minutes. They sound like they have good taste in music. Linkin Park is good taste in music these days? Lens, how far we've fallen. I mean, Linkin Park's not bad, but I'm just saying, I wouldn't hear somebody say, I like Linkin Park, and then I say, ah, that's some good taste. I mean, I like Linkin Park, but I don't know. I don't know if that's highbrow music. What do we got here? An extra key. I know exactly where this key goes. Oh. Oh, no blood in this Christian Minecraft server. Excuse me, did somebody install the blood mod on my Christian server? Oh my gosh. The server's under attack. All right, I think I know where this key goes. We'll see. Because that's that weird chamber that I didn't know how to escape from. I bet you go through there. Oh my gosh, why am I going the slow way around? Mamma mia, Papa Pia. Oh, turning on and off these boots is a pain. They should have made it so that it was an item. It should have been an item that you can activate or not activate with a C-stick. Who needs music when you have Kenny streams? Oh, wow! A shiny, a sweet bean. But that's ridiculous. I mean, I just don't think that it's a replacement. It's just a different thing, you know? It's a different thing. I don't listen to music while I listen to streams. And I don't stop watching streams because I want to listen to music. Like, I don't know. I don't know. They're disconnected. I like them both. It's like saying movies versus music. I'm like, why not both? Besides, there's music in this stream. Shiny is super sweet anyway. Super sweet. A sweet bean indeed. Indeed. Can I just run? No way. No way you can make that. No way. And I do not think that you could ever grapple that far either, you stupid pond skimmers. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going down. I'm going down. La 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 la. Where do we? Oh yeah, look at that. We turned off those. Interesting. So where's the area that we needed the grapple hook for? Is it this area? This looks about right. It's non-winding. This is. Oh, look, the water's not high enough. We need the water to be higher to do this part, I think. Right? Is that what this is? Look at that. Well. What do we have here? The water's not high enough for this area. My bad. Looks like the key goes somewhere else. Looks like I'm the dummy again. Well, we've got a key. I don't remember there being a key door in any of these other exits. I need to shut up and beat this game. Excuse me, Floggy? Excuse me? Using my words against me. Shaking my head. How old are you, Kenny? Or is that one of those questions I'm not supposed to ask? Yep, 24 is right. You're right on the money. You nailed it. You nailed it. It's a fine question. There should be an FAQ below my screen, but there's not. There's no FAQ because I'm a lazy bean. Because I'm a lazy 24-year-old. How did you know, Carly? What do I do that's so 24-year-old? Up we go. What the heck is this? What the heck is it activating? Oh, it is activating this. Do I have to stand in the center and then activate it? It's just a good age. It's just a high quality age, you know? If I'm gonna guess an age, I'm gonna guess a good one. You're actually 24? What a guess. I don't know. I just thought that you looked a little younger than me and I'm 28, so I took a wild guess. I am 24. It's true. It's true. I'm a young spring chicken. Finally aged suds. Ew, yuck. could you imagine a nice tasty vintage? A nice tasty vintage sud. Mmm, yum yum. Excuse me, could I get a 97? I'm looking for a finely aged sud. Wait, we gotta play a ditty, right? Yeah, we gotta play a song. Kidding, I was just doing random quotes, sorry. No, it's funny. I'm 4 years older than you? Hey, I didn't know that, Merps. I didn't know that. You're calling yourself tasty, lad? I admire the confidence. Diary. Diary. Shaking my head. You suggest Feyor here? It's probably a good idea. You mean like up top? Or at that door, you mean? Divey. Get out of here. Only rule about age is don't talk about it if you're under 18? That's not our rule. We changed our rules. Our rules are that you can talk about age. You can talk about your age, no problems. No problems, no questions asked. No questions asked. You can talk about age all you want. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say how old you are. That's fine. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting to hear. There we go. You'll be sad when you don't get carded anymore. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all over the place if you get carded. I get carded some places. And then some places, they don't even care. They just look at me and they're like, all right, have a nice day. They don't even think about it. It does kind of depend on what I'm wearing and how long my beard is. Kidney, I'm 265. Did you know? Did you know? And I do know your age. I did know that it was that age, and I still don't know that. Is this the exit? Son of a gun. Oh no, did that reset my thing? Oh dear. I didn't realize that was the... I didn't realize that we were leaving. Ay. Ah! You're a cashier, so you have to card people and ask their birthday for adult beverages? Oh, nice. Yeah, but Merps, I thought that you couldn't do... In the US, you can't do that until 21, I think. I guess not. I don't know. It's a mess. I don't know how anything works, you guys. You'd be curious to know how old people perceive me to be on here? I bet you Alchemic would be better at guessing that, Molteria. I bet you Alchemic would probably have a pretty good bead. I don't know. Molteria, it's tough. I'd say younger than 30. That's what I think. Whenever I think of Molteria, I think younger than 30, but not much past that. I don't think very much. That's one of the problems. Stop! Get out of here! Come on, man. Go away. Go away. Carly, you are exactly as cool as me right now. Carly, right now, you are exactly as cool as me, and I will hear nothing else. I will hear none of these lies. None of these ridiculous lies. Besides, you shouldn't be comparing yourself to people. You shouldn't be comparing yourself to people. You don't even compare. You're a unique, singular human being. And there's no comparison. Listen, this is what I say every morning. Whenever I wake up, I say to myself, Carly, no comparison. That's what I normally say. What do we do? The water. But the water. What do we do with the water being this high? I'm thinking that we could go get that golden Skulltula, though. Yes, I think we shall. Oh, Morteria. All right, what? You're the same age as me? Bless my soul, you're so much more knowledgeable than I am. Dang it. Dang it, Morteria, how'd you get so much knowledge? I feel like an uneducated buffoon. Or an uneducated baboon. I guess all baboons are a little bit uneducated. Oh, is this door locked? Bruh. You kidding me, Dad? Are you actually kidding me right now, Dad? I wonder if we can even get in there. Can we ever get in there? 24 was a rough year for me. So were 23 and the years before that. And the 3 years after. Kareem, are you 27? Kareem, are you 27? Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh. Can we get in this door? Link, climb. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine, if that's how you want to treat me. Okay, here we go. We're gonna make it through the door. Oh my gosh. No, you can't make it through this door. It's impossible. You can't make it through. Ah! No, it gave me an icon for it. Ah! Let me up! Come on. No, I didn't even change them. I just pressed... Come on. Okay. Is Link working out? Link is working out. He's looking great. I don't think he can get in there. Do I have to move a box? Do I need to, like, slide a container? Kenny, what are you doing? Rosera, if I knew what I was doing, do you think I'd still be doing it? I don't know what I'm doing. That's the problem. I want to get back into that center console. I want to get in there. I want to get in there so that I can get that gold. I saw that gold. Now I want that gold. I want that loot. You can't show me loot and not let me get it. I'm killing these lads just for fun. Just for fun. Senseless murder. Oops. I just pressed the wrong button. There's a problem with 15 odd exits in one room. Indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways. But we have filled up this room entirely, so it's actually worth, you know what, you bring up a great point. We should check this room. I don't actually know how the water goes. How does the water go? Mamma mia, Papa Pia. Rosera, how dare? How dare you? Rosera, you've mocked me for the final time. You're about to make me so mad that I'm gonna go get some peach aloe vera, and I'm gonna sip it in contempt. Contemptuous sipping. I'm going to drink that delicious juice with the tasty aloe vera pulp, and I'm gonna be so pouty. You won't even recognize me. Well, what are we gonna have? Stinking water so high up here, but what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I will not complicit any murder, baby or otherwise. Otherwise? Oh, that's the way out. Boyoyoyoing. Boyon, boyoyoyoyoing. Let's go through here. Let's go through here. Let's go take a look. Let's go take a little peekaboo. I don't know if we've ever been over here before. I see a chest. I see a chest. There's treasure to be found in this chamber, no doubt. No doubt. I do. You know what? You know what I gotta say about this this entire dungeon? Music's great. I really like the low-key music, man. I really like the low-key music. If we were in the fire temple listening to that, like, that chanting again, I would be much more uncomfortable. But actually, this music's pretty cozy. Pretty comfy. I don't mind it. I could listen to this. Okay, so I'm guessing we slide this. Then we gotta open up that other door to push it more. Okay, we've locked it in place, and now we have to go to the thing that's to the right here. I don't know exactly how to get over there. And it's closed anyway. Weird. Nope. No. Let's go. Yeah, so the cage that was blocking the way, is that here? Let's take a peek. Oh, you're gonna go to bed tonight? All right, we'll see you later, Floggy. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. We will see you later. It was nice hanging out with you. Get some good rest. Well, look at this. This thing is filled with water. We've never been up here while it was filled, but I don't think there's any reason to go up here, but let's try it. What the heck? Let's try. See if there's anything here. We might as well experiment. Nah, it's the same. It's the same, and it's empty. We never have to go in this chamber ever again. So if I notice it again, we can just ignore it. It's like spikes on the floor, spikes on the ceiling. I think I can remember not to go in here. This is a worthless chamber, never to be returned to again. And that's off like a little tail. Little tail on the second floor. All right. I'll try to remember that. I turned off the hydration break. I'm sorry. I think that we might have just paused that at the beginning here. I'll turn them back on. I'll turn back on the brakes. Maybe no juggle break today? I guess we do need to practice juggling. I'll turn it all back on for now. Unpause. 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 There we go. There we go, and they're back. Thanks a lot, Anne. Appreciate it. You really make me feel good about turning these back on. Thank you, Shiny. You really reassure me that it was a good idea for me to turn these on right now. You really do make me want to just give y'all the power immediately, you know? You know, sometimes I question whether to turn on them or not, and doing that right there really encourages me to turn them on. Because if I hadn't turned them on, I wouldn't have to sip, juggle, and do a workout. But now I have to sip, juggle, and do a workout just because I gave y'all something that y'all want. Okay, let me go grab my... Okay, I'm gonna go grab the drink really quick. Okay, today, we're sipping some mango. Nice. All at once, juggle the drinks. Can I do squats? Can I do squats while I juggle? Does that count? Does that count? Can I juggle and drink at the same time? I can barely juggle with one hand. I can't do it! Ah! Practice, practice, practice. That's what it's about, Darren. That's what it's all about. It's all about the practice. Thanks. This is actually really good. I don't normally like mango, but it's pretty good. Ah. Okay, great. We've got like we'll do a quick juggling break. That was kind of good, I guess. Ah, thanks, Shiny. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness gracious! Somebody stops him before he breaks the rest of the coaster. I'm not breaking anything. I'm not breaking anything. Do 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 do. Yeah, I gotta say, Carly, I saw what you were talking about earlier. Were you saying that somebody commented on weight? Man, good rule of thumb: don't comment on what other people's bodies look like. It's just none of your business. Just doesn't matter. It's just not. It's not your business. And any human that thinks that they have like a right to tell other people how they look or critique anything about their lifestyle should just buzz off, honestly. Unless it's positive. I mean, if it's positive, but that's not positive. That's just a backhanded compliment. That has a negative connotation, you know? That's why we've got the, we've even got the, like, I've got, like, a zone over on our Discord that's, like, for positive vibes, like, where it's just, like, all positivity. And I'll even delete things that are, like, I don't know. If they've got, like, any edge of negativity, that counts. Like, that's not positive vibes. No need to compare. And honestly, it's not even really worth it. Is it really worth it to be like, you look so much better? It's like, what if they go back? Then they're gonna be like, oh, now I'm back to what they obviously didn't like. Like, who cares what you like? If it's not just a pure compliment of just saying, you look beautiful. And that's what you should be saying. And otherwise, you should just zip it. That's my opinion. I zip it most of the time. I just be quiet. That's me taking my that's me taking mine. You are all breathtaking. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Nardavel. Exactly. You don't know what people's like journey is. You don't know enough about them. You don't know enough about them to be able to give them like to tell them that they look great for whatever reason. You don't know their story. So you got to be careful. You got to give people distance. Don't treat people like you know them and they're your mom. Hey, yo, Calico. Hey, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it.
Calico_kitties gifted a tier 1 sub to Juice
Hallie,
said Clown Trina get down.
thank you very much.
They have given 275 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate it. Yeah, Nardavel, I was just saying that, like, you could say, like, you look beautiful. Like that. Not like, wow, you've lost so much weight. Like, don't do that. You don't know people. You don't know what they're going through. You don't know what they've been through. You don't know me. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. I've said it 1,000 times. But yeah, Callie. Oh! Callie. Thanks for the gifted subs. Thanks for the hype in the chat, you guys. While we're come on. No, it's too much. Look, and there's like 1 or 2. That's what I'll do eventually, you guys. Sometimes I'll be like, 1, and then eventually I'll mix in a 2 in there. Let's see, 1. This is the night that we destroy the coaster permanently. Hey, that was the best volley in a while, you guys. That was the best volley. That's the best one that we've done in like a couple of weeks. Nice! Nice! Oh! Alright! Sweet. Sweet, you guys, we're done. We're done! We're done. I did all the breaks. We did all of the breaks and we combined them. It was beautiful. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, I try to keep the form very, people say that they're really scared of me using this because it's not like screwed onto the wall. So yes, we've got to keep the form very clean. Otherwise I might knock it down. Whew. Mamma mia. Yeah, it was a break. Yeah, right. A break from this game, but not a break from my body. Whew. Oh no, speaking of break. Oh dear. Non-binary potato. What the heck did you do to your leg? I mean, you obviously broke it, but I mean, what happened? What happened? I'm sorry that your leg is being a sorry sucker. Oof. I hope that it heals really easily, or it heals very quickly. Oof. I hope that it is not too painful. Let me see. Let me scroll up a little bit. Whew. I saw OT in the chat. How are you doing, OT? I hope we're doing fantastic today. Human One and I, boy, what is OT, what? Human One and I, boy. I don't understand. OT. You and Human One. Beautiful, beautiful beans. You're on a movie night date. That's awesome, Sauce. What's the movie? I hope that y'all having a wonderful time. Ah, 2 cuties. Ah, too cute. Too cute for television. He'd get banned immediately. The OT and Human One date movie series has been canceled, being too wholesome to put on a VHS. It set every one of the VHSs that we tried to burn it on fire. I don't know how to draw hair, apparently. Me either. There'll be none of that. It's okay. The doctor says that it just has to heal for a while. Okay, good. I'm glad that it was not a complicated fracture or anything. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. But I'm sorry that you had to go through that. That stinks. I've never had to deal with a big bone break, and I do not envy you. That is unfortunate. Do you do like a sport or something? What happened? What happened? Tell us a story. The aim looks so difficult in this game. Well, the aim is also reversed. If you, OT, you fabulous human being. Thank you very much for that gift today. Boy, yeah, boy. OT, thank you so much for the gifted sub. For the gifted sub for Twitch A for Norfie. We just met Norfie today. I appreciate it. OT! Oops. I paused the game and I was scrolling through the chat with my controller. I didn't even know I could do that. Now Norfie can't leave. Oh wow, Sparkle Nerd. That sounds so scary whenever you put it like that. Don't say it like that. Norfie is captured. Thank you so much, OT, for throwing that Pokeball that has now caught Norfie permanently. Appreciate it. Your leg got ran over by a car. That is awful. That is horrifying. That is horrible to hear. Yikes. Kenny, the furries bless your stream. Why, thank you, Dakota. Why, Dakota, could somebody pull up quote number 200? Boy. Boy. Boy, boy. Do I need to do a remix of that song myself? You know, I could. I could go, yeah, boy! What am I doing here? What is all this? What is all this nonsense? I haven't been here in a while. But the door's still locked. Door's still locked. You gonna do your run before the bat wakes up? All right, we'll see you in a little bit, Lynch. Get that workout in. Well, it's not here. Boy on nature killed my leg. My leg! Be careful. Be careful out there. We have to stay inside forever. Non-binary potato, I'm with you. Let's stay indoors forever. Never leave. You're gonna get some sleep now, so that you can bake bread tomorrow. You're gonna do that today, but things happened and you didn't have time. Don't drown. All right, we'll see you later, Shiny. Get some rest. Good luck with the bread making tomorrow. It's always nice to hang out with you. Thank you for making the chat beautiful and shiny. We will see you later, Shiny. Get some schlep. And get some delicious schlep. Some delicious schlep. Here we go. If OT and Human 1 are watching a movie, I wonder what they're watching. I need to watch a movie. I want to watch the new Suicide Squad. What is it called? Is it Suicide? It's the Suicide Squad or something like that. It's like slightly different. Should try and do this without the Zora tunic. That's a good idea, Molteria. Molteria, what an exciting excursion that sounds like. Yeah, the new one, yeah, looks kind of fun. Just in theaters right now, yeah. Well, I've seen the other one, and it was god awful. It was awful. I did not enjoy it. But I've heard really good reviews for this most recent one. The only person that I heard a bad review from was Alchemic. Alchemic said that it wasn't worth $6. Straight savage. Okay, open the door. It doesn't work. I don't think we can get in there, you guys. I don't even think it's illegal. I don't even think it is legal. Excuse me. It's not even illegal, you guys. We can't do it. No, there's an open button, but I don't think that you can. You mostly like Margot. I don't like her depiction of Harley Quinn. But I'm whiny. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I don't like her. She doesn't feel like Harley to me, but you know, I'm just a whiny fan. I'm just a whiny fan, so don't listen to me. Don't let me drag you down. You enjoy those movies, blast it all. She just frustrates me. You're nerdy about that stuff too? Oh, well, yes, don't worry about me. Which movie did Earl hate? And let's list how he's wrong. One topic, did you like Suicide Squad? Did you watch Suicide Squad? I had to keep pausing it. I had to keep pausing it over and over. And then I put my hands to my head and I said, what is going on? See, we've already been here. We've already been here. We don't need to be here. The movie was a mess. It was a mess. I tried to enjoy it. I hate wasting my time. I don't like having my time wasted by a movie. So I really do try to enjoy it. I do my very best. Because I don't like being tricked. And I went into it hoping that it'd be good. I don't understand what the next step is. I guess we have to get a key next. We have to get a key now. Because we can't go through that. Okay, let's start eliminating. Let's start eliminating these nice and carefully. That is locked. Done. Easy. That over here? I don't think we can get over there, right? I'm of the opinion that they should keep remaking Suicide Squad every few years. Yeah, just keep dipping into it. Keep dipping into the endless endless well of content that is Suicide Squad. There's so many opportunities. Look, just do new characters every single time. Same universe, just a bunch of new heroes. What about that? Just keep doing it. Keep making it, you know? And, you know, while you're at it, where's our next Iron Man? You know, this Tony Stark is gone. How about we get a new one, huh? I'm ready for the next Iron Man. I don't know what y'all mean. Have we ever gone in here? I really feel like we should have. That sounds like a terrible idea. Let's do it. It's exciting. It's exciting. I want to see more. What are we? Some kind of Suicide Squad? See, it's dialogue like that that keeps me coming back. That's what keeps me coming back, you guys. What are we? Some kind of Suicide Squad? Also, I'm looking forward to some more Jared Leto, if we wouldn't. If we wouldn't mind, I'd like to hear a little bit more of that. A little bit more of that Jared Leto. Honestly, I kind of enjoyed his performance. The only thing that I didn't like was his... that, like, weird cat noise that he made. That's the only part that I really didn't like. The rest of it was, you know, okay. Oh, wait, no, we can't escape here. Why a man? Maybe it's Iron Woman. I mean, it could Iron Maiden. Oh, no. Nardavel. Iron Maiden. I thought that was... Never mind. You know, maybe we should change the water level. Maybe we should give up, you know? Oh, what about this? Can we hit this while we're underwater? Let's go over here. Okay, so let's stay in here for a minute. So we checked the first level. Top level, checked. We're done. We're done. I'm not looking up there anymore. Okay? Stop asking me to. I'm not gonna do it anymore. Alright? That version of the Earl is over. We can't hit that. Alright. The Iron Maiden is a history thing, though. Yes, a mythical history thing that ended up being fake. It was faked. But it is historical in the sense that you'll find it in history books. That's for sure. You will indeed find it in history books. You have to hit the black part of the eye directly. What? I thought that you could only hit it with. I think you can only hit it with arrows, though, right? Is it only arrows? It was real but never used. I think that literally historians like put spikes into like a big wardrobe. Like they found the wardrobe and they added the spikes to it. I think it was actually fake. Joker's a very hard character to play. Now y'all are activating my Joker opinion. Stop this. Stop this. I will not be able to stop the rant if y'all continue. The rant will be, you're gonna activate it if you don't watch it. You're getting awfully close. We've already been here, right? Yes, we've already done this. This is another level. Mamma mia, Papa Pia. Didn't we do a Joker tier list? We did. We did, and I have it memorized. Yeah, let's try that eyeball one more time, then we're going down to the bottom level. Oh no, not the rant. Don't do it. Here we go. Is this the water temple that a lot of people don't like? Yes, this is the very one. Whoops, my bad. This is the very one indeed. Indeed, and this is the one that tortured children for years. I personally am not too bothered by it. It just takes a while. Just you know, elimination. Everybody loves the water temple, just like everybody loves Raymond. Okay, let's try to shoot this one more time. I can't. Do you see this? Do you see this? I can't aim. No! I can't aim! Okay, I'm just gonna adjust myself a little bit, and let's see if I can hit it in the center. Nope, it looks like I think it's just arrow. All right, let's go down. We'll try each one of these rooms now. There's there's 4 different ways to go. Doop, 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 doop. Down we go here. Oh where did my little Link go? Oh yeah, you know what we could do? We could check the map. We could check the map and see if we spy any treasure chests. No treasure chests on the bottom floor. There's ones on the first floor. Ooh, spicy. Look at that. Look at all that. Floor number 1 is looking pretty promising. Floor number 2 has got a couple of goodies. Floor number 3 looks more like the big boss area. That looks tough. It looks tough. I want to get back up to the first level. I don't think there's anything in here though. This looks like it's kind of a dead end. Looks like a dead end job, you guys. I'm out of here. I hope that we stop it. Stop. Let me take off these booties. I will not be needing these boots any longer. We're doing a no boot run, you guys. It's very tough, but it can be done. It can be done with some professional strategies. All right, 1 level up, and there's a whole lot of chests up here, so hopefully we can crack in. You like how Dark Suicide Squad was made in post? Oh, you do? You like the, you know, something that I really enjoy, OT, and since you're a YouTuber, you probably know what I mean. I like the post effects, the like post-processing that people do on cameras, and that I do with audio and cameras. It's like, whenever the audio's not clean, and then you edit it in post and you like remove all the sound from it, it just sounds better, honestly. I like it better than just recording in a quiet room. I'd rather record in a noisy room than get to put some of my my nice effects on it that I love. The effects can honestly add like a whole nother level, and that's why I love Adobe products, because they've got all the fancy sliders and everything that you can activate. It just works better in my opinion. Let's go. Is this the way? Is this the way that we go? I can't quite tell. This looks like the room that we've already been to. Yeah, this looks like the one room that we successfully made it through. Yeah, we've done this one. We've gone through here. So maybe we need to find a place to change the water level. We need to change the water level, no doubt. If we go north, if we went north, there's treasure chests. If we went west, there's treasure chests. You like whenever they cut 30% of the footage too? Yeah, because honestly, I was thinking that I like kind of the way that they rush Harley and the relationship with the Joker and the backstories of a lot of the characters. Like, introducing a character like, this is Katana! You don't want to get killed by her! The sword traps the souls of her enemies. That to me is just a more efficient way of... That's just a more efficient way to introduce a character, rather than like a lengthy backstory and lots of information. I don't want to get like emotionally tied to this character. I just want to jump into the action. And by action, I mean exposition. This is Katana! This is Jumpman. He can jump anything. You didn't know that it was sarcasm until the very last sentence. Earl, I don't think anybody but me is catching that sarcasm. What? Is that true? I know too much about this movie. Also, hey, what's up, Jet? How are you doing? It's my friendo, Jet Shepherd. Everybody say hi to Jet. Hi, Jet. I hope you're doing good. It's my Aussie friendo. Aussie friendo. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing good. It was nice to jump in on your Lego games the other day. It was a good time. It was a good time, and it always is. Man, you know what? I actually hate this dungeon. Did I tell you guys that? Did I tell you guys that? I don't like this dungeon anymore. Actually, I don't like it anymore. I liked it for a little while, but I've given up on happiness. I don't like this one anymore. I've given up, you guys. This sucks. This is Die. I wouldn't talk to. This is Die. I wouldn't talk to him. His jokes will kill the souls of his enemies. Don't get whipped by his hair. He's got a head like a cat of nine tails. Ah! You said that you didn't mind it. I didn't mind it, now I do. I changed my mind, okay? Even God changed his mind whenever he decided to flood the earth and kill all of humanity. This is my God moment. This is my moment. This is King Shark. He is a shark. I actually like King Shark in that, in the Harley TV show. So I bet you I would like King Shark in this next movie. Also, Polka Dot Man looks absolutely excellent. I am looking forward to seeing Polka Dot Man. I want to see that guy go. Okay, so we can't go in there. But what is with this moon? Yeah, the Harley TV show was pretty good. I don't really like the, I don't know. I think that the relationship between Harley and the Joker is funny, but it's not my favorite dynamic. But that's just me. That's just me being a whiny curmudgeon. So just ignore that. Where do we go? You're watching the movie next week? It looks pretty good, Jet. I think it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be pretty good. The people that I trust said that it was good, and I want to watch it. Your favorite part was removing all of the formative scenes with the Joker and only giving us the high level intro and weirdness where he's like, I'm an idea. I really like whenever they don't explain why he just kills that random guy. He's like, no, man, no, Joker, I'm not gonna mess with your girl. And he's like, I'm gonna kill you because I'm crazy. For no reason. You know who's gonna die? It's gonna be you. It's gonna be you for no reason. I mean, I don't even mind Jared Leto. Come on. Come on, man. Okay, we gotta figure out how to move this water level. I'm getting sick of it down here. I don't want to swim in here anymore. I don't want to swim in here anymore. I like his tattoos though, because you know what? If there's anything that screams, I am mentally not 100% safe, it's having damaged on your forehead. There's nothing that says damaged like writing it directly on your forehead. I'm crazy. That's why I got a big tattoo on my back that says I'm crazy. You saw Jared at a concert for 30 Seconds to Mars? 30 Seconds to Mars is, I love it. I love it, to be honest. I do really like, I especially love This Is War. Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia, I enjoy that band. Good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, and to fight. What's the other one where it's like, down, what if I wanted to break? Laughing all up in your face. What would you do? Wow, 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 wow. The Kill, yes. Bury me. What a jam. What a jam. You're sending me back. Bless you, Jared. You've done so much good work. They didn't give you a chance, Jared. Jared, there wasn't a chance for you. Not a chance in heck. They didn't give my boy any chance. Hey, who does Human One? What's up? Jared Leto has some amazing roles. That was one of the odd ones. Yeah, doesn't he? Let me see. What? I have heard of him playing an incredible role before. I don't remember what it was. I don't think I've ever seen him in anything. Was he in Clockwork Orange? I don't remember. I can't remember anything. My pea brain. My tiny brain. It doesn't contain enough information. He wasn't? I don't remember what he was in. He was in something about pills. Something about pills and bills. Something about big bills and many pills. I can't remember. Something. Requiem for a Dream. There you go. That's what it was. That's what it was. Thank you, Sparkle Nerd. So I'm guessing I can't get in that door. We need to change the water level. Let's go to the tip top. Let's go to the tippity top and see if we can play our little ditty at any old level. Cause there's got to be a way to change this level. It's not right. Something's wrong, man. I can feel it. Something's... My chest hairs are tingling. Whoa, that's scared. Crane couple. You scared me. Hey. Hey. Bullies. Bullies, all of them. You're all bullies. You're all awesome bullies. Hey, what's up? Hey, Crane couple. Thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that I'm getting bullied right now. I'm getting bullied right now by these people. Sim stream win. Oh my gosh. They're out here trying to make me play a specific game. Crane couple, I'm not gonna hog the sim streams. You can have them all for yourself. Listen, I'll rage y'all while y'all are playing sim streams. I don't want to hog that game all to myself. Y'all enjoy it. It's an honest question. Listen, there's no sarcasm. There's no pressure. We're literally asking when is it, because the scheduling has been unclear. You guys. Welcome to the chat. We were talking about Jared Leto, and we're playing Ocarina of Time. I'm in the most frustrating dungeon, Suffering. So if you're here for Suffering, boy oh boy, we've got a whole plate full of it. I hope that you enjoy. Thanks so much, Crane couple. What the heck? What were you doing? Now let me see. If the Crane couple are offline so quickly, were you doing something IRL? Were you doing something in real life? What the heck was today's stream? I hope that y'all had a most excellent time. Ninja, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. All of the Crane couple friendos. I hope that you had a wonderful time. Wonderful time over at my friendos over there. You were bowling. Aha. Aha. So it was. Was it real life? Is this real life? Y'all must have been doing some IRL stuff. I saw y'all doing. Y'all were. Where were you yesterday? Where were you? I saw you just the other day going to the Japanese Friendship Garden, I think. The Friendship Garden, which I've been to the Friendship Garden in, San Fran, right? San Fran, I think. I think I went to the San Francisco one. I don't know what I don't know what is the difference between them. It was just called the Japanese Friendship Garden, and I was confused at first. But there seem to be many different friendship gardens. You caught a bunch of fish. You caught some beautiful fish. I'm guessing that you threw them all back. Did you not eat any of them live on stream? You didn't even clean them. You just ate them. You just noshed. You just noshed on a fish live. I almost cried when y'all did that last time. Please don't ever do it again. The Friendship Garden was so nice. I'm glad to hear it. Yes, yes. They were starving. Listen, I didn't know that this was turning into a mukbang so quick. Sashimi stream? Oh no. It goes from a fishing stream to a mukbang real quick. Real quick. Oh, Rosaire, thank you for the likes. Kenny, have you done 1 or 2 rooms? I feel like I've done no rooms. I feel like I've done nothing. I feel like I just got into this dungeon and now I'm lost. Now I'm lost in the sauce. At least the sauce is delicious. Yum yum. But yes, Crane couple, if you need to like clean up all your stuff and get the heck out of here, then oi, do not feel bad about raiding and running right now. If you want to vibe with us, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. We've been playing this game for weeks, days. I mean, we've been playing it. What? Crane couple. Hey. Hey.
Chat, tell Kenny to try The Sims sometime. Also, thanks for the fun streams, Kenny.
Not The Sims. Not The Sims, please. Crane couple, thank you so much for the 8 months of support. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Could we put some hype in the chat? What the heck? Crane couple, thank you very much. You're not supposed to be supporting fellow streamers. Hey. Hey, that's illegal. That's illegal. You take those stream bucks right back. Never mind the fact that every time that I end my stream, I have some tips that'll be sitting there that'll say, this person tipped this much, but always at the top is your payment to twitch.tv. Your payment, because every time that I raid somebody, I'm like, spend money, spend, must support, must purchase bits. Simstream win? Never, never. You won't take me alive. You can't take me alive. I won't do it. I won't do it. Okay, Molteria, can you backseat me like one time? Can you give me one ride, please? Just one ride in the backseat, please. Listen. Just could you just tell me what to do next? What level is it on, please? Please. Just give me a number. Give me your number. I mean, a number. A 1 number. Yeah. Let me kill this eyeball monster. You'll play Sims with me? What is OT, can we do a build challenge? No, I have not faced Shadow Link. We could do a build. What did you say? Huh? Did you say something? What? 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 What happened? What happened? Is it working? What's happening? What? My game's frozen. My game screen turned black. I do not know what's happening right now. I think we're about to have to reset this game. I'm leaving you. Oh, D, no! No! He returns, and now I shall leave. How dare. One topic. I thought that you meant forever. When you said forever, I thought you meant forever. And also, the game is broken forever. The game is broken. Backs out of the stream slowly. Oh, get out of here! Crank couple, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Don't even think about it. Get out of here. Take care of your fish. Take care of your fish. Shane, how could you? Okay, so here's an idea, you guys. The game is broken, but I've been saving this entire time, right? I've been saving this entire time. So, if I shut this down, we should be like right back where we were. Watch this. It's currently running. Terminate it. Simulation terminated. Simulation terminated. George Sanderson, please remain quick. Everybody, host the stream while you can't stop us. If you're hosting the stream, I super appreciate it. The Windows noises. I actually have like a collection of Windows noises that I've been accruing so that I could use them for the sound effects. I'm concerned that you weren't meta saving. What are you even talking about, Dai? What does that even mean? Okay, it's back, you guys. It's back, and it's honestly better than ever. Okay, here we go. Boom. Ocarina of Time, the best game in the entire world. And you know what made it better? The water temple. You brought the ghost from another stream? What? Shane, were you watching some spicy ghost hunting? All right, let's reload Thicky. Hope this is good, dude. I hope this is good. It looks spicy, guys. Hey. It looks... SK Poem, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Look at that. The water's in the right spot. 13 deaths. Oof. No, that was 13 close deaths. That was 13 close calls, I believe. I believe that's the close call counter. It's an older game, you know. I know young people like you, Molteria, you probably don't, you probably are not used to some of these more retro titles. These retro titles, they did things a little bit differently. I know modern games like your Among Us and your Last of Us 2 work a little bit different, but in this game, it's all about the near deaths, you know? Why is my file named Thicky? What? My file name's not Thicky. My boy's named Thicky. Thicky's the name of this little goblin that we're controlling. Do you see him with his little goblin ears and his treasure hoard? You see, we've got goblin ears and we got goblin treasure, obviously. Obviously, we are Link, the Manalian goblin. We're collecting every type of coin, not because it saves the world, but because they're colorful as heck. Weird. I thought the close call counter was in the thousands. Oh dear. It might be true. Save states, not meta saving. My brain gave up and threw out some words that live close in my brain. Die. That's because you stayed awake for too long. Die. It can't be healthy to stay awake this long. So how do we get up here? Can I get back? How do I I'm disappointed that you didn't name him Lad. Okay, watch this. Yeah, man, this is gonna change the water level. Nice and low. Drain the room. Drain the room. No, doesn't work. You guys, I think I soft locked us. Game over, you guys. It was a soft lock. My bad. My bad, you guys. Sorry for soft locking the game, but it's all right. It's all right because I'll use some pro strats and we'll clip through some walls or something. All right, let's give up, right? Can we give up? I guess we gotta go through these levels again because I could have swore that we checked every single thing. Maybe there's a wall somewhere that I've forgotten about that we can play the little ditty. Maybe we have maybe the water has been moved too soon. Maybe we filled up the room with too much juice. And now our boy, he can't swim in all this juice. We have to drain some of it. No, don't activate the sword. I don't care what sword I'm wearing. Let me Nardavel, I will tell you these menus are somewhat frustrating, but that's okay. You got to dive all the way back down and back to where you met Ruto. I don't remember where I met Ruto. That's a tough call, my friend. Yeah, is there any musical panels anywhere that I can drain this water? Nothing in here. But is there a roof? There. Oh. Well, what is this? Well. What do we have here? The swimming chamber. I thought that this was the diving chamber, but you know what? You know what? I think that we might be able to float. Everybody floats here. If you come on down here, you can float too. Oh, what is this? A bomb area. Interesting. Well.
Well, what do we have here? What do we have here? A suspicious sign with a
Tried force. Okay. I tried to mess up the music, but they wouldn't let me do it. You'll float too. Ninja, I don't like seeing. Why are they so scary? Why are all of the emotes so frightening? Why? Why do they have to be like this? Did that not activate? Okay, there we go. All right, the music has been found. Thank goodness. I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember that last note. It's a tricky one. All right, down it goes. Bye-bye. I do know what you're talking about. I've only watched the original one, all right? I don't know about all this newfangled clown business. How do I get up here? How do I jump this high? How do I be the... Oh, man, bruh. Let me up here, though. Let me up there. I want to get up there. You'll float too, says a beautiful lemon. Aw, it's so handsome. It's so handsome. I can't believe it. Am I supposed to go through here? No, we don't need to go through here. That's ridiculous. Why y'all suggesting that I go back in here? We absolutely do not have to open this door, you guys. We've already been in here. There's just one piece of treasure and we already got it. You see? This is what I told y'all. Why do we even go in here? Y'all just wasting my time. Stop. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back and let's go hunt around. Let's see if we can find some forbidden loot. See if we can find the loot that Zelda doesn't want you to know about. Ah, I see. So this is the reason why we can't get up here. All right. Now we're gonna go take a look. What is this? Very suspicious, if you don't mind me saying so. If you don't mind a little bit of honesty in these troubled times. Okay, so not this way. Not this way. We've already been this way. And if we've already been away, then it obviously isn't that. Oh, whoa. What do we got here? The old pull and push. The old pull and push. Oh, I'm glad that... Oh, it's... Excuse me. Just push today. Just gotta move it on out of the way, you know? Nothing wrong with being a little bit pushy. It's taking forever. Oh, geez. Oh, well. What do we have here? A hidden area where Zelda's hiding. I mean, Sheik. I'm sorry. Oh. boots. I want the, okay, there we go. Ew. Oof. Oof. Never been over here before. There's got to be some, like, free treasure in the area. I saw a sign that said free treasure. Let's see. Any loot for this loot goblin? Looks like there's nothing but pain in these chambers. A real shame. I'm actually full up on pain. Yeah, I've had plenty of it, actually. A water fountain. A water fountain, you say? Looks jumpable. Looks jumpable. Is Link blue in the whole game? No. He has turned blue dabba-dee-dabba-die because of this dungeon, actually. This very dungeon is the reason for him being so blue. Okay. So, how do we live? How do we succeed? What's the key to success? Am I stuck? How do I get out of here? Okay, sweet. We get another chance. You know what I like about Zelda? Always giving people more chances. This time, we're gonna jump straight across. Using my rare Link abilities. These are honed skills, you guys. There you go, see? That's what being a speedrunner for most of your life will get you. That's dedicating your life to one craft, to one game, over and over, allows you to do stuff just like that. A big old hot tub. Everybody hop in! Hop in, the water's fine. But let's turn on my boots. Go take a look at the bottom of the whirlpool. This drops you straight down. Okay. So what is going on in here? Nothing. All right. Let's take off these boots. I want to get out of here now. Oh, it's just annoying. Oh, I see. Oh, there's a little thing to get. You see that? It's got a mouthful of gems. Mouthful of gold. All right, let's go back down there and let's blast it. Ew. It's a dragon. It's a beautiful Komodo dragon. We just gotta smack it right in its teeth. Whammo! Uh-oh, but will there be escape? Will there be escape for Link? Find out next week on Legend of Whoops. Can you get up here? Okay, let's do some experimentation. Can you? Ooh, no. Ooh, no. Do I have to remove my boots? Oh, great. Oh, great. Okay. Let's try it one more time. This time, we're just gonna whip off the boots and we're gonna go for a ride. I don't really know how to do this, so I'm just doing my best, okay? We're all limited by our resources. And my mental resources were exhausted last week. Oh, we made it through, baby. Nice! We survived! We've done it again. What do we got, a key?
One key, please.
Yes! Splendid. I suppose that key's gonna go on the top. Yeah! Let me out! Let me out. Oh, wait, what? It's still timed? But now it's too easy. Where's my challenge? Hang on. Here we go. Rat is squirrel, we got this. Go! Link, chop, chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chip, chop, chip. Chip, chop, chip. Oh, here we go. Da-na-na-na. Yeah, we're making progress. We're gonna be out of here in no time. Link's gonna be all dry and living his best life. He's gonna be all washed up on the beach, having a good time hanging out in the rays. Doo-doo-doo. In a bunch of these instances, you could have just dived. I don't even like diving, to be honest. I like Dive-E, but I'm not a fan of diving. This game is just kind of janky. Anything that allows me to not control the camera directly makes me feel so good. All right, let's crack on these boots. Here we go. Ew. See, you can't dive through this. Link be perishing. Wait, maybe you could. Do you prefer to put on and off the iron boots? It's actually rather zen-like, you know? It's helping me enter my zen, to be honest. It's stuff like this that makes my day complete. A day's not complete until I have gotten stuck. What the heck is going on, dude? What the heck? Do I have to put on my booties? Is this another booty moment? I think that this might be one of those booty moments yet again. I can't believe it. I felt like we had a booty moment like 10 minutes ago. All right. Yep. All right. I couldn't hear the Navi check. Oh no, is it broken? Did it break? Oh great. Whenever the internet out, it killed my Navi. All right, here, watch this. I'll fix the Navi in no time. Let me just click 1. Okay, here we go. Hang on, I'll fix Navi. You just give me a second. You're not gonna be able to hear it. You're not gonna be able to hear it until I turn it back on. Don't waste your points. I've got you, friendos. Oh wait, oops. Wrong button. We need the receiver. Okay, Windows sounds, activate. All right. There we go. The Windows sounds worked. Okay. Now I can switch back and we're Gucci. All right. Hey. There we go. Nice. Splendid. Hey. And we're back. Okay, we gotta get up here. Come on, Link. You can do it. Link! Okay, we gotta move around a little bit. There we go. And now we're out. Doop, doop. You know what? Instead of taking on and off our iron boots, I'm just gonna leave them on. I'll just leave them on, and next time that we need to dive, we won't even have to put them on. We already got them on. See? It's a perfect solution. I wonder if he can still grapple with his big boots on. You know, it's funny. His boots should be in his pocket at all times, right? Where's Link keeping these boots that they're not weighing him down all the time? Does he have some kind of pocket that negates weight? I don't know. I don't know where these boots are going whenever we take them off, but it seems like they should remain just as heavy whether they're on or whether they're off. Ooh. Hey, take it easy. Take it easy now, game. The bag of holding. Ah, yes. The magic pouch. I remember the introduction of that in the first Zelda game. Ah, yes. Now it's all coming back to me now. So, I know these boots were made for stomping, and that's just what they'll do. So is there any kind of mischief that we can get up to while the water is different? Ooh. Any surprises that we can get? Is this eyeball still? Don't really know how to deal with that. Because I can't jump across there. But we need to crack open a door that's got a lock. So where's our next lock? We've got our key. Now, where do we put it? Guess we could look at where the next chests are, and that'll give us a pretty good hint. I think there's a lot of chests on the first level, but maybe we've already gotten some of them. Doesn't look like it. Hey, VODS chick! Yo, thank you very much for that gifted sub. I appreciate it.
Yo, a tier 1 sub to Slimy Salamander 20.
Why, it's nice to see you. How are you doing? VODS chick, thank you so much for the gifted sub for Slimy Salamander. I hope you're having a splendid lunch. I'm guessing it is lunchtime. Is it time for launch? Nice to see you, Vaughn. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Look at all these empty rooms. Let's see. What are we gonna do? We gotta find a locked door. Where's the next locked door? It's gotta be something that's all locked up. It's gotta be something. Boyon. Do. Could be on the next level. We can also raise up the water if we wanted to. I feel like we've already done everything, right? We've already done everything, and now we just need a, now we just need to find the next key room. Raising up the water doesn't let me go through the room that I'm thinking of. I feel like I've encountered a key pretty recently that I was just like, where's my key for this locked door? Okay, let's raise up the water and see if we can spot ourselves a suspicious lock. All right, we'll see in a little bit, Calico. We'll see in a little bit. Yeah, most times if I say like, where do we go? That's rhetorical. That is rhetorical. I'm sorry if I am being confusing. I will normally say, can you give me a hint? That's what I normally say. So where does this lead? Whatever is this room? I don't remember it. What a room. You got Disney Plus? Ooh. What do you gotta watch first with it? Von Chick, there's lots of good stuff on Disney Plus. You gotta watch the Mandalorian. If we went up here, I don't think that does anything for us, right? But there is a treasure chest in one of these rooms. Oh, you got it for Loki. I forgot that was on there. I think that, I know some people that watched it and enjoyed it. I hope you enjoy it, Von Chick. I have heard good things. Okay, so the bottom floor is a door that's kind of important. And that's this one. That's the eyeball door. There's got to be a way to get through here, right? Hey! Hey! Did somebody say Loki? Oh, no. My chat is Loki obsessed with him. Get out of here! Get out of here! I'm trying to think! I'm trying to think! Trying to use my big brain. My big gigantic brain. No, you can't do this. You can't do this. It's impossible. It's impossible. Stop telling me to do this, you guys. It can't be done. See? Look at this. See? Can't be done. It simply cannot be done. There is that. I want to look around here. Is there some floating platform that we can activate that goes on the outside of it? Because it seems like you've got a grapple point. You've got a grapple point. Maybe you can get something to float eventually. Because, look, you can't even hit that fence over there. So I have to jump across? Is this just like a one... This can't just be a one-way thing, right? This can't just be one way. That's ridiculous. But there is treasure there. There is indeed treasure that way. Trying to think about some of the chambers that we've been in. The center doesn't have any treasure anywhere. We've got treasure on the first floor, second floor, third floor. Nothing in the basement, but maybe we gotta go down to the... Fly, Kenny, you can fly if you believe. Is that true? I didn't know about that. That sure is a nice game mechanic. Look at this, though. What's at the first floor? I see that there's more to that room. How do we get in there? It's to the left. To the left on the first floor. Have we investigated that enough? All right, I'm gonna go down. Lupus, welcome back. You're fried up the pork belly along with garlic, soy sauce, and sesame oil. That sounds delicious. I hope you enjoy the delicious food. Yum, yum. Lupus, please enjoy. All right, let me see. So this is the way that has some treasure. Did I not make it to the end of this area? Isn't this where we just went and investigated? Because we pushed that block out of the way. We pushed the block out of the way. It floated all the way down here. We grappled up. But this is the only place that I can see treasure on the map. Yeah, that confused me for a second, Sparkle Nerd. I think that they were saying rest in peace for not being in the poll. Tom Hardy is alive and well, looking beautiful. Gosh darn it. I could have just dove here. I could have just dove. It's true. Deadlocked. How are you doing? What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Deadlocked, deadlocked. How are you doing? You don't even know who Tom Hardy is? He's the guy that played Mad Max in Mad Max Fury Road. He's the guy that played, yeah, Venom. He's played a few different things, you know? Yeah, so I could have swore. Oh, yeah, and Bane. That's true. Bane was kind of a silly role, but that's all right. Yes, Batman. Batman. Yes, he's also in Inception. That's true. Inception, good movie. Okay, so... So where does this chamber also lead to? Is it only whenever it has more water in here? Is there a net that... There is. Huh. Well, would you look at that? How do you raise the water in here? That's where the other exit is. Okay. So that's an exit, I guess? Yeah. That's where treasure is. Maybe that's just where you go down. Maybe that's just whenever you go back. Well, there's certainly something up there. Interesting. Well, I don't think that that's in here, and I don't really want to go through this again. Because that's just a dead end. That's just the little treasure room. And I don't think that you can raise the water in here. So I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. I don't like it in here. Let's search for a different treasure. Maybe the treasure was the friends that we made along the way. I don't know. Hey! Not you. You're not a friend. You're not a friend. You're a bug. Also, just want to know that I will always appreciate and care about you. And if there's an ever day that you're not feeling great, whisper me. I'll answer as soon as possible. Deadlock Kevlar. You're so sweet. You're such a sweet bean. You're a good bean, Deadlock Kevlar. Thank you for being so sweet and encouraging. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're so very nice. You're so very nice. You deserve the very best, you sweet bean, you. You sweet bean, you. All right, let's go. Deadlocked, I hope that you're having a fantastic day today. I was having a great day until we got into here. Until we got into the water temple. But you know what? It's a good kind of pain. It's a kind of pain that I know will be satisfying eventually. As soon as we get out of here. As soon as we get out of here, oh boy, there'll be fanfare, celebration. People will be dancing in the streets whenever we're out of here. Peace will be restored to the world. Thank goodness. Thank you for the follow. Is that Chris? Is that how to say that? Chris? Hello there. How are you doing? I sense a disturbance. I sense a disturbance. That is all right. You're welcome to disturb. How are you doing? How do I get up here? Ah!
Hey!
Is this filled with water?
Hey!
What? I could have just swam. Oh my God. No.
Hey!
Oh, Christian, but spelled tipsy. Oh, I thought that was spelling Chris-chan. That's why I was sense a disturbance of the force. Oh, you're Christian. Okay, not Chris-chan. Hi there, Christian. Welcome to the chat. You're here from Soap Wars? Oh, snap. I've got that Soap Wars soap on my shelf over there. That's the last soap I ever made. That was history in the making. That was history in the making, my friend. My final soap. It's a final soap. Maybe I'll make soap again. What are y'all Navi checking me for? What did I do? What did I do? What about that room? What about that room right there? The one on the north. What's blocking us there? What's blocking us on the north side? This side here. Nothing, just funsies. I just want to say hey to you, streamer. Just want to say hi. Okay. Oh. But yeah, I'm glad that you enjoyed Soap Wars, my friend. We like hanging out over here. We hang out over here. This is my full-time job. It's what I do all day. I'm here all day to hang out with you guys. Oh yeah, this room that I promised I'd never come back to. The room that I promised we weren't supposed to go in here. The room that I said never again. But we've got a freaking key, you guys, and I cannot... Ulteria, can I make it across here right now? Can I make it across here right now in any way, shape, or form? Tell me this is not the way that you're supposed to go. You're not supposed to go here, right? It's not possible. Don't tell me there's some secret to get in here. Say it ain't so. I refuse to believe it. I mean, I see that there's a key there. I wonder. You wonder. Oh my gosh. How? No, is it this? Oh my gracious. But if it's this, how do we... You can't do it from the floor. You can't get across right now. I didn't think so. Yeah, because I can't reach it. Seems like this room has to have more water, but I already raised the water to its maximum level, and it didn't raise the water in here though. Right? Could have swore that I did. You could do 11 workout breaks. A sparkle nerd. Don't you dare. Do you know the one quest in Skyrim where you mine Stalhrim and get a ton of gold? Yes. Just in cake. Oh, look at that, the dives. Well, look at this. Rooms don't care half the time, indeed. Indeed. We must get something else from this. Maybe we'll eventually, like, unlock a longer... I don't know, a longer grapple or something like that? This is to the left. Man, I'm checking the map so much because I can't remember these rooms. See, like, this room's a dead end. I couldn't have remembered that. So there's like a chamber that has a chest over there. I'm pretty sure that that's the chest. Let's see, that's to the right. Yep, I see that. First level, you go to the right. Let's try that room. That's suspicious. Very suspicious. This room over yonder. That I tried to get to the right level, but I couldn't figure it out. I don't think I can dive this far, but let's try anyway. Let's try anyway, because I don't want to put on these boots anymore. Minimum boot. Okay, we got to put on the boots for this one. This is a level too low. We've gone too far. Now it's time to put back on the heavy boots. Down we go. No, Kareem, you're good. I know. I was just teasing you. Wait a second. What? We've already done this. We've already done this. You would think Link would. You think that Link would catch a cold? Are you telling me that I need an item? Cold weather? What? What are y'all talking about? I'm so confused. Cold? What? What about the cold? Ice? I don't even think that you can do anything that activates ice. I mean, there's blue fire, but that doesn't have anything to do with ice. Boy, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of stumped. You guys. I'm a little bit stumped on this dungeon. I kind of want to go back and go fishing, you know? I want to retire. I want to retire and just become a fisherman, you know? Become a fisherman. Go back to child. Go back to child. Become fisherman. Impress people. Impress people with my fishing skills. As an adult, I've never been impressive. But as a child, if y'all could just compare me to a child for 10 minutes, you'd be much more impressed by me, all right? What about up here? What if there was something up here, even though we've already been over here a bunch of times? Man, oh man, if only I had any memory of this dungeon at all, but I really don't. I really can barely remember anything. My brain is empty, but my heart is so full of love for this game. So full of joy and happiness. Up we go to the lizard statue. What do we... Can I kill these enemies and then open up that door? Is that the solution here? Is that the solution that we needed? Ah! Murder! Was murder the answer all along? No! It was not the answer. It's... Oh, there's a treasure in there. Maybe we could use a bomba. What do you think? You think that you can bomb through this wall? Let's save right here. You impressed me, Deadlock Kevlar. You sweet bean. You impress me too. What? What? What do you mean that didn't work? But I don't see any holes in the ceiling. But I do not see any holes in the ceiling or in the floor. How are we supposed to get in there? Not even the bombs work these days. Well, I wonder if we can die so that I can get rid of this blinking sound. Do I have a fairy that I could consume? I do. Let's do that. I don't want to listen to this beeping noise. Yum, yum. There we go. I know that that's an extra life that I kind of got rid of, but you know what? I just don't want to hear that beeping noise, okay? Try defying the laws of physics. You know, just, you know, you can just clip through it. Just clip through objects. That's how to do it. Define the laws of physics. I don't think we can get in here. I don't think we can get in here. You have a Bob Ross emote? Jedi, I think that's global. I think that might be a global emote. Can you ask me something super quickly? Me? Me, Kevlar? Sure. Sure you can. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. I've got ears. I've got at least 2 ears for each person in the chat. Got 2 ears for each. Just do a frame perfect trick to clip out of bounds, and then boom. All you gotta do is just do a backflip in a corner, and then all of a sudden you can just clip through the wall, go straight to the boss room. Kenny the ear monster. Biblically accurate Earl? No. Not the biblically accurate Earl, please no. We've seen enough ears already. Kenny, hopefully my phone comes soon. You said that you were waiting on your phone? Is it getting repaired? What happened to your phone? Vonchik, you have to tell me the story. Did you smash your phone? Did you drive over your phone? What is this? Water elevator? But we've already been on the water elevator. It was good fun though. It's a dead end. Oh, you got a new phone. Did you like get all your stuff transferred over? Oh, you back up all your loot. You want to make sure you don't lose those. You don't want to lose your contacts, do you? We've already been up here, but what the heck? What's another ride on a water slide? You're making a custom Skyrim lamp. You're making a Dark Brotherhood assassin, but you're unsure which weapons you should put in both hands. It's 2 separate weapons. Which ones do you think I should do? Weapons? Man, I am not a Skyrim weapon buff. I really don't know the weapons in Skyrim that well. Literally, the only thing that I can think of is a Wabbajack, just because it's so funny. I do like Mehrunes razor, but that's hardly like a cool thing for a lamp, right? Dark Brotherhood assassin. I mean, I use bows most of the time, and I don't even normally pay attention to which bow I got. I don't know. You might know better than me, Kevlar. Yeah, it doesn't look like this chamber leads anywhere. Doesn't look like this goes anywhere, you guys. But yeah, I don't know. I played a lot of Skyrim, but I hardly paid attention. Hey, Beans! Oi! Beans! Thank you very much for the subscription. Can we please get some hype in the chat for my friendo Beans? I appreciate it. Beans, I'm struggling. Beans, I'm struggling. I'm suffering. I'm suffering out here. It's nice to see you. How have you been doing? Oi, oi, oi. Nice to see you, Beans. I hope you're absolutely vibing right now, my friend. Hope you're absolutely vibing. Bada bing, bada boom. I appreciate that support. Stop. What? You don't mean to play this song right here? You don't want me to play a little ditty? You don't want me to jam out on this flute right here? But wait a second, let me whip out the flute. You've been adjusted to Colorado life. You just made noodles. All right, we got some ramen noodles. Ramen noodles in the chat. I think I'm actually out of the nudes right now. I need to go purchase some noodles. I do need to go get some. I need to go get some more. I've already eaten them all. Colorado. I've been to Colorado a few times. You have missed something. If you do, you'll drastically extend things. Okay, so Volteria, let's hit me up with the next tip. Let's hit me up with the next tip so that we don't waste as much time. What's next? What's next, my friend? Give me the old hinteroo.
The old hinteroo. Mamma mia. The old surprise hinteroo.
Lily Hobbs, what's up? How are you doing? Oi! Lily, I hope you're doing fantastic. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the Zelda party. Zelda party. You're failing at Warframe. I'm glad to hear it. Warframe is pretty cool. I played it back when it was at its beta. So you want to have the water at F2 and go where you notice that cracked wall. See, I don't remember where that is. That's the problem, is that I can think of stuff like that, but I can't remember which chamber that's in. Yeah, the cracked wall. I thought about doing that, but I couldn't find it again. I remembered, oh yeah, there's a cracked wall. It needs to be a level 2. F1 East? Criminally did. Goodness gracious. You think it's at the west? Oh, east, you said. Okay. F1 East. Let's try it. See, I thought of that chamber a million times, but I couldn't figure out how to get there. Link dies. Extended edition. Down, my boy. Down! No. All right. Lettuce. Okay, dive, my boy. Dive. I don't think we can get down here. This is too intense of a dive. Link doesn't have enough air. Let's put on our booties. That's west? Huh? It is? Oh, it is. You're right. I got turned around. This map doesn't rotate. This map doesn't rotate. It's sickening. Dude. Ay. This game has got me struggling, dude. You know what I love? Getting over it with Bennett Foddy. That game is relaxing. It's a relaxing Zen-like experience for the whole family. This game, torturous. Put me back on the mountain. Take me home, country roads, to a game I belong. West Virginia. Kenny's got another game in his head. Listen, games like this lead me to think of better times, you know, brighter days. Brighter days, baby. Good times are had by all. Ah, you just float upward. I've been in here a bunch of times, but this room is not obviously open. Oh. You deserve it, Link. You deserve it. What is this? Another key. Ah! Well, we already have a key. No, we already had a key. Okay. We're going to the top. The 23rd of January, 2022. Is that right? I mean, Dai is my, let me see. We're going to return to the warp point. Dai is my, my agent. Dai's my agent. Oi, Dai. Divey, I can't wait till we release the track list. I might do a karaoke someday, you guys. I've been practicing, but I need to get a new, mixer before I do that, because I want to add some, like, reverb to my voice. I need to get the full Go XLR, but I don't want to spring for it because it's $500, and it makes me sick that I paid for this one already. You ran ahead and rose it to F3. Like you'd eventually hit a locked door you couldn't open. Have to lower it to F1 so that you can raise it to F2 to get that key? What? Oh, if I went ahead, then I'd hit another locked door. Yep. Just typical. Just typical. Locked doors everywhere. Locked doors everywhere. I would never charge y'all for my singing. That is, y'all are hurting my soul. Don't talk like that. No! I would never make y'all pay for that. My singing is a gift. My singing is a gift. Let's activate the sword. My voice has been pretty messed up for weeks, or a week at least, because I like threw up a little while ago, like more than a week ago, and my voice is still messed up. My voice is still messed up. I still can't do all of my favorite impressions. I can't do them. West? Shall we go west? Yes. West. This way. Oh. Oh. Interesting. West. Well. What do we got here? We have to go west, just like the settlers did. We're on the Oregon Trail yet again. Here we are. Oh, jeez. Oregon Trail is looking a little shady, you guys. I don't know. I'm not sure if we're in the right spot anymore. Get out of here! I have not seen Alchemic. I think he is still away, if I'm not mistaken. He is away or busy. It's a miracle? A miracle that was caused by you. It's true. This sure is frightening. I'm scared out of my throat. Here. All right. Exquisite Toaster, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Exquisite Toaster. That's an exquisite human being right there. Nice to see ya. Let's go. Did you say Oregon Trail? I mean, Dai, do you remember us playing the game Oregon Trail, where I made each one of the mods a different character? Not Oregon Trail. Oregon Trail. It's like a zombie version of the Oregon Trail, and it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. It was good stuff. We should do it again sometime. All right, we gotta be fast, you guys. Listen, if you want to survive this world, you gotta be fast. It's a tough world out there, you guys. It's unforgiving. It's an unforgiving world, and you know what? The aiming doesn't get easier, so you gotta learn while you're young. Life ain't for the faint of heart, and you just gotta keep climbing until you achieve your goals. Ah, yes. Nice. Open sesame seed. You miss. Wait. We'll be back soon. It'll be back soon enough. I still got the files. What is this? What is all this? Look at all these heads. Look, there's a bunch of skulls in here. Interesting. I'm gonna smack this crystal. Oh. It raises up. All right. All right. I can get down with this. I can get down and boogie with this room. I like it. Right, let's go. Let's just follow the yellow brick road over here. What do you say? Let's do that one, I guess. I don't want to fall off the edge instantly. Hey, get out of here. Shoo. Get out of here. Whatever would one do? If you get over here, what are you supposed to do? I mean, you can swim. Why would I care about grappling? Whenever I can just swim around. Oh, I see. The platforms are a little too high. Well, maybe we got to, maybe we go across one and then we hit the crystal again. Yeah, let's try smacking that crystal one more time. Okay. I can't see anything. I'm flying blind. Okay, I think I can crawl over his head. Here we go. Just a quick climb over here. Come on, Lonk. You can do it, Legend of... Whoops. All right, now we gotta smack it again. Hey, what the heck? Why did you exit first person mode? All right, let's go. Oh my gosh, you have to smack this a few times, don't you? Because you gotta lower it again. You have to lower it again. And then you gotta ride it upward. I see what's going on here. You gotta smack this way too many times. Nintendo! Oh, Benny, we'll see you later. I hope that you enjoyed hanging out with us, my friend. We'll see you later. Enjoy your good vibes. Don't forget your good vibe goodie bag. It's right at the door. You'll see it on the way out. Squirrel's handing them out. Oi! We'll see you later, Benny. Bugs. Big old crawly looking bugs. Ah, free hearts. Nice. We got a like over here. Maybe we should feed it some bomb. Maybe it's hungry for some bomb. I mean, I can't blame it. There's no lunch in these dungeons. Here you go, buddy. Whee! Enjoy. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Don't worry, there's enough bomb for everybody. Ah, yes. My sweet like, farewell. Can I make it across here? Da-da-da-da. Doo-doo-doo. Alright, grab our... Uh-oh, this doesn't look good. Hey, wait a second. Why am I hearing boss music right now? We did talk about Shadow Link before. I bet you... Well. What have we got here? Let's practice my moves. Let me practice my moves. What other weapons do I have? I have a bow. Probably gonna be worthless, but we can try it. We'll try it. I don't know how to deal with this guy, but... Look at my reflection. I can't see him. He's gone. He left. Wait, I can't even see my reflection. I can see the reflection of the... Oh, my reflection disappeared. I think that it turned into Shadow Link. I missed it. Hey, oh! All right. We got a link. Oh, whenever you pass to the island, it disappears. Dang it. I missed it. You sound just like me. What was that? Like froze for a second. He hit me. All right, Navi, tell me about this guy. Who is this? It's Dark Thicky. Not Dark Thicky, not again. Okay. Conquer yourself. Thanks for the tips. Thanks for the tips, Navi. Appreciate it. Maybe we just need to try a few things against him. Okay, not that. He's just rolling from that. So I guess he'll just dodge everything with a roll. Wonder if there's some attack pattern that he does. Looks like he responds to me. I'm not even scared. Look at it. He won't even attack me. Look at him. We're friends. You know, in the end, Dark Link was actually a pretty nice guy. Check him out. Hey! I'm not attacking. You can't attack. Hey! Hey! That's cheating! That's cheating. You can't freeze time like that. Okay, so that freezes it each time, eh? Is this doing normal attacks? Do I hit him whenever he's backflipping? I did damage on him, but each time that I attack him, it just like freezes time. How to kill a Link. How to delete links from your chat. No, don't throw it. Just drop it. I don't think that this is gonna work, but. Yeah, he's so quick. I want to use my magic spin, but it won't let me charge it up because I can't get far enough away from him. Yeah, I can't even backflip away from him. Did I just accidentally hit him? I don't think I did. Yeah, he doesn't mind that. He's just out of there. He doesn't want to attack me while I'm using my magic. Yeah, I don't really get this entirely. Whenever I dive, he just dives at me too. If I could like dive within him, I don't know. Then hit him in the back, didn't even work. I don't know. This is a janky fight. This whole game's a little bit janky. Yeah, he's just moving in. Okay, I almost wanted to get him to like dive towards me and then smack him. How are we supposed to figure out something like this? Just experiment over and over? No, I want to like... Yeah, I wouldn't mind some advice. Some just general advice, I guess. I don't know. Ah, the stab, really? It's so strange. Why would he freeze me on a stab? It's so silly and arbitrary.
It is a very arbitrary choice.
So dumb. So dumb. Oh, no, you can't stab in this fight because this is a non-stabbable enemy. Don't you know Link tries to stab his reflection every day. It's hardened to this attack. You can't attack him with a stab. It's ridiculous. There isn't really a solid method. Some people say no Z, others say hammer, but you've never gotten either one to work. Oh, snap. But we know where this is, so we can go right back in. Oh, Google says, you got me. You got me, Die. That one, you did give me that time. It's been a fat minute. It's been a fat minute, but you got me there. You got me there. I really thought that you were gonna look up some stuff. Die, everybody's been so helpful. Everybody's been so helpful that I forgot how unhelpful you are. All of a sudden, all of my learning was thrown out the window for a little bit of faith in humanity. Nope, I did not give that one to you. I really expected you to help me. I really thought that you were gonna help me. I really thought that you were out for my best interests. You got me. Oh yeah, I could have tried a Deku Nut. That probably wouldn't have worked, but you know what the heck, I should have tried. I could try the hammer, that's for sure. But yeah, so it's on this level, on the 3rd floor to the west. On this floor, west. Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's this door, but we probably need to go get fairies. We probably need to go get some fairies, because I don't think there's any loot in here. I thought that there was supposed to be a fairy in like each dungeon, but we need to probably go get a fairy. What about the big Goron sword? I have my little Goron sword. The little stab. Yeah, we still got the little Goron sword. Oh, I see a Skulltula there. Get over here. Oh my god. Yo, Lane! Lane! Thank you for the raid. What's up, yo? How are you doing? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Lane, appreciate it. What's up? Hey, Lane and friends. Thank you so much for the raid. Holy moly, Lane, you scared me. You scared me. I'm struggling in the water temple. What's up? It's so nice to see you. What the heck, yo? It's been a little minute since I've seen you here. How are you doing, Lane? I've actually gotten to check out your chat since the last time you raided me. I've actually got to hang out with you a bit. Boom, my friend Lane. How's everybody doing? Hi there. My name's Earl of Suds. We're playing this spicy game. Mamma mia, I'm no good at this. Bitter melon felon, what's up? How are you doing? Nura, thanks for coming over here with my friend Lane. Oh, money, cash money. What's up? Oh, are you emulating this? Emulate. Did I say that right? Let me see. I've never seen that word before. Did you say? Let me read that. It's EMULATING. It's interesting. I don't know. You might have to tell me. Yes. But I think it's somewhat shady to say that. I'm not sure. I've been told that it's shady, but yes. And it's I'm no good at this game. I am struggling so much. Oh no, a bomb! No! I can't do this. Lane, what were you doing? How was the stream? I hope you all enjoyed hanging out with Lane. I've been over there. I'm too shy to say anything. I really should just say hi sometime. But listen, I'm a lurking maniac. I'm a filthy lurker. I can't help it. The shadows are emulating him. Is that what you're asking? It's that I am trying to fight Shadow Link, and he's too tough. I cannot fight my reflection. My reflection is more powerful than my true self. Beauty of Sandy, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hey, I appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. 2YN. Oh my gosh. What is this word? What is this word near? It says 2YNGAT. Too young. Thank you for the follow. I don't know how to say your name. You just want to say hi. It always makes me feel good when other streamers come in and chat a bit. I know it's so nice to see other streamers. I think the last time that I checked out your chat, I think that you were talking with your brother. Too young at heart. I saw the heart. I didn't understand the at. It was just a name. Too young at heart. Thank you so much. Yeah, you were talking to your brother and things were heavy. Lane, things were heavy. I didn't want to say anything. It was intense but good. I know. It seemed incredible. I was honestly loving the energy, and seeing the relationship was so wholesome. Honestly, I don't have that good of a relationship with some of my family, so I don't know. It was really encouraging and really sweet to see the conversation. It was good. But it didn't feel like a time when I was gonna be like, "Hey, the Earl of Suds is in the chat. Hi there, hi there, Earl of Suds. Welcome. Hey, everybody. That's somebody that we've rated before, you know? Like, I'll just jump in on another time. But it was good. It was good. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that you sound like that. I was just trying to illustrate how silly the shift would be. Beauty of Sandy. What? You're giving bits and following. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Lucas, welcome. How are you doing? Oi! Okay, I'm sipping on this aloe vera that was sent by Rosera. Rosera's aloe vera, and it's pretty good. Okay, delicious. Absolutely delicious. And I gotta say, Lane is a very inspiring streamer. If you want to check him out, make sure that you click that link that was the little shout out that we did. I'm very inspired, certainly, especially by your setup, Lane, honestly. Honestly, I see what you're doing over there. I'm impressed. You're making me want to push my limits a little bit more. I've been trying to gussy up my stream a little bit. Been trying to make it a little bit gussied. I'm seeing your fancy stuff you're doing over there. You're living. It takes an army. It takes a whole army of people trying to figure out what works, what doesn't. I mean, it's constant experimentation. It's constantly just getting better. Little by little. You know, I think we're actually going to leave this dungeon. I'm not going to lie. We've got a little miniature boss that we're playing. I think that we need to get out of here. We need to get, I think we got to get some fairies. Does anybody know if there's fairies in this dungeon that I can take? Because this mini boss fight really is beating me up. Really is beating me up, and I don't think that we have a chance. Of course, I got you, Lane. I got you, Lane. I've been over there. Lane's a little bit of a spicy streamer. A little bit of a spicy streamer, you know. Might have an occasional shirtless stream. Hey, it's fair warning, but what the heck? But what the heck? What's more family friendly than a shirtless fellow? You know what I'm saying? Let's see, where do I go? There is little that I know of. There is one that you know of, but it's out of reach. Maybe we need to leave. Maybe we need to go grab a fairy. Out in the wild. Out in the wild. Let's go to the... Yeah, let's get out of here. I want to leave. I don't like it here anymore. I don't like it. I want to go home. Somebody pick me up. Please pick me up. Take me home. Is it on the bottom floor or is it on the top floor? I think it's on the top floor. And you go south, right? Pretty sure. Yeah. Here we go. Why don't you visit the Temple of Time? Listen to some ditties. I do love the music in the Temple of Time. It'd be worth a visit. Just for that alone. I can also go to the, if I went back in time, I could go to that hat shop and maybe I could sell a mask or two, you know? Do a little bit of a small business. Link's a little bit of a businessman. He's selling masks out of here. Here we go. Dakota's been here for a minute. Sparkle Nerd, did you not see Dakota? Dakota said that I'm crowned king of the furries, apparently. I got my horse out here, so let's take a little peek at these walls. I'm pretty suspicious, you guys. I don't think that we've found a single wall to blow up in this entire area. I don't think that we have adequately discovered this area, to be honest. Might need to, you know, take a little look around. What? Blessed by the furries, not king of the furries? Ay. I've already been demoted. I didn't even know that I was in the furry ranks, and I've already gotten a demotion. I haven't even gotten to do anything as ruler of the furries, and they've already kicked me off. Oh, wait a second. Can we dive over here? Oh, you're king of the furries. That's true. We can't reign together. That wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be fair. You can't have dual kings. That's not how it works. You know, that'd be pretty cool, though. That'd be pretty cool. Wait a second. Why can't we have dual kings? What do you say that we kick out the current royalty? We replace it with a fabulous double king situation. Yes, please. Yes, please, with the double king situation. Felix's dream. Here we go. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lucas. I appreciate it. Yo, I'm glad that you like it over here. Bada bing, bada boom. You're welcome any old time, my friend. Ah, a coup d'etat. So what about this? What about this? This box right here? What about this suspicious box? I could have swore that there was a diving challenge or something with this guy, and maybe he'll give us some treasure if we help him with his research. Let us speak with this fine gentleman up here. Yes. All right, Buster. All right, Buster. What do you got to tell me?
Hello there, son. I'm researching the process of making medicine by mixing Lake Hylia's water with various unusual compounds. Perhaps you've met the old lady from the potion shop. She is a student of mine. Ho ho!
Is that all you have to say? Is there, I thought that there was a diving challenge or something. I suppose not. I suppose I'm jumping the gun. Maybe that's in the past. You know what, you guys? It's all in the past. Okay, so, let's see. Are there any suspicious walls around here that we can give the old one to? We got a gossip stone over here. What do we have here? Boing boing! The current time is this? Gossip stones. You're worthless! You're absolutely worthless! We need to fill up the lake eventually, and then we can shoot for the sun. Yeah, let's trim a little bit of this grass out here. I really don't know. If we wanted to get a convenient ferry, probably the easiest thing would be go to Kariko Village. I know that there's a fairy fountain there. We could also go to the mountain. That's what we should do. Let's go to the mountain. If we go to the big Mount Doom, then we can come back here directly. because there's let's see, there's fairies up there, right? Down A, right down. Down A, right down. Okay. Down A, right down. Let's go over here. We need to get my ocarina. Down A, right down. I can remember that. I got a big brain. Down A, right down. No, dang it. Down A, right down. All right, let's go to this flame mountain. Then we can get ourselves some fairies. Nice. Let's go. Oh, is Kim going to bed? We'll see you later, Kim. Get some rest. Get some rest. It is late. It is late. We'll see you later, Kim. Get some good schlep. Get some good schlep, please. Please take care of yourself, and we will see you later, Kim. It's always nice to blep with you, my friend. It's always bleppy when Kim is around. Okay, we've got a couple of merchants that are close by, but we're not looking for that. We're looking for some fairies. Excuse me. Could I get some fairies? I think that the fountain's up here. Wait a second. What about this? It could be over here. Oh, I can't remember. They're so good at hiding. Because once you exit a fairy fountain, they erase your memory, unfortunately. They erase your memory and you can't find them again. But thankfully oh wait, this is the actual This is not what I'm looking for. This is the wrong one. No, that's the actual fairy. No, I want the room that's filled with the little fairies. Not the big fairies. Ay. I don't think there's anything good up here. Darn it. Where are the fairies at, though? Are there any here? I'm trying to remember the area. Molteria, do you know where the most convenient fairy point is, where I can loot some fairies? I know you said go back to the Temple of Time, but I don't know if we want to go all the way back there. That's a long walk. That's a long walk if we're being honest. What about here? I bet you there's a fairy in this hole. I'm feeling it. Fairy energy. No, that's a bug. Well, fairies are kind of a bug, I guess. They're just a flying bug. A little bit different. Got butterflies in there. Yeah, Automod is all over the place, you guys. Don't take Automod seriously, all right? Automod has been drunk with power for months. Automod has been popping off, and not in the good way. Just eat a Poe. That's a ghost, right? No, you can't. You're not supposed to eat a Poe. Kenny needs the Prima game guide. Honestly, Nardavel, this game is not really that user-friendly, to be honest. In my opinion. In my modern dum-dum opinion. Listen, I'm a modern man. I'm a modern man in a modern time, and I'm just not used to these janky old games. Poes can heal you, though? What? You consume the ghosts? Consume the ghosts of the past? Oh. Oh, yeah, this is it. Oh, yeah, this is it. That's for what? What? It's another one of these! No! What is it? Okay, I'm playing the ditty. I don't care. I don't care. I'm tooting this flute. I'm doing it for fun, man. Just eat your fairy. Yeah, sorry, Navi. I'm hungry. Yeah, we got what she gave, right? I mean, we busted up the wall. Welcome, Thicky. I'll soothe your wounds. I mean, that's better than nothing. That's for sure. I mean, we got 3 lives out of that. Thank you. When you are weary of battle, please come back and visit me. Sure. Sure, I'll be back. I'll be back. Good luck getting by with no Z targeting. I don't even know what y'all talking about. I'm just kidding. I do know what Z targeting is. Oh boy. Should we go down here? It's pretty sus. I don't know. Well, we could go back to town. I'm trying to remember if there's any fairies in town. The only fairy that I'm 100% sure about. What are y'all yelling? Navi's like, hey, I'm not a snack. Navi is not a snack, please. It's emergency food. Emergency food Navi. Oof. Oof. This is it. This is where they are. I found them, finally. I found the cow. That's not what I want. I don't want this cow. I'm pretty sure that the cow has something to do with, like, a mission. I don't remember what to do, though. It's like some kind of weird, long mission that you have to do. Navi is secretly Paimon. All flying munchkins. All flying munchkins that go with the hero are emergency food, just in case. Fairies, fairies. Navi is friend, not food. Do not eat your friends. But what if all your friends are snacks? What if all your friends are snacks? Then what are you to do? Ah! Foxy Sly, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oi. Oi, oi, Foxy. I hope you're having a fantastic day. What's up? Welcome to Kakariko Village. I'll be welcoming you into the city. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to sing them out. Alright, I'm quite confident that if we go to the grave, I'm going to the grave looking for fairies, you guys. To the grave. I feel like I was the only person who didn't want to treat Paimon as emergency food. I wasn't crazy about Paimon's dub, but Paimon's sub's pretty good, you know. I was playing the game with the Japanese on, and you know what? Not bad. I honestly just don't like hammy English in games like that. Paimon was not really annoying. Just kind of your typical munchkin. How do you think Navi would taste? What are the options? Sweet, spicy, bitter, sour, or meaty? Meaty, aren't you? What? You could have said sweet, spicy, bitter, sour, or what's the last one? It's I can remember this. It's a new taste. It's called, oh no. I can't remember what's the last taste, you guys. There's one more. Umami, that's what it is. Why'd you call it meaty? Meaty. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, these polls. Okay, is this not the fairy fountain? Meaty. It tastes like a hunk of steak. A tasty slab of meat. Shaking my head, dude. Alright, I'm eating one ghost. Boop. He just chugged it. He chugged that Poe. That Poe is gone. That Poe is gone with one gulp. Link, you're an animal. Link, you're an animal. Delicious. Umai. Umai. Delicious. Delicious. Let's make sure that we don't eat my fairies again. Do not eat your fairies, Link. And now let's go back to Watertown. Let's go back to Waterworld, you guys. Best movie ever. All right, I'm just gonna consume some extra fairies just for fun. This makes me extra powered. And now we gotta go to Watertown. What's the password to Watertown's gate? It is, because I can't remember any of these teleportation spells. A, up, left, right, left, right. Okay, so it's basically A, up, left, right. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. It's this. A, down, right, right, left. A, down, right, right, left. Okay. That would have been a very an unwelcome surprise to arrive in the forest. You arrive in the forest like, hey, where's the fish? Where's the fish at? That's actually kind of jamming. I do like that one. Pretty good teleportation there. If I see AV, it just looks like audio visual. Boing. Oh, what the heck? I thought that was the fish waifu for a second. You're not looking so good. You're looking like a switch. Okay. Back into the temple. This time we're fully kitted out, you guys. And you know what? I think that we're gonna maybe use a save state. I think that we might use a spicy and delicious safe state for the whole family. You can't breathe underwater. Oops. Meaty won with 6 votes? Oh, no. Oh, no. What have y'all done? What have you done? Oh, wait. We got to already take off the boots, too. I should have just taken them off right off the bat. Okay, now it's time to beat up our shadow, you guys. It's time to beat him up. Time to throw some hands. Oh, man. Did it reset? No, we're back at the top level. Yeah, we're still at the top level. I keep thinking that the exit's on level 1. It's on level 3. Part of why it said... Wait, I could have just... No, you gotta jump it. It's so much better to jump. Okay, here we go. Ow! No! Stupid dummy. I better get a heart in this next chamber. I better get a bonus heart for that one. I'm being mistreated by this bug.
Do 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 do.
Hey, it's Kuri! Oi! Kuri! How are you doing? Kuri, I've seen you playing Stream Raiders for the past 5 days straight. Oi! Wait a second. I know this Kuri character. Are you the Kuri? The Kuri from the Erloseth chat? I think I've seen you chatting before. Hey! How are you doing, Kuri? You left it on your downstairs computer. That's all right. One time I left my my Animal Crossing running for 4 days, and I didn't realize because my Switch thought that it was in the dock, but it was not in the dock. It was dockless. Come on. Let's go. Oopsie, my bad. Kuri, how's your day going? How is your day going? Is it absolutely exquisite? Is it an absolutely exquisite day? With many delicious moments? You made a hot dog video? A hot dog? Is that true? A hot dog video of you cooking hot dogs? Of you... I'm so confused. Of Animal Crossing? What? Hot dog video. You served hot dogs? What do you mean video? You served hot dogs? That's the video. My YouTube video is me serving hot dogs at the local diner. Hot dog cooking on the grill. Ooh. Kuri's grilling. Yum. I used to be the grill master. Back in the day. I'd be burning the buns. I was the one burning the buns back in the day. These days, I don't have a grill. I got no grill. I've just got an air fryer like a proper millennial. I don't even know if I count as a millennial. I don't think I do. I don't think that I made the cutoff, you guys. I'm pretty sure that I'm in that gross middle ground where they're like, do you like TikTok or did you watch Arthur as a kid? I can't tell. I kind of did both. Get out of here. Perish. Now you die, Bugman. Bugman! Get up here for your beating.
Yes, your beating is up here.
Molteria, you did neither. You didn't watch Arthur? Shaking my head. Did you watch Recess? What did you watch, Molteria? Surely you didn't sit on your hands all day. Surely you must have seen something. What did you watch? SpongeBob? I don't know. I don't know what you were watching. You must have been watching the Transformers anime or something. Pokemon. Okay, that counts. Pokemon's good, you know. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ah, I see. You were one of those. I see. Very nice. Beyblade, let her rip. Hey, get out of here. Card Captors Sakura. Power Rangers. I don't know anything about any of these. I've never even heard of them. I had friendos that played some Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day, but I never knew what was going on. I was just an onlooker. I was just somebody in the crowd. Anybody here from Alchemic? He's been gone for 3 hours now. I don't think he sent me anything. That's a good question. He has been away for a while. I hope that all is well.
He didn't send me anything. He's just a busy bean.
He's getting stuff done. He's getting stuff done, and you know what? We're proud of him. I think that he said he was gonna pick up some food. Get some noms.
Getting some noms.
Listen, if Alchemic stays away too long, people start getting restless. They start getting restless. Where's our Alchemic? Kenny! Kenny, what did you do? What did you do? Something's off. Something doesn't feel right. Wait a second. Where's Alchemic? Let's go. All right, now. We're going to be saving right here. And we're also going to be saving right here. Very nice. Now let me just click that button. And let's go beat up this boss, shall we? Shall we? Let's go. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do, let's see, what's something else that we haven't tried? We haven't tried a Deku Nut. Let's do that. He got out of the basement, and he never looked back. He's free! Look, here's my shadow. Let's see. Can I look at it? I was told to look at the shadow. It's probably scary, right? Spooky Link? I can't see down there. Good for him. I cannot see my shadow. It just exists. It just exists. It says good old Link. Oh, we already beat the boss. Nice. We can just leave. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. So we already beat the boss, and now it's time to go. Oh wait, what is that? Oh no. I thought we were loose. Okay. Let's try the hammer. People be saying the hammer works. Who knows? You do be dodging it and everything. Okay, I'm just gonna try to smack him, you know? I'm just after him. I don't think you can't stun a ghost. Okay, so the stabbing that was the training right there. This is the training all along. It was the first piece of damage that I gave him was me giving up essentially. What if I just like run around? This is the training stage for me to figure out how to do damage on him, I think. That was something. Seems like I have to take damage to give him any, though. I'm just gonna try to, span a little bit. He's in the training phase. He's learning. Yeah, he's in the training phase, not me. He's getting trained how to beat me up. Yeah, well, we hit him again.
He's getting more powerful with every moment.
Oh, we smacked him. Yeah, it seems like you gotta hit between his attacks. Well, I'm definitely hitting him. So that's something. There you go. We just might not be doing enough. Might just need to get more efficient, you know?
You don't stand a chance, Shadow Link. You fool, I've got 2 fairies in a bottle.
I came prepared.
And now, you suffer.
Stop bouncing away, you big dummy. You big old, there you go. That's what you get. That's what you get. And now, come on. You want to hit me again? If you strike me down, I will come back stronger than you could ever imagine. Look at him, look at him, it's bobbing and weaving. You think you're pretty smart, do you? Well, you are. I'm proud of you. The Z was not helping. Oh, the stab. Stop. I just want to stop hearing this. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I just don't want to hear that beep, beep. Beep, beep. All right. Now we're free again. Maybe I should do more dives. That seems to get like right in his crawl. So what? I'm just supposed to maybe dive and then Z target? He just stays so far away. It's tough to smack him in this. Oh, well, there you go. There's one smack. One smack-a-doo. There we go. There we go. Hey, there we go. All right, nice. We got him. Mini boss defeated. Let's get the heck out of here. Oh, it was all an illusion. It was all an illusion. It's just a big old normal room. We were completely bamboozled. Thank you very much for the hype in the chat. Hey, Lynn's with that hype. Corey with that hype. Aw, yeah. We got it. We're out of here. Die with that hype. Taiyaki-san with that hype. Ooh, thank you for all that spicy hype in the chat, you guys. I appreciate it. Look at all that hype. Hey, we got a goal. You beat the hardest boss in the game. Thank you, Dai. What? What? I forgot that this exists. What? Long shot. What? I didn't remember that there was a long shot. That would have changed my game a little bit. Hey, Thora with that hype. Thank you very much. Kareem with that hype. Blue Jay with that hype. Oh, yeah. We got some hype in the chat. I hope you guys enjoyed, even if it's a little bit frustrating. I promise we're going to beat this game in a little bit. Did you take the sip? I'm taking a sip right now. I might be a little bit late. I apologize. Man. This mango aloe vera is delicious. Oh, this is Song of Time. Silly me. Song of Time. It goes, e-er. I forgot what song it was. I was just like playing a little lullaby. I was putting it to sleep. I was putting this block to sleep. I was saying night night. Night night, Blocky. You've done so well for us. Is this an extra area? We've never been here before. Thicky, be careful. Don't get swallowed by the vortexes. The what? The vortexes, oh dear. All right, thanks, Navi, for the warning. I appreciate it. Boing. All right, don't get swept away. Legend of Zelda, don't get swept away edition. Are you seriously doing that by ear every time? Yeah, pretty much. I find it kind of fun to do that. Nope. No! Let me out! Swim to freedom, Link! No! Link, you fool! Oh well, that ain't too bad. Never mind. That's not too bad. Down we go. Ew. Wow, this is a new fear. Getting sucked into a vortex. Now, what is it? There's one of the heroes that what's her face mentions dies like that. She says, "Splashdown, sucked into a vortex. No capes." Do you remember Thunderhead? Tall, storm powers. Good with kids. Splashdown, sucked into a vortex. Yes, sure, Save, why not? Just keep swimming, Oh, dear God! Just keep swimming! Looks like we gotta get a landing spot. Oh, but however can I damage this fine gentleman over here? I don't see a spot to stand in. Oh, the boots. The boots. My silly self forgot about the boots. The boots blasted all. What are you... Link, you're silly. All right. Oh, I thought that we could shoot the long shot. Well, the boots with the fur. Oh no. With the fur. Okay, that is a weird hitbox. Loot. Linky had those apple bottom jeans. Boots with the medal. Oh no. I did not expect that. This is unexpected. Welcome back to Link falls down. Welcome back to Link gets sucked into a vortex. I challenge all my gamer friends to a vortex challenge. 10 streamers against 1 streamer. They're hunting me with vortexes. You just watched 2 whole new episodes of Stampy's Loving World, and it was good whenever I was 8 or 9. It's wonderful. So much nostalgia and warmth. That's so sweet. Happy days. Nostalgia and warmth. Makes me want to watch some Mr. Rogers. Oi, oi, oi. I'm glad that you're enjoying your day. Happy days. Oh, yes. I'm glad. It's nice to see you. Hey, quick question. If I want to put something in Discord, can somebody look at it and tell me their opinion? What kind of thing are you talking about?
What kind of thing are you talking about?
You talk about art? Talk about art? I don't know. I don't know. Depends what it is. Thank you. Thank you. I will be taking this fairy in a bottle. And let's put the hammer as our bottom thing. I pretty often hit the bottom, but it's all right. Hey! Tatted Cat! Thank you for the sub. What's up? Could we put some hype in the chat for Tatted Cat with the big support? Hey, the 4 months. It comes sooner than you think. Bless my soul. Thank you so much, Tatted Cat, for the continued support. More than 3 months. No, 4 month support. Thank you so much for supporting this this madness, this absolute madness. Tatted Cat, save me! No, Tatted Cat, please, please save Link. Save Link. $1 equals 1 prayer. Oh no. We're so glad to have you here, Tatted Cat. Thank you for continuing to support this this crazy train. The crazy train dives in to save Link. Yeah! It's too late. It's Link's fault. Don't worry, Tatted Cat. It wasn't your fault. The cat can't. Something can't save you now. Is that what you're saying? The cat can't save you now.
It doesn't matter how tatted that cat is. There's no way you'll survive.
Thicky to thick. Oh. I will carry a heavy burden for the lost. No! No! The physics are wild. Okay, so you just can't touch the vortex. Is that what the deal is? All right. I think I get it. This is so horrifying. I hate this slow, painful death. This slow, painful death. Okay, this time we're taking it easy, you guys. I think I'm starting to get how this works. The hearts feel like a trap. That's how it is in real life. You gotta be careful out there, Linz. If you see somebody that looks like they're giving you their heart, it might end up just being a trap. And you'll just end up being sadder than before. No, I know. Oh no, I know. I've fallen into the trap that they call love before. My greatest regret. Boing, swim! Yes. Good job, Blanc. Good job, Legend of Blanc. I'm gonna put the bow. And now we shall shoot this eyeball. Whammo! Bada bing, bada boom. Oh dear. Ah. The aiming. The aiming in this game, though. I know better now. I've learned. You won't make that mistake twice, Linz. Well done. Well done, Linz. Learning from your mistakes. Let us go. Let me see. Celestial, thank you thank you very much for the spicy redeem. It's juggling time. You know what time it is. It's time to whip out the juggling balls. Let me just get to a room where I can not listen to this horrible sound. Save now so that you don't have to repeat that again. That's a good point. I did save. We're all saved up. We saved up for the treasure. Okay, let's get out of here. We've got all the treasure that connects to this room, right? Yeah. Yeah, we good. Yep. The more you know, Calico. The more you know. Yum, yum. Long shot. Long shot's definitely going to help us up top. I mean, I can already think of 2 things that we can do now that we've got the long shot. And one of them uses the keys that we have. Yeah, let's see if we can pull off a dive here. What the heck? Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. You can't stay long. This vaccination hurts. I will stay as long as I can. Aphrodite girl, if you need some rest, don't stay. Don't stay if you need a rest. Aphrodite, which dose are you on? I've got both of my doses, and thankfully I'm out of my waiting period. I'm 100% vaccinated. Which one are you going through right now? I had more trouble with my first one personally, but I've heard lots of stuff all over. But if you need some rest, then get some rest. Blast it all. Blast it all. It's good to see you though. The second one, oof. I have heard lots of beings had more trouble with the second one. I had more trouble with the first myself. But it looks like it's all over the place. It's all over the place. So that's where the fairies are stored, hey? Okay, this is the room that goes to the boss room eventually. But we don't have the boss key, right? Yeah, so we need the boss key. I already know another one. You weren't sure if you should redeem juggle break or workout break? Yeah, okay, I'll just do a little bit of juggling. All right. We're gonna take a little break. I'm gonna even take a little sip. What the heck? All right. Let's practice. I need this practice. Thank you, Celestial. Let's just practice with a nice 3-ball cascade for a minute. I need to practice even this most basic maneuver. I still gotta practice. It's just not as smooth as it could be, you know? I don't have like the smoothest scooping motion. And I'm inconsistent. But that's alright. No! Oh, I was gonna spin! I was gonna spin for fun! Come on. Hey! Oh, no! I threw it too far out. Come on, we can do it. 360. 360, come on. Oh. 720. Keep it going. Oh, I just threw one right in my face. Hey. Smack myself in the face with that one. Let me see if I can do... Oh, no. Let's see. We'll go. Lens, did you say that it looks like a good party trick? It might be. Back when I used to go to any parties, I didn't know how to juggle. And now I'm just, warming up all my party tricks for whenever I go to parties again. Oh, come on. Come on. I love this over the mountain thing. It's so, like, lazy. It's lackadaisical. Let's see if I can go, like, let's practice. This is the one move that I cannot get straight. Whenever you throw just, oop. Whenever you go like, 1 up, 2 up, oh! Yeah! I will admit, it's harder to do sitting. I will admit. Ah! that was one good throw out of it. 1, 2. Dang it! It's the transition in and out. In. Punished. All right. Let's oh. Ow. All right. You practice with the pins a little bit. Okay, it's not looking good. Woo! Double spin. Watch it. Scary. I don't hit myself. Ah! That was pretty good. We're getting there. No! No. Let me try it. 1 spin. No! 1 spin? Yes! 2 spins. Kinda good. You're really supposed to, like, just let it rest into your hand. Just kinda lazy. Ah, okay. I'll do one more. Let me do one more volley. Come on. No. Let's go. Okay, there's your practice. There's your practice. There, that's good enough. That's quite enough. It's quite enough before I smack my. I have to stay calm and like not practice for too long. Otherwise, I'm gonna throw the pins everywhere, and I'm gonna hit my roller coaster and hit my computer. Thank you very much for the break, Celestial. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. A little bit of practice. Little bit of practice. Hey, Zelda Bits, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, Zelda Bits. Why, it's most exquisite to see you. You came in during the juggling break. Nice. Nice. We're playing Zelda. We're juggling. I mean, come on. Is there a better time to pop in? You got Zelda in the title. Also, let's go to that room that I've been waiting to finally get through. It's Zelda time. Oi, Zelda Bits. I hope you're doing absolutely exquisite. Exquisite this day. You're playing my game. Hey, give me that game back. That's my legend. Stop hogging my legend, streamer. Give it back. We gotta go north, right? North? Is that where it is? That one of these rooms is... which one would it be? I said I'd never... I can't get through it, so I'm guessing it's floor number 1, north. You're still waiting for your phone? Yeah, so are they doing like, I'm sorry that I missed your... You probably explained it to me, Von Chick, but are they doing like they're like restoring your backup for your old phone while you get your upgrade? That's like the most I remember I had to do kind of the same thing, cuz I'm not one for new phones necessarily, but I accidentally smashed my phone in half irreparably destroy my phone, so I had to buy, I mean, I didn't have to buy a new one per se, but I just went ahead and bit the bullet and bought a new one, and it took forever at the store for them to give me one. The Water Temple, Zelda Bits. Thankfully, let me assure you, you can ask anybody in the chat, we are through the worst part. I was stuck running in circles for a long time, but I think we're basically out of the woods at this point. Oh, Lord, no, is this a Water Temple? Yes, it is, Duke of Glimmer. It is indeed the Water Temple. But like I said, I promise, we're probably through the worst of it. We're through the worst of it, okay? Oh, no. It's not that I ordered a new phone. They said, oh, you're waiting for it to be delivered, basically, and given to you? I see. He thinks he's through the worst part. That's funny. Oh, wow. I think I'm through the most confusing part. We'll see, shall we? Whammo. Oof, but how are you doing, Duke of Glimmer? Is that die? Linz, are you headed out? Oi, it's bedtime for me. Hope you sweet beans have a wonderful night. Hey, it was nice to hang out with you, Linz. We'll see you later. Get some rest. Good luck. Say goodnight to the bun. Say goodnight to the sweet bun. Oi. Linz, we shall see you soon. I don't really remember this area. Maybe I get over this. Oh, to fix your phone, you said. You're still waiting them to fix it since it's a back part that needs to be replaced. Okay, so there's a part that needs replacing, and they're just taking forever to get it done. Oof. Come on, guys, chop. We're not here just to hang out. So chip. Still awaiting your moment of despair with bated breath. I'm so glad that you're getting so much twisted enjoyment out of this. It's good. Let the pain flow through you. How do I do this part? Hey, they just smacked me in the head, but man, it's helping me out. Thank you very much. Dozo. Oh wait, not dozo. That's dozo. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. That is not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say arigato. Or domo. Domo was what I was gonna say. And then they died. And gave me 1 heart. Bless their soul. This is getting you the nostalgia. The nostalgia's building up. It's almost too much nostalgia. Be careful. Dangerous amounts of nostalgia. Worst temple in Ocarina of Time. I want to vote on this one. Let me see. But I have... No, they're all Water Temple. Die! This is an exquisite poll. I'm sorry, I'll be through it soon enough. Water is running away with the poll. Be sure to vote if you disagree. Hurry! If you disagree, you guys, if you don't think that the water temple is the worst, you better get in that. You better get in that poll as soon as possible. Because it's running away with the victory. All right, so we pressed a button. What did that do? You're excited to see the desert temple? I barely even remember the desert temple. I felt like it went by so quick. Oh, I see a place to bomb over there. Nice. Back when if you died, a fairy would activate. Oh, what?
Back in the day when things were right. Back when all was right in the world and the fairies automatically healed you. That's the time that I remember. Not in Link's Awakening, that's for sure.
That's the game that we played recently was Link's Awakening. And then in what, Skyward, it doesn't even heal you all the way. It may revive you, but it sure don't heal you. Sorry, sucker. Sorry, sucker, they only gave you like 5 hearts. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let's go. Oh, it is the water temple. All right. Dai, I'm glad that we can get this information. Make sure that you note this down. I hope you're noting down these answers. This could be very important in the future. Water temple. All right. The people have spoken. All right, we pushed it, you guys. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations, handshakes all around. We pushed that block real good. So, okay, let me just. Sorry about that, lad. Oh, we could go up here, but are we really done with this room right now? There's that weird looking chamber. Maybe we gotta raise the water. Let's see, we pressed this. Oh, look, the button can be pressed again. I'm not 100% sure what that button did. Because look, it's unpressed now. Interesting. Interesting. So water raise. Okay, yeah, the water went up a little bit. I think. Ah! What? But what changed? I didn't even notice anything. Oh, but the Song of Storm is all the feels. Oh my gosh. Do 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 do. I love the Song of Storm. So good. So did it just drop a new block? What's all about this block, hey? Also, oh, you're gonna go to sleep. We'll see you later, Kareem. Get some luck. Get some sleep. I almost said get some luck. Get some sleep. Good luck getting some sleep. We'll see you later. It was nice to hang out with you, Kareem. As always. We love to see you. We love to see you. Now I hope that you get some sleep. Ah, you shush, Di. You shush. Don't insult me. Get some luck. Boyan. Kareem. Enjoy the rest of your evening, my friend. Dang it. My brain's fried, okay? Today's been a tough day on old Earl's brain. Old Earl's brain's getting fried. Maybe we'll play a little bit of a different game after this. I think we might play a little bit of a different game. I'm not sure. Maybe we can do some power washing or something like that. To cleanse our palate. And honestly cleanse the world even more than our palate. So there's a block. But what? What do I do in here? So this just resets the block. Let's try this again. Let's try resetting the block. Yeah, if we do Power Washing Simulator, we'll either do new maps, if there are any new maps, or we will, Oh, I get it. You have to stand on it. Or we can push the block onto it. That's what it is. I wasn't even realizing that it was lowering whenever we moved off of it. Okay, so we need to put the box here. All right. Oh, did Kareem say that they're playing D&D? Oh, what? Did you say that you're playing D&D? Oh, wait, no, that's awkward. I'm sorry. That was not Kareem. Kareem is going to bed. Awkward's about to start some D&D. You just want to say hi, Awkward. It's nice to see you. Also, I should have put tomorrow I'm gonna put Awkward's art up. Awkward's art is going on the gallery tomorrow. I must remember. I love it so much. Awkward. It's so cute. It's so unnecessarily cute with so many fun details. Hey, Delphina. Thank you. Hey, thank you for the 3 months of support.
Hello.
I appreciate it. Oi. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can we put some hype in the chat for Delphina? Awkward with that hype. Calico with that hype. Jedi with that hype. Tayaki with that hype. Mediocre Pigeon with that hype. Oh, snap. You got a lot of hype. I don't know. That's a lot of hype. Hey. Volterra with those sips. Saying something about a bomb? I don't see a place to bomb. Yay, Zelda with that hype. Oh, yeah. Die with that hype. Yes. Thor with that hype. Von Chick with those sippies. Let's try over here. Interesting. I take sips because you gave me no popcorn. Popcorn. I'm obsessed with popcorn. Did you know this, Molteria? How dare you mention popcorn in my presence? I haven't had any popcorn in days. I've had days and days. I do owe sips and juggles. What? No, y'all. Have y'all been redeeming them? What? But I just did. But I just did a juggle, and I've been sipping too. Oh, what? What? Did you not see me doing my juggling? I did my juggle. I juggled real good. Popcorn. I love to cook popcorn and then to put sriracha sauce on it. Sriracha sauce on popcorn. Yes, please. Yes, please. Oh, you left for a bit? No worries. No worries. We got that most recent juggle break that was done by Celestial, right? Isn't Celestial the most recent break? Because I got that one. And I've been sipping on this mango aloe vera. Very tasty. Very, very tasty. Can confirm I came during the juggle. It's true. It's true. Zelda saw almost the whole thing. We need to, I want to get some more juggling balls. The 2 things that I need to order today. In fact, I'm going to write this down. Oh, wait. Do I even have my... Dang it. I don't have my marker on me. I'll just try to remember them. I'll try to remember. I need to order... I already forgot. Juggling balls and a fake nose ring. Oops. I wanna try out and see what a nose ring looks like on me. I'm suspicious that it won't look good, but we can see. You know, it's worth a shot. It's worth a test. Pretty sure we long shot out of here. Yep. Doot. A fake nose ring? Yeah, like a magnetized one or something, so that I can look how it looks, you know? So that I can see if I want to use it, you know? Arisa immediately was like, "Please don't get a nose ring." She immediately vetoed it. And then as time has gone on, she has gotten more and more curious and now has asked me to get one. She has not asked me to get a ring. She asked me to get a fake one so that we can see what it looks like. Get a double eyebrow. Maybe I could I just go sicko mode on the eyebrows, Jedi? And I could just get a, what's his name? The Tiger King guy. Joe Exotic. Just go for a Joe Exotic collection of eyebrow rings. We could. Why not go for the Hellraiser look? Hellraiser. Are we raising hell up in here, Odin? What is that? What is that? I mean, like, what does it look like? Kenny Exotic. That doesn't sound very good. That doesn't sound exciting. Kenny Exotic. Shaking my head. The most boring exotic. Let's go. Get out of here. Whoa. No, my bad. Sorry for screaming. Like a septum ring? Yeah, I've already tried a nose ring. Nose ring looks good. Nose ring looks good. I don't know if I want to do it again. You know, it looks good and everything, but there's more to life than trying the same thing a million times. Loot, 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 loot. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just wait for the boulder to roll through you. Just let it roll through you. Wait. Wait, you've seen the Hellraiser guy, pale dude with the long metal stakes out of his head? Whoa! Metal stakes? I'm gonna have to look this up. I think I do. I think I do, Odin. I just can't remember. Who's friended me? Who's friended me on Steam? Let me see. Hellraiser. Let me look this up. Oh, this guy. Oh yeah, the pokey guy. The guy with the little pokey pokes out of his head. Yeah, that's what I should do. Just take a few more piercings. Honestly, I'm on the path. I'm on the path. I just need to finish, you know? I just need to finish up the look. I've got it already. Pinhead. He's like a pine cone. Yes. He looks like a human porcupine. And I regret everything. I think we got to go back in there, actually. I think I made a mistake, you guys. Sorry about that. Mistakes were made. I will admit mistakes were made, and it is we got to walk right back. But no worries, no worries. It's a short excursion. What the heck is this? Oh, look at this. It's just a quick little swim over, you guys. Little swim, no big deal. Just gotta do a couple jumps. Not stakes, but you can't remember the English word. No worries, no worries. It's like needles, essentially. That's what they kind of look like. A good way to cheese it. All right. First try. First try. Here we go. Second try. No! Ah, we almost had it. Dang it. I thought that I missed the first one, and then I gave up. I gave up. Shaking my head. Just aiming. Here comes an enemy. No! Second try. Now we just gotta do the second try. Second. A pincushion face. You forgot about the nose ring? Yeah, so did I. Just kidding. Yeah, my nose ring fell out during the night. A real shame, honestly. A real shame. But that piercing hurt a lot. Holy moly. But I think that it was just because of the sucky piercer. I went to this new piercing guy, and man, the eyebrow ring was easy breezy. Easy breezy. Bless you, Cody. My piercing guy he even went into the chat and said hi. He figured out that I was a streamer. And then he asked me what my handle was. I promise you guys, I didn't go into the studio and say, "Hi there, I'm your local Twitch streamer. Would you please like and support?" You can find me right here. Here's my handle. I brought a card. Make sure that you check me out. Too quick. Okay. So what, we go over here? Down here? Maybe? Maybe this is where? Ew. Good guy, Mr. Piercing Man. That's what I called him, too. He's a good man. He's a good man with a clean studio. Okay, now we gotta go back up. No more boots. The boot moment is over, you guys. Boots are out. Boots are out. Floats are in. Put on your floaties, everyone. Ah, mamma mia. Despair! Despair! Sadness! You need a key to open a door that is locked and chained. Is that true? Is that true? Delicious. Thanks, Navi. that should be a shirt. Could that be a shirt that we could do for merch? Thanks, Navi. Just me looking suspicious and an Arisa fairy that's like trying to be helpful. She's like, I don't think that's how you do that. I don't think that's how you do that, Link. And it's just me in a Link outfit saying, thanks, Navi. Appreciate it. Let's go. Is that pink monster I see? Glub glub. Hey, how are you doing? Why? But why not hammer though? What are you talking about, hammer? What do you mean? Oh, I do see that there's a chest though. Check that out though. There's a chest. It's up there. No, but that's through the door. The chest is through the door. What are you talking about, hammer? Get out of here. Thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it. Why are these locks hammer resistant? I mean, honestly, if Link just had a couple of bolt cutters, then this game would be over. This game would have already been over. Oh wait, I think I was on the right side actually. This should put me at the OG side. Yeah, this should put me on the side that yeah, to escape, right? Wait, what the heck? Where am I? What? I'm back in here? What on earth? I have to go back a little bit, then forward a little bit. What the heck? This is so confusing. Pink Monster, how are you doing today? I hope that you have an absolutely splendid day. Oi, oi, oi! Pink Monster. Oi, 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 oi. You shall never escape.
It is a chamber of... It is not only the chamber of secrets, but it's the chamber of pain.
I see this is going as expected. I'm afraid so. I am afraid so, Pink Monster. Things we are suffering. It is all according to plan. It's just like the wiki said. I looked up the water temple on the wiki and it just said sucks. S-U-X. I wasn't sure what it meant at the time. But after playing a little bit of this, I think I'm starting to understand what that contributor was talking about. So we got two more boxes. So that box requires a key. So it's that box that we got to get. And that's on the second floor south. Second floor south. All right. All right, you said it. I freaking believe it, dude.
I believe it. You said it.
You said it, Legend of Zelda map.
Suffer thy curse, Temple. Temple, you shall be hated for all time. Yes. Because of your insolence, you shall be considered the worst dungeon of all time. Yes, yes.
We must go south on the second floor, so it's right up here. We might have to set the, oh, it's the eyeball. It's the eyeball. We have to move the water. Yeah, we got to move to the water. If we move the water, then we need to play a little ditty on the bottom floor to the east, I think. I think it's floor 1 east that we go. If I'm not mistaken. No. Yeah, east. Because west was wrong. Okay, let's go east. And then Link drowned. Actually, no, Link's got his nice suit on. Nothing like a nice bit of cotton to save your life. Okay, so it's this way, I think. Do 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 do. Where did I go wrong? I lost a friend somewhere along in the middle. With you all night. And I know how to save a life. Beep, 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 boop. Have you fought Dark Link? Oh, the Shadow? Yes. Yes, we have defeated Shadow Link. He was nothing but a big baby. We kicked his buns. He didn't stand a chance. Have I been up here? Yeah, I already got this, right? Pretty sure. Do, 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 do. Ew. Yeah, we already got this. Nice. Nice. Now we just gotta float up. Did you use Deku nuts? I did not. I tried them. I couldn't figure out how to use them. Couldn't figure out how to use those Deku nuts there. He didn't get bamboozled by them, unfortunately. I went for the old classic notion of having a bunch of fairies and just spamming him. I just beat him with my sword until he died. I just beat him in single-hand combat. Let's play a little ditty. That's my speediest playing right there. And the reveal of that door just seems like it's designed to mess with you. And mess with me it did. Down, 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 down. La, 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 la. So we just need to be on level number 2 so that we can stand up on that block. And the way to get to level number 2 is to hop in here. You just hop in here. Hop your way up, play a little ditty, and bada bing, bada boom. Wait, no. Link, too soon. Too soon, Link. Can't be playing. Oh, I see, because we have the long shot now. We might be able to really yoink Link around in here. There we go. Come on. Come on now. Come on, giddy up me up there. Come on. You son of a gun. All right. Boop. This right here. This is the spice, you guys. Now we've got the I've got the long hook, which I believe that's its true name. That's gonna be the one song that's gonna be stuck in my head. I'm gonna be thinking left, up, right, left, up, right, left, up, right all night. All night. It's all that I can think of. Let's Link, what are you doing? You see a floating platform coming towards you and you don't hop on it? Come on, man. We gotta get this guy. Can we just brap him from below? It's possible. Boy, when they said long, oh my gosh. This just makes the hook shot seem worthless. The hook shot is absolute garbage. This thing is long. Holy moly. You could just exit the entire dungeon. I could have just shot the ceiling with that thing and just shot to the top. Do. Ah. I can't hit that. I couldn't hit it from that spot. I gotta move a little bit. Get up! No! Get out of here. Get out of here, Stinky. I said get dead. Oh, thanks for the hearts. Appreciate it. Yeah, let's kind of stand in a little bit of a different spot. Maybe we'll get like a... Oh, hello. Hello. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks very much. Boop. All right, let's see if we can aim this time. This aiming's so jank. Look, you can't hit it. You can't hit it from that spot. Look, it. Ay, ay, ay! You gotta use the Z method again! No! No! No, I don't like the Z method. Don't make me do this game. No! This is so broken. On the method that I'm using to play this game it's so hard to do the Z method. I have to hold the controller like this to do it. Oh yeah. Nice. That's the only way to do it, you guys. It's the only way to do it. Okay. Block? Hmm? How did that work? It's magic. What do we... oh, we need the... Oh, it's just right over here. Loot. Ooh, free loot. Yum, yum. Yes, I will be, Bon apple teeth. Nice. We got the small key. Let's get the devil out of here. Devil's in the details. And I don't like the devil. This should be the easy way out. Easy way out, then we gotta fill it all the way up, I think. Right? Don't we? Where even was I? Where am I? Where are your rebel friends now? It's the one area that I haven't gotten the chest from. It's on number 1? Number 1 north. Number 1 north. Huh. Let's go down there. Do 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 do. La 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 la. I think it's this, right? This does not look like the way to go. Can I don't think I can dive here. Oops. Don't save. Don't save, you silly. We gotta put on the boots. We gotta put on our little booties. Put on our little booties and go for one of our last walks. It is time. It is time for us to go get the boss key. After we get the boss key, then we will vamushki. After the boss, then we shall vamushka. Stop it! No, don't. It's annoying enough to take these boots off and put them back on all the time. Don't make me suffer further, game. All right. It is the way. It is the way. We have found the way again. Boing. I was just thinking about memes, and now I'm thinking about some different sound effects that I want to add to the mix. I've got some ideas. You guys.
No. This way. Ay.
Hang on. Just wait until you get the hover boots. I thought that there was I thought that they were just boost boots. I don't remember hover boots. I don't remember whenever you could fly. That part's great. Excuse me, boys. Could you knock me the right way, please? Could you give me a smack in that general direction, please? Could you please? Yes, that works. That works well enough, boys. I'm gonna be heading out now. Thank you. A-doo-doo-doo. Now we can just hippity-hoppity our way over there. Spoiled? Hasn't he played this? I mean, I've played it, but I played it like 8 years ago or something. It's been a long time since I played this game. Nope. Is this the way? Oh, it is the way. Yes. For a second, I'm getting PTSD walking in the store because we've already done this backwards. It's like that weird, like, familiarity. It's like familiar, but... Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot that you had to do it quick. I wouldn't have focused on the enemies. It's like familiar, but in a bad way. Not like a, oh yeah, I remember this spot, but like, oh yes, there was suffering here. What was that suffering again? Oh, you didn't spoil anything. You're good, Zelda. No worries. No worries. This is not a game that you can spoil for me. No worry. No worry, my friend. I remember it pretty well. It's just these puzzles that got me all tripped up. Now watch this. We going to dive. No, we're not. We ain't diving for nothing. Dive, my boy. Dive. Oh! Link dies. I said dive, not die. Die. I mean dive. Ah! It can't be done. It can't be done. It's actually illegal. All right. We're going deep boot. We're deep booting yet again for one of the final times. I don't want to say the final time, but it'll be one of the final times. Now we're gonna bust through this door. We're gonna get our special key. We're gonna fight that boss, and then we're gonna be out of here. I gotta be out of here. Stop right there, criminal scum. Stop. You violated the law. Pay the court fine, or I don't actually remember I don't remember the quote. Stop right there, criminal scum. Have you heard of the High Elves? Key. Now we fight that boss. Now we fight that sorry boss. Let's make sure we got all the... Have we got jars full of... Yes, we do. Gimme. Fairy? Get over here. Yes, give me your... Lend me your power. Lend me your wings. Pay the court fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. I don't remember how it goes. We need to play some Oblivion sometime. It's been a fat minute since I've played Oblivion. We've played Skyrim like twice. Stop right there, criminal scum.
To the iron.
All right, the iron boots. We must escape. It is time to go kill the boss. It's time to go spank that boss and show him what we're made of. Oblivion quests are much more fun. I agree. I think that Oblivion is super, super creative. Super creative, and I really like the locations and stuff. I don't like the leveling system as much. It's not not too much worse. It isn't like bad. I just prefer Skyrim better. I don't know, Skyrim's got that, it's got that grindy quality that's so satisfying. So satisfying. I just enjoy it a lot. It's just a style of leveling that I enjoy. Boop. Okay, let's see if we can we dive through here? Hey, Kuya Cat, what's up? You're just swinging by to say hi? All right. Kuya Cat, it's nice to see you. I'm always happy to just see people jumping in the chat, saying hi. Oi, Kuya Cat, much love. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And if you're not, you take some good vibes with you. I know that you're not staying here for too long, but you can still take the good vibes. Don't worry, don't worry. We got plenty here. We got plenty here, so we can spare some for some sweet passing travelers. Let's see if we can cheese this. Can we get any delicious cheese? What's that noise? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not a good noise. That's the noise of an enemy bounding towards us. Oh, it's just a tire rolling towards us. This looks kind of like the way that we're supposed to go, but I ain't feeling it. I ain't feeling it right now. We need to get this level. We need to get the level of water up, and the place to do that is up there. So I think you do it. No, this isn't the right door, is it? No. No. Surely not. Surely you jest, Zelda. You've been up since 5 a.m., so it's a great chill way to end the day. Oh my gosh, Kuya Cat. I stayed up last night playing games with friends. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. So I'm a complete mess. I'm an absolute complete mess today. Is there somebody in the chat that's named S10? Is there somebody in the chat that's on Discord named S10 that's DMing me right now? Let's put this down here. All right. Why's my controller not working? Hello? Hello? Legend of Zelda? Excuse me? Excuse me? Why is the game frozen? Can I, resume, please? Oh, there we go. All right, nice. I'm gonna save real quick. It's all right. It's all right. No worries. No worries. I figured it out. I just had to click resume. It kind of permanently shut down a little bit. I wonder if I can... Let's go in here. Since we got the long shot, let's see if we can do something. Yeah, thank goodness. But we've been saving really often, partially by accident. Partially by accident, but we have been saving. Yeah, it scared me, man. It scares me. I get those goosebumps every time, but not in a good way. Yeah, no, there's no cheese potential, I don't think. We'll see. Oh, you just get up here. Oh. I didn't have to shoot it like that though. I didn't have to disrespect that Skulltula like that. You can just crawl up there and kill the Skulltula. Maximum disrespect. Crawling up there is the way to show it respect. But I slapped it down like it didn't even matter. Yike. Rude. Okay, so there's a way to like wind your way up there, and I thought that it was like a blue hallway. Thought it was a blue hallway that led to the... Did I get my pizza last night? I did, KP. I did get pizza. Got some pizza. I got some pizza, and I also got some pepperoni and jalapeno. And I still have some more. That's what I'm gonna eat today. That's what I'm gonna eat later. Yum yum. I don't think that this is the way to raise the water. Something's telling me. Nope. 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 No! Dang it. Oh boy. Okay, well, we're diving back in. Struggling till the very end. I'm afraid so, man. I'm afraid so. You're a big proprietor of jalapeno and pineapple? Yeah, I'm always asked about like pizza toppings and everything. People are so opinionated. I like all pizza. I honestly just like it all. I just enjoy it. I like whatever old toppings, you know? It seemed like it was this store. Maybe we should try this. looks like this leads up. Good job not raging right now. I'd honestly, yeah. It should be like that, Molteria. I am encouraged by having y'all here. At least I know that we're hanging out, even if I'm in pain. Even if I'm in pain, we're still having a good time, right? Okay. You're snobby living in New York? Oh, you're snobby about quality, I see, but not snobby about toppings. Yeah, Zelda, I'm saying that, like, I didn't like pineapple before. I thought the pineapple on pizza was gross. But what I didn't know is I was just having crappy pizza. It was just junky pizza that I was trying. And yes, that pizza was bad with pineapple on it. I'd rather have if I'm gonna have a crappy pizza, take the pineapple off, because it's probably just gonna ruin it. But on a good pizza, mamma mia! Mamma mia, the pineapple can be delicious. But yeah, I like all toppings. It's all about quality. You're exactly right. I'm not snobby about it. I eat Domino's, so you can judge me right now, and you can send your angry messages to my email. You can send your angry messages to the Earl's fake email address at yahoo.com. Most pizza you order without cheese, unless the pizza place has dairy-free cheese. Oh yeah, KP, I'm allergic to cheese, so it's always cheese-free for this lad. It's always cheese-free over here. I can't have cheese. And lots of people are like, wait, that means that you can't have pizza, right? No, I eat pizza all the time. I freaking love it. You don't need cheese on a pizza? Hey, Domino's slaps if you're drunk. If your judgment is impaired, then Domino's is great. Yeah, it's okay. It's cheap. Ow! Ew. Oh dear. Wait a second. Is there a way to... Yahoo! Nope. Is there a... Oh, maybe the... No, the heavy boots wouldn't help, right? No. That would be madness. Madness, I say.
He's gone mad, my lord. He's gone mad with power.
No, so close. We got this. No worries. Watch this. Oh, I just need to go a little bit to the side. Actually, well, I mean, maybe I can stay still. Nope, you can't slow down. I see that they, okay, so they move different every time. The timing's a little bit different because they're moving at different speeds, I think. I'm not gonna make that. Yeah, look, now they're like going in time with one another. Oh. I think I'm trying to big brain this too much. I think I should just go for it. Just go for it and see what happens, you know? Go for broke.
Go for broke. Just go crazy. Go crazy. Go stupid.
No! You sorry sucker, dude. You kidding me? I just go crazy. Go crazy! No, not that crazy. Not crazy like that, Earl. Wrong crazy. Dang it. Dang it! This seems so simple. This is so simple. We got this. No, we don't. Okay, hang on. Hang on. I got this. I can feel it. There we go. All right. Finally. All right. Boss time. I wonder if you have to... I hope you don't have to whip on the boots. Okay, looks like it's all hook shots over here. Thicky, look out. This isn't normal water over there. Uh-oh. Not normal water, you say? Oh, boy, this aiming, though. Mamma mia. The aiming, though. Very spicy. I really can't do Z aiming, though. I really shouldn't. Hey, it really is no bueno. No bueno. Oyoyoing. Thicky. That's his name. That's his name, Zelda. Don't wear it out. Uh-oh. Blub blub. Uh-oh. Blub blub. Blub blub. We got two fairies. I think we got a calico. We've got it. We've got plenty of time to figure out how this boss ticks. We got plenty of time and we're gonna spank it first try. Oh, look, it's still got water around it. What is it, a jellyfish? Oh, it's a blob. It's a big old blob. Morpha. Giant aquatic amoeba. That's a big amoeba. I thought that amoebas were on the molecular level. So can we yoink your little brain? Your little water brain? Oh, uh-oh, tentacle. Uh-oh. Owie. Owie! Let me go! Don't eat Link. Do not eat Link. Link dies. Dude, that practically murdered me. I cannot believe how much, that's a lot of health. Okay, so that just grabs it. That doesn't hurt it. We can pull it onto a platform, though. Looks like it'd be easiest to pull it onto the middle platform. Oh, no, I accidentally fell in the water. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Let go, let go, let go. Whoa, you keep that tentacle away from me, Buster. Ew! Let me up. Let me up. Oh, no. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. You keep your amoeba to yourself. I'm gonna yoink. Well, we got it one time. But it wasn't while it was wiggling like that. Get out of here. Come here. Yeah. Why is it just sitting here? It's just sitting. Okay, I really don't think that this is the best method. Okay, we gotta move, we gotta move. I ain't getting brapped. I ain't getting brapped by that stupid tentacle. Oop. Ah, that ain't working so good. Yeah, let's see if we can yank this guy back. Oh, he's staying still, kinda. Come here! Big dummy. Dang it, we grabbed it like one time while it was doing this big rotation thing. We're not doing too much damage to it, though. Stop! Link dies! Link freaking dies! Oh my gosh. Come here! Come here! I'm out of here. Kenny, I've been sitting so long on my butt. Your butt hurts? You've been sitting too long. Superbread, you should get up. Get up and stretch. This seems like a good time to grab him. Okay, okay. Get up, stretch your legs. Stretch your legs, Superbread. You've been hanging out for a while. You like the versions on the 3DS version? What? You prefer these graphics to the 3DS version? Really? I do not. I love the 3D version. And I played this version first, though. The 3DS version is big fun. I like the adjustments that they made on it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yep, I'm just gonna wait for him to try to attack me. It's just a wub blub of this guy. A wub blub? Oh, and he's gone. And he's out. Okay. You wanna jump up here, buddy? Hop on up. Hop on up for your spanking. Hey, I probably should have just shot him, hey? Are there multiple? There are. I was trying to untarget him, but I couldn't get off. It wouldn't let go. It would not let go. Link died? Wait a second. Link's still alive, though. How'd he do that? But how did he do it? How do I get one of those? Yeah, so now there's more water dudes. What the heck? How many of these amoebas are there? How many amoebas can live on the same Earth at the same time? Boyoyoing. You can't hit me. No, you just, you can grab me though. No! Oh, dang it. Blast it all. Oh, that didn't hurt me for my entire, like, half of my health that time. Yeah. Come here. Come here. I can't even shoot it. So sneaky. Oh, I can hear a blub. Oh, it's so difficult to Z target and un-Z target in this game. Okay, grab it. Yes. That's it. That's it. Come on. Oh, I should have done a big hit. I forgot about the big hits. Next time we're gonna do a big hit for double damage. Let's wait for, first we gotta let him turn into a tentacool. Then we gotta grab that little amoeba thing out of there. Uh-huh. Yoink. No, I took out the sword. That's not what I meant to do. Oh. Ah, it stayed still for almost long enough. The target style to hold? What? Is there an option? What? What? Options? Where's the options? I think the main menu? Where are the options at? I think they, what, are they on the main menu? In the save file menu? What, you mean at the main one? Item, map, quest, equipment, and select item. Oh, at the main menu? Ah, no worries about it. We'll beat this boss. We'll beat this boss using our questionable methods. Yoit. Yeah, at least we're smacking him. We're smacking him. He doesn't stand a chance. This big old tentacle monster doesn't stand not a chance in heck. But that's not the amoeba one, huh? There's two different tentacle guys, and one of them's got the amoeba and one of them doesn't. Oh, no. Oh, no. Do I have another chance? Ah, he didn't. That's too bad. Oh, jeez. Holy moly. Holy moly. Come on. Come on. Come back to you, boy. Go ahead. Grab me. See what happens. Come on, baby. That's right. Dang it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Pull it. Pull it. No. Link, I swear. No. Ah, this D-pad's so jank. If I set it to a button, like button mode, then Link just goes savage. Link turns into a savage and swims away. Oh, what? Come on, man. There's no wind up. There's no wind up to that smack. I didn't know that they could just grab me like that. I promise I'll worship you forever, spaghetti monster. I didn't know. Didn't know that you could hit me like that. I thought that I was safe. Thought that you had to do a little wah, 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 wah. All right, we got this. Oh, geez, the other goop is right next to me. Okay. Can I hit it twice, like one time? Yes, one time. Nice. Okay. It's taken a while, but we got this. We got this. This water temple has been a absolute nightmare. It's been a nightmare, but I'm glad that I could share the nightmare with you guys. All right, I'm waiting for it to come back. That's right. That's exactly right. Nice! Nice! Please be dead! Yes! No. Second stage? Second stage? Dripping? ASMR? All right, nice. Whew, what a journey. We're out of here. We're out of here. I'm done with this area. Oh, wait a second. Watch this. No, there's more gold skulltulas. No, you beat the water temple. It only took 5.5 hours. What? 5.5 hours. That's not true. Took 4 hours. What are you talking about? What are you talking about with your big hours? Give me a break. It took 4 hours merely. It's so easy. Oh, what? It's Parker. Hey, Parker, what's up, my friend? My first Zelda game. It's not the best Zelda, but a memorable Zelda. You know what? Parker, I thought that this was the best Zelda. But you know what? This playthrough has changed my mind. This playthrough has changed my mind a little bit. How are you doing, Parker? What's up? I haven't sent you any messages recently. I should have. We should watch a movie or something. Now that things are opening up, I'm all vaxxed up. I'm all vaxxed up, my friend. I'd be down. I'd be down to hang out sometime for sure. But it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. We're playing the spicy Zelda game. The delicious spicy meatball Zelda game. I wonder, are there any good movies out? Maybe we could see Suicide Squad or something. I'd be down to watch old Polka Dot Man tearing it up out there if you haven't already seen it. I don't know, seemed like a decent guess. It did. It took us 4 hours though. It did. Mamma mia. I'm doing good. I mean, Ocarina of Time, it was the best before Wind Waker came out. Wind Waker is so much fun. I recently got to play it like 2 years ago, I think, for the first time. I think I played the OG one. I haven't got to play the Wii U one. Have you got to try out the Wii U remake? Man, what I would do to get Nintendo to release for the Switch, if they could release a triple pack of Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and Wind Waker. Mamma mia! Thicky. I would have expected no less from the man that I chose to be my husband. Zora's domain and its people will eventually return to their original state. As a reward, I grant my eternal love to you. I forgot about all of this dialogue. Well, that's what I want to say, but I don't think that I can offer that now. It's too bad. Her heart for another. I have to guard the water temple as the sage of the water. And you're searching for the Princess Zelda? Ha! You can't hide anything from me. You can't hide anything from my big eyeballs, from my big purple eyes. I didn't even realize that her eyes were purple until now. They're beautiful. Princess Zelda, she's alive. I can sense it, so don't be discouraged. I can tell that nothing will stop you in your quest for justice and peace. You must take this medallion. Take it respectfully. You better respect! You gotta respect this Mifa's grace. Mifa's grace got turned into a coin. What a disappointment. Where's my extra life, Mifa? This coin means nothing to me. It adds to my power, but it does nothing for me. We got the water medallion. Mamma mia. Fantastic. For you, it's Breath of the Wild, Wind Waker, Mimish Cap, Link Between Worlds. What was that remake that just got made? The remake. I've played it like 3 times now. It's Link's Awakening. The Link's Awakening game for the Switch is so much fun. I wonder. I think that Breath of the Wild might be my tops, to be honest. Breath of the Wild is so much fun. I played it twice, but I've never beaten it in Master Quest mode. That would be quite a time. I mean, on the plateau there's already like one of those big beasts. I forget their names. Holy moly. Holy moly. That guy's tough. But yeah, I think Breath of the Wild's probably my favorite. Then I don't know. I've got so many emotions surging through me right now from the pain of the water temple. I can't think straight right now. I can't even think about other links. Did Ruto want to thank... What? Did Ruto want to thank me? I see. We have to return peace to Hyrule for her sake too, don't we? Yeah, for sure. Look at that, Thicky. Look at that, Thicky. Together, you and Princess Ruto destroyed the evil monster. Once again, the lake is filled with pure water. All is as it was here. Oh, I'm seeing. Okay, so the water monster was like the mass of all of this water here. All of this water was condensed into one slimy boss. Hey, speaking of slimy salamander, what's up? You got a gifted sub the other day. By the other day, I mean today. What's up? Slimy salamander, enjoy that spicy gifted sub. Oh, yeah. Whenever it happened, I don't remember. It was sometime recently. Again, brain fried. Cheeks gone. Cheeks on the tree. They didn't have to show me that. They didn't have to show Sheik getting away this time. But they did it. And you know what? I thank you. Thank you so much for the comedy. So now we've got to shoot for the sun. Now that the lake is filled, we shoot it with the arrow, I think. It says, when the water fills the lake, shoot for the morning light. Can I remember what this sound is? It's doot doot doot. That sounded kind of like it. That sounds almost right. That sounds right. Ah! I can't remember it. I can't remember the song. I gotta play it twice. Then we might be able to see the sunrise. Let's see. The song, the sun song. It is. It's all things. All right. Why are you making it not morning? I thought that it was like whenever the sun raises. Is it not? Is it just daytime? Oh, I thought that it was like at the break of dawn, right? Yeah, I thought. Is it not? Yes, Parker. Oi!
Here's some bitties for beating the water temple, a true gamer baptism.
the baptism of the gamers, bless. Fantastic, I've finally been welcomed into the loving embrace of the gaming gods. Oi! Thank you for the 300 bits, Parker. I appreciate it. These spicy bitties. A delicious batch of 300 bits. Delicious. What is this? Okay, so it's right down, up. All right. I got it. Wait. That's what it was. All right. Sweet biscuits. Mamma mia. And now it's nighttime. I wonder if we can we do this by the morning light? The water temple, Parker. I was talking some serious trash about this water temple. I was talking some serious trash about how it was easy, and man, it was not. What was it? I just did it. Oh, there it is. Okay. I got it. Finally, I found somebody who plays the regular game. Is that what you're saying? Regular port? Oh, wait. No. Isn't it this? There it is. Yeah. It's got to be in the morning. What is this? Fire arrow. I don't remember what this is. But, hi there, gamers. 829. Bless. Fire arrows, yes! Give me them! The only thing you didn't struggle is finding the hidden room under the block. Oh, in the water temple? Yeah, everything was a struggle. Everything was pain. Hey. The pain was temporary, but the tears were real. You know, we got a whole jar of gamer tears. Yum, salty. If you take some gamer tears, you can cook some delicious spaghetti. You don't even have to put any salt in it. Thank goodness. You hope that they bring some dungeon delving temple stuff into Breath of the Wild too? That's what a lot of my friends have been saying that they want. Back to the dungeons. Have we gotten anything except for that one reveal trailer? The only thing that you can get from that trailer is what? There's floating islands. Okay. There seems to possibly be time travel. I mean, come on. Can we make like each one of the islands has their own challenge or something? I mean, I liked the challenges and the gadgets in Breath of the Wild, but I don't know. I'd be down for some dungeon crawling. They definitely felt like one-note little challenges, basically. Just like one little dollop one little dollop of puzzle. And it was always just like one item that did it. So you could just basically enter and just cycle through all of them. Okay, if it's not ice, then maybe it's magnetism. Nope, it's not that. Maybe it's bombs. It's just the reveal thing. Link lost an arm. Is that true? Link got his arm blown off in battle. Link is left-handed. He is? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's ambidextrous. We don't know. We don't know. Link could be practicing swordplay with both hands. You haven't seen him practicing in the mirror. So what are we gonna do? Man, it's getting kind of. I don't know if I can keep playing this game, you guys. Maybe we can do like a side mission or something. Let me see if I can remember a side mission. We didn't get all the Skulltulas in there, so we're not to the next one there. I mean, we could go to the Gerudo, I guess. I guess we could get there. Guess we could go there. Oh, Lupus, you need to go to sleep. I know. You gotta wake up early. Lupus, it's time to go to sleep. You need to go to bed. You gotta get up in 5 hours. Lupus, get some rest. Get some rest. I hope you enjoy your sleep. We will see you later. We will see you later, Lupus. Much love. Much love. I will tell you how I like Doom. I will tell you how I like Doom after I play it. Yes, yes. Your clicky kitty came in today? Oh, snap. The plushies. The plushie wall. Do you have the, is that your one bit of YouTube merch there? I wish that we had some. Are there any clicky shirts? I'd be down to get some clicky merch, and I didn't grab that yet. What about the big Goron sword? I have the big Goron sword. I have it. I just broke it. I broke it. I was not. Nobody told me that you broke the Goron sword. They were like, "There's a $200 sword. It's really strong. Go get it." And yeah, they didn't tell me that it could break. So I smacked it against the wall and broke it instantly. So now I've just got a broken little stubby looking sword. It's a real shame. But doesn't it? It gets stronger each time that you buy it, right? Yeah, we could do mask trading, but I'm scared to do anything that involves money though. That's what I'm worried about. Cause like, don't I already have almost all my money? I've already got 182. I don't know if I want to do anything that involves money. I don't know about that. There's, well, the Gerudo Forest. Gotta go. Wait a second. Oh, GTG. That's not got to go. What is? I don't even know what that stands for. I thought for a second you wouldn't notice that it was broken. I didn't. Y'all pointed it out, and then I noticed it. He fixes it for free. Really, Aphrodite? I didn't know that. You could just go back to the big Goron, and he's like, "Hey, you broke it." Yeah, I think that we might need to go to the Gerudo area, which I think is actually this way. Yeah, because I need to get more Skulltulas, don't I? You need to do a quest to get an unbreakable big Goron sword? I remember vaguely doing a quest that had to do with, like, there's, like, a guy in the middle of the night, and there's, like, a saw, and there's, like, a cow. There's, like, a bunch of different stuff that you have to do that doesn't make a ton of sense. Doesn't make a ton of sense. My little pea brain can't remember all this stuff. Oh, are you headed out, Zelda? Are you going to go to bed? Oh, good night. Everybody, please give some love to Zelda Bits. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. Hope you enjoyed. Do you remember struggling with the first-person camera in this game? A lot. You played Virtual Console on Wii. Oh, I see. Yes, I am, I don't know. I don't know if I'm breaking it because of how I'm playing it, but man, it is awful. It's awful. It's hurting my soul. Like, if you aim with, let's see. Can we shoot on the horse? Oh, nice. It's this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. These huge jumps. Like, while we're in the dungeon, there's a spot that I had to, like, that I had to grapple to, and it was literally just between these two chunks. It was between this, like, one chunk, two chunk. It was between both of them. It was like the game was mocking me. It felt like it was mocking me. And I can't be more precise than that. It doesn't get any more precise. I changed up the dead zone and everything. It's just the game. It's just the game. The other thing that gets me is the Z targeting. I wonder if you can do Z targeting on the horse. Let me see. Can you Z target here? Uh-huh, yeah. So the Z targeting is kind of my fault. But right now it's bound to square. So I have to like, to use the item at the same time, I have to like hold Z and do a weird spider claw thing. It's kind of nice because it reminds me of the Nintendo 64 controller, which was designed, as you remember, for spider people. And I believe that we can jump this with a horse, right? Not this part. Not this part. But yeah, the Z targeting, it doesn't like hold my position. So I have to like go all the way up with the Z target and then like let it slowly fall. Stop. At least it's jamming over here, baby. This music. Beautiful. Yes. Wait a second. Crank it. Okay, let's see if we can make the jump. Go. Boost. Oh, that was clean. Clean, baby. Nice. Okay. Made it across. Do we leave old horsey poo behind? Old horsikins? A pony. Okay, let's grab a hammer. LOL, what? It's basically got the same design as the Wiimote and the nunchuck. It's got 3. It's Molteria. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue. The Nintendo 64 game controller is a wild design. It's a wild design. It is. It is a standout design. That is for sure. That is for sure. Still better than Mario 64 though? What is? What's better than Mario 64? Nothing. That's the answer. I'm just kidding. I do really love the remake. The remake on the Switch. I love that triple pack. I got to replay all of the games, but we didn't 100% Mario 64. I never have gotten every single thing in Mario 64. Someday, I'm gonna do it. Someday I'm gonna do it. Oh, the camera angle. Yeah, the camera is a mess in Mario 64. But it's part of the magic. It's what keeps you coming back, Odin. That's how Nintendo gets you. They hook you with that horrible camera. They make it feel like it's your fault. And then you can't stop coming back for more. Alright, there's nothing. There's no treasure in these rocks. They're worthless. What about this fine gentleman here? Hey! Ah! I think, that voice does not look like that matches this guy. I'm the master craftsman. Those Gerudo thieves, they stole the bridge. Oh, wait, they broke the bridge. No! They broke the bridge. They didn't steal it. I read thieves, and I was thinking that they were going to steal it. But they broke it. I'm the master craftsman. Those Gerudo thieves, they broke the bridge. I want to fix it, but all my workers are gone. They said working as carpenters isn't cool, and they went to the Gerudo fortress to become thieves. That is a step up in as far as coolness goes. Hey, you! If you wanted to go to the fortress, would you mind finding out what my workers are doing over there? He thinks they became thieves, but they were actually captured by the thieves. Mario 64 DS was really good. I'm surprised that they didn't provide any of those features as playable options. Oh, the All-Stars package. I literally remember, Parker, that the only thing that I remember about 64 is playing that house playing it at Dale's house. That's like the only time that I remember getting to play that game. Pretty sure that I yoinked your DS and I played it for a little while, and I never played it again. I tried to buy it again whenever I got older. Whenever I was like 12, I tried to find it, and I ended up accidentally buying New Super Mario Brothers because I was like, Mario, this is what I'm looking for. But instead, I got the 2D platformer that I did not want. Whoops. And I didn't have any money for extras, and I just never got it. So I never even got to play it, really. I can't remember all the benefits. Pretty sure that you could play as Wario, though. Oh, Molteria, you're gonna go to bed? Okay, let me see. You got... I'm gonna leave you now. You destroyed my sleep-wake cycle? Oh, I can't help! I can't help that that it's so entertaining watching me suffer. Molteria, we'll see you later. I'll be back tomorrow with some more of this. Hopefully not as spicy as this time. I guarantee you we won't get stuck on the next dungeon as far. But we'll see you later, my friend. Enjoy your sleep. Get some rest. I'm a wandering, running man. I run all over the land in search for competitors who have a true killer instinct. I came here to run through the haunted wasteland, but it doesn't look like good timing for that. Though I want to go back to Hyrule Fields, the bridge is, well, you can see it from here. So I'm stuck here, inside this tent. I don't think I can accept your challenge right now. Alright, so we gotta, if we fix the bridge, then this lad will race us. Maybe he'll give us some loot. Go to the village next to the temple. There's a cutscene. Oh yeah, I remember that it's over there in the village. I remember that spirit temple. But I know that you can do these at different times, right? I just knew that I could get over here. Hopefully we can just get like pre-dungeon stuff done really quick. Maybe we can get pre-dungeon stuff done and oh my gosh, is that the time? Holy moly, it's late. I'm the last mod standing too. Michael's gone. I wonder, maybe he just went to bed early. Maybe he had a long day and he needed some rest. Maybe he needed some rest, and that's a-okay. If he needs some schlep, I know that he's working hard. He's working hard. He really should be getting his good rest. Thank you, Jedi, for modding. I appreciate it. It's that evening business. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I didn't know that it was. You hope that he got some food and a nap. Yes. Oh, wait. Is this what you're supposed to do? Is this one of those cutscenes where where it's required that you get captured and fail? Yeah, looks like it. Hey! Oh, shoot. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. It happened again. It happened again. Oh, my gosh. No, 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 no. Oh, my gosh. Anonymous. Anonymous. Holy moly. Thank you for the 100 subs. Whoa. 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 Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the big support. I appreciate it. Thank you for the big gift to the community. Oh my gosh. Come on, man. You can't treat me like this. Anonymous. Holy moly. Thank you so much for the insane support. Bada bing, bada boom. Animal Crossing, did you just get a gifted sub? I'm pretty sure everybody got a gifted sub. What is that? This isn't even I don't think that's even the updated number. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. How am I supposed to function like this? Oh my gosh. I cannot mentally function with you guys. Thank you so much for the big support. I appreciate it. This is just I don't know how to deal with you guys. I super duper appreciate it. Thank you so much for the big support. It means a lot. It means a lot. And the big gifted subs means that the community gets some bonuses. Boom. Everybody that just got a gifted sub, you get a cute little purple squirrel next to your name. In fact, what the heck? I think the purple squirrel, I think the squirrel should welcome you all to the chat. Wait, that's way too close. Here, Squirrely can welcome you all to the chat. Enjoy your purple squirrel next to your name and your cute purple emotes. And also, if you want to, we watch movies every single week over on the Discord. If you want to be part of that, boom, you can just hop over to the Discord. That's a sub-exclusive movie. Just another way for me to say thank you. And I wonder what we're going to watch this week. We watched Mary and the Witch's Flower last week. Or Marito Hana. I can't, no, Majo? I don't remember. I don't remember. Maybe Mary goes on the end. I thought it was Marito Hana no Majo? Is that how to say it? I don't remember. But we're going to watch some good movie. Probably an anime movie, if we're being honest. If we're being honest, we're probably going to watch Your Name or something like that. Oh, wait. No, I was going to save Your Name for later. I don't know. We're going to watch something good, and you're invited. Oh, what? You feel violated in my brain. My brain. Meri no to majo no hana. Is that what it is? Okay. I mixed it up. Majo no hana. So that's like flower is magic, kind of, right? I guess? I don't know. I don't know. I know what the translation is, and I kind of know the words. Module. What is this? Man, is this a good idea to get this started? Should we do this right now? Should we do this right now? With my fried brain? How to eat fried brains. Coming this summer, how to eat fried brains. The summer blockbuster for the whole family. You know. What do we got? What are we? Oh, we're on top of our jail cell? What? We're top of the jail cell, but for what reason? Can we escape now? What the heck? Why does this exist? Aphrodite, thank you for the 40 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for the good luck. Thank you for the good luck. I could use it. I could use it. The more luck, the better, honestly. Aphrodite, I appreciate it. Oof. Maybe we gotta just jump down here again. Let's see if there's a alternate path that I didn't realize. I don't know. We're not gonna play too much of this. Maybe we could play Getting Over It. Maybe we could play Getting Over It and see how I can do today. I mean, fried brain plus Bennett Foddy. I don't know. A little suspicious. Might not be the best call. Might not be the best call. I did stay up till 6 a.m. playing Risk of Rain with Darren. So I'm already working with what is this?
Hey, you, young man, look over here.
Wait, who is this? Oh, it's a dude.
Hey, I have no idea where you came from, but you must have a lot of guts to make it past all the guards around here. All my fellow carpenters are in prison somewhere in here. If you can get us out of here, we'll repay the favor somehow. But be careful. There are sure to be Gerudo guards somewhere around here. Woo! Watch out!
Woo! All right, so it's not a big deal if they jump up on us, but it's a big deal if they catch us. Okay, a little bit of combat, no big deal. Oh, big dives. All right. I think that we're gonna be diving. We're diving in.
I'm diving in.
All right. Oh, was that a key? Nice. We can loose the guy if we want to. Should we? I suppose so. What the heck? Let's let him out. Get out of there, buddy. You're free. You're free to go. What do you think about that?
Did you come here to save me? Oh, that's just swell. I'm Ichiro the Carpenter. We were really interested in joining these all-female group, but they locked us out. But they locked us up because we're men.
Wow, it's like it's in there. It's like it's in the title.
We don't care about the Gerudo anymore. They're so rude. 3 of my fellows have been captured.
All right, 3 of them. We have to save 3 more sorry suckers. 3 more filthy carpenters. Maybe some power washing to chill the brain. We sure could. We sure could. Hey, the girl who bakes. What's up, Erica? Erica, it's nice to see you. Hello. Thank you for the lurkies. I appreciate it. I think that we're gonna be chilling with some power washing. That's a great idea. Yeah. Let's save right here. This is a fine place to save. It's getting late anyway. I started a little bit late, you guys. Sorry about starting so late. But I think we're gonna call it a night for the Zelda. Let's save right here. Besides a standard save, I'll also hit us up with a save state. Bada bing, bada boom. How dare. Can you imagine streamer these days being late? Streamers these days being late. Korea, I can't believe it. Honestly, the morality in America, down the toilet. Down the toilet. There's no work ethic anymore. These kids are waking up and going to bed when they want to, streaming when they want to. It's not natural. It's not natural. These streamers should be waking up at 7 a.m. and starting that grind immediately. And then they should be going to bed at 9 p.m. to get some good sleep. That's that. If I was in charge, that's what I would do. Let me, which one is it? I need to turn off the chat so that we can, well, I guess I could leave the chat up, but I like y'all to be able to see more of the screen while I'm doing my washing. You're heading to bed? All right, Aphrodite girl, enjoy your rest. Get out of here. Get out of here and get some rest. Get some rest. We'll see you later. Bless your soul. I hope you have a wonderful sleep, and I need to look up Nintendo Summer Mix. My favorite mix. Where is it? That beach music. Yeah, that's what we need. Let's start back with some of that sweet Nintendo, baby. Oh, wait. No, that's not Nintendo. Wait a second. This is not... What is this music that this guy's trying to get us to listen to? I hate this song. I'm just kidding. It's a freaking jam. Mamma mia. There we go. Let's go. Display capture. And what do I need to do? Turn off chat? What is it called? Chat only? Only chat, you guys. No stream. No stream. Chat only. Boop. And chat exploded. And that day, chat died. Actually, that already covered up. Silly old me. Ooh, Doom Eternal. I need to try this game soon. Also today, I purchased Lego Worlds, Lego Jurassic Park, Dishonored 2, and Dishonored Death of an Outsider. I will try these sometime soon. I've been playing Just Cause 3 like a maniac. Like a maniac and blowing up everything. These streamers should be buying a house at 20 years old, having their 4th child, and have 5K in retirement. These kids these days, they don't work for anything. It's true. These kids are up to no good. I've had enough of them, honestly. Okay, I need to get rid of my, there's like a weird yellow border around here because I think that it's capturing the window. How do I turn off window capture? That's the question. That's the deep questions that we keep asking ourselves, you guys. Okay, stop. How about that? What if I told you to stop? Would you do it? Would you do it for me? Okay, what if I did Windows 10? No, it still looks strange. Is it because it's windowed? I thought this was all full screen. I can see like a yellow border around it, and I hate it. I hate it. Is it, what's the graphics? Is it a full screen? What? Full screen window? Maximized window? What the heck does that mean? I'm so confused. You're gonna head to sleep now? All right, Kuya Cat. We'll see you later. Get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you. I hope you have a fantastic sleep. Get the heck out of here. Don't make me tell you twice. Okay. I really can't get this like capture thing to go away. What the heck? What the heck am I looking at? You guys, I'm lost. No, what am I looking at? Oh, I see it. I see it now. The VR window. There. God. It was because of that VR stream that we did. I added an extra element that broke everything. Oh, look at that. We got something new to clean. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Let's clean the fire helicopter. There's nothing more engaging than some spicy cleanups before bedtime. Spicy cleanups right before sleepies. Right before, well, I mean, I should be sleeping. Okay, this is a little spicy hot for me. Let me see. Much wow, very stream. Okay, bueno. And let us, oops. Yeah, is that yeah, we need to turn the nozzle. Let's try a 15 over this thing because it generally cleans stuff pretty good. It's mostly metal, so we're probably going to use one of our little soap containers. In fact, let's see, metal. Let's kind of look at the material that we're working with. Yeah, we've never used a soap right off the bat. Let's try using some soap. I mean, it's in my freaking name. It's in the name, you guys. We're out of metal cleaner. Don't worry. I've got money for days. I've been playing this stupid game way too much. All right, we'll buy a couple of those. And is it already loaded in? Is that even working? No? What the heck? Okay. Whoa. Hang on. I've never used the soap nozzle first. It looks like you might need to clean off everything first. Yeah, because there's like different types of dirtiness. There's grime stains, dirt streaks, and grime. So maybe you got to get rid of the grime to be able to hit the stains. I have no idea. I've never tried using the soap except for like the last time that we played was the first time that I ever used it. And it's kind of broken. It's kind of broken. This cleans up everything really, really well. I do want to try, they added a challenge mode just for fun for this, where you gotta like clean stuff really quick. I'm kind of tempted to try it with a house. I really do like the square buildings. Also the skate park. Ooh, I would clean that skate park again just for fun. Everything's so colorful. Everything that is like super shiny and very what's it called? Saturated whenever you're done. Just so satisfying. Mop it up. Duke of Glimmer. The most satisfying. That, okay, now that just cleans right off. Agree about the skate park. The skate park is probably my second favorite. My favorite would probably be that, what's it called? The playground. The playground, because it has so much saturated stuff. And even the floor is fun to clean because it's all blue. I don't know. There's something about it. There's something about it that just works for me. But the skate park is so big. It's so big with a bunch of flat angles. I'm pretty sure that now we're getting to the Sunshine music. Sunshine. Now, I'm a mess whenever we're talking about Zelda. Zelda, I don't even know what I like these days. But man, if we're talking about Mario Sunshine blows them all out of the water. Not a chance. Not a chance. I'm sorry, Mario Sunshine. Not a chance, my friend. It's great. It's great, and I love it, and I can't wait to play it again. But, man, Odyssey, absolutely incredible. So many different things to do. A bajillion moons to collect. Fun boss rush mode. Great bosses. Fun little story. Great collectibles. But man, you can't beat that. You can't beat that sweet Sunshine Mario. Do. Oh, you're gonna get some sleep too, Odin? Oh, jeez. Odin, it's what? Is it 5 a.m. for you? Oh my gosh, is it almost 6 a.m.? It's 05. Oh my gosh. Get out of here, Odin. Get some rest. Get some rest. Odin, it was nice to hang out with you, my friend. It is always good to see my friend Odin. I look forward to hanging out with you again, my friend, but get yourself some rest. Enjoy whatever, like, few seconds of your evening is left, and I hope you have a good day tomorrow, my friend. Having played 64 Mario Sunshine Galaxy back-to-back, you were pretty diehard for Sunshine, but Galaxy won you over. You feel like Sunshine has a lot of frustrating levels. That's true. There's definitely some frustration. I am, recently, whenever we played Sunshine, I 100%ed it. Those blue coins, man. Those blue coins in Noki Bay made me tear my hair out. That is some of the worst, the least fun Mario gaming that I've ever done, is searching for the blue coins in Noki Bay. We whipped out the guide, and I was still having trouble. I had to get a guide with screenshots, and I still couldn't figure it out for a long time. It was a nightmare. I will admit, Galaxy was definitely a smooth run. It was a smooth run. It didn't make me struggle like any of the other games. There's like one icicle level that kind of confused me. 64 is so janky, but it's a classic, you know? It's a classic. You gotta love it. But it's not the best. It's not the best, but it sure proved that 3D is the future. The future of Mario is 3D, and I'm here for it. Sunshine just has such a cohesive theme. I don't know. It just means so much to me just because of nostalgia. The nostalgia alone is totally cheating. It's totally cheating. And I never played Galaxy until recently. With the Mario Triple Pack, that was the first time that I ever played Galaxy, really. So it didn't have nostalgia on its side. I'm pretty sure that Sunshine was cheating. I downvoted this video because it wasn't fair. And the music, mamma mia! I could listen to that music all the time. Oh man, by the way, what happened to this chopper? I guess this fire stuff is like, makes the most sense. Since it'd be flying over Ash all the time. Oof. I wonder what, I would love to play all the Mario games and try to 100% them and then compare them that way. I feel like Odyssey might be a real trek. I think we were 100 moons short last time that I played it. We got every purple coin, but there was at least 100 moons that I hadn't gotten. There's so many. It's like 999 moons It's honestly, it's a lot of content. It's almost too much. I don't know, Nintendo. I don't know if anybody's gonna do that. This big hose.
Wash it up. Looks good.
What's this icky paint like goo? It's moving.
See, I can't do my Toad voice. I can't do it. My voice has been too strained. I gotta relax my voice. Aloe vera is helping a little bit, but I gotta drink more tea. I read somewhere that caffeine is not good for your voice, and that's not good for me, because I am not gonna stop drinking caffeine. Using caffeine to stay up all day means that I'm just now starting to get legitimately tired at almost 9 p.m. Oh, that's actually a pretty good time to go to bed. Blue Jay, I was, like I've already said a million times, I stayed up really late playing games, and I was not tired remotely, not even a little bit. Garrett woke up for work, and I said hi to him, and then I tried to sleep, and man, it was not good. It was not good. I was wide awake. I was wide awake and ready for action. I could have just pulled an all-nighter, but I decided against it. Which I'm pretty glad that I didn't, because I still got everything done that I needed to. Throat coat is good. It works wonders. Yeah, I read about that, but I couldn't find it whenever I went shopping. Maybe I'm shopping at the wrong retailers. Oh my gosh, this is a very frustrating little piece of mesh. This is the worst part of the mesh. Pink Monster, you said that you were doing, that you were playing this game. Have you beaten it? Have you finished it? Have you tried the challenge mode? We're not gonna try it tonight, because it's already pretty late. But I would guess that you're pretty much done, right? That stuff is good. You use fruit tea and honey. I did buy a bunch of healthy honey that I can use on me old voice. I was hoping, I got super inspired by our friend Lime to do a karaoke stream sometime, but I'm just not ready, you guys. I just haven't practiced any songs. I'm not ready to rock. I need to practice, but my voice has been a mess. Eventually, we'll do some karaoke stream sometime. But I definitely want to sing some metal music, and that is gonna tear my voice to shreds. So I gotta make sure that I'm ready for that. I gotta be ready, you guys. Oh, jeez, this is just abysmally dirty. No, you couldn't play for a while. I'm ahead of you now. Oh, snap. There are a lot of vehicles that they just throw at you in a row. Like, enjoy. This is by far the worst one. This is by far the worst. It is a mess, and it's so complicated. I'm questioning whether we're going to be able to do it tonight. We'll see. We'll see. I got some extra juice. You guys. I got all juiced up. We'll see what we can do. You gotta learn to metal without killing vocal cords. It's not really like that, Jedi. Thankfully, I don't tear my voice up with metal screaming. It took me a little while to figure out like where in your throat the scream is. I can scream without it hurting, but because my throat is hurt right now, it's like it's still recovering. It's still recovering. That's why I'm worried about it. Not because the screaming itself hurts too much. And I just need to practice the songs. And listen to the lyrics, because the way that I listen to music, I just turn my brain off. I completely just go dum-dum mode. I go dum-dum for music. I don't listen to the lyrics and I don't memorize them. So I have to like actively read the lyrics on a piece of, well, not a piece of paper, but on the internet. I have to read them while I'm listening to it, and only then will I memorize any of them. And if I don't know what I'm singing while I'm screaming, it's no good. That does kind of hurt my voice. I have to know what I'm gonna say. Then I can like be all prepared for it. Also worth mentioning, I don't know how to sing, but that's okay. We have fun with it.
Yes, we have fun.
Oh, that's what you mean? Knowing your vocal limits? Ah. You said you have been a singer since you were a wee babe. Yes. I definitely am kind of at my limit right now, and I need to take it easy. Let my voice rest. Then we can have some fun with it later. After we recover. Okay, let me see. We got a normal ladder right here. Where does the... Oh my gosh, the ladder can literally like go everywhere. Oh, I just dropped it. Genius. Boop. I want to go here, I guess. Let's see. That says hop on top. Oh my gosh, this thing is abysmally dirty. Just wretched. And this is also a map that we've cleaned before, which is kind of cool. We cleaned all this stuff before. It honestly, one of the funny things is that these meshes are so basic and boring, and the texturing is so smooth and uninteresting. It sometimes looks better dirty. It looks more interesting. It looks worn. But after you clean it, then it just looks like a clean asset right off of the Unity store. Nice.
Nice asset we bought here, guys.
You're still learning as well? Music is a lifelong pursuit. Makes sense. You mean that you don't know every song and exactly how to sing it? Jedi, I thought that you said that you'd been singing since you were a baby. I can't believe it. Oh, you like music. Name every song. Oh, you're a singer. Sing me the alphabet. You have to read lyrics to memorize them too, but just because of an audio processing issue. I don't think I have an audio processing issue, but I just have a dumb brain, methinks. Methinks I might not be able to focus on it. Also, some types of music are harder to understand the lyrics of, rather than others. Some of these boys, I tell you what, if they don't release their lyrics, sometimes A to Z lyrics doesn't even try. Like, the community won't even band together to try to guess what they're saying. They're just like, please tell us. Please tell us. We can't even tell. We love your music, man. Release the lyrics so that we can read it. Because otherwise, we're lost. We're lost without your help. Release the official lyrics. Release the Snyder cut of your lyrics. All right, we're out on a bleed. Nobody turn on the helicopter right now, please. Don't you dare! You keep your hand off that ignition. I'm just your local power washer. I'm not here to die. I don't want to die a hero's death.
He died doing what he loved, power washing. He was washing it real good, and then he died. We'll remember him as he was, washing.
You've lurked all day, you've napped, and now you've come to say hi. Hey, Kelsey! I'm glad that you got your sleepies. You got your sleepies. You're taking good care of yourself. You're taking good care of yourself, and you know what? That makes me happy, Kelsey. How are you doing? I hope you're doing fantastic after your sleepies. Did you get yourself snack after you woke up? Where's the power washer getting all the water from? Oh, it's saliva. It's not water. Doing good. You're gonna doodle now? All right. Doodle time. I have napped. I have ate. And now it is time to do the doodle. Do the doodle. Ever since I've joined your Discord, Kelsey, I have been obsessed with your emotes. I've been using them everywhere. I love them. I'm obsessed with these birds. With these birds and their cursed faces. Wipey, wipey. Every blade must sparkle. These blades, by the way, they look kind of like they look a little bit like a straight razor at the end. Like, I'm not gonna shave my beard with this blade, but I'm just saying you might be able to. I'm not sure. Oh, you mean the Ari emotes? Those are your faves? I don't know. I mean, like all of them. I like all of them. Is that an acceptable response? I remember seeing, whenever I first met Arisa, she used a ton of them. And I was like, where are you getting these emotes? And just now I'm like, oh, they were all Kelsey's emotes. All of this cursed energy was emanating straight from Kelsey's Discord. I should have known that. I should have taken one look and gone, oh, I know who's behind this. I know who's behind this. There's only one being that could have drawn this. In the best way, of course. In the best way. I'm trying to remember them. I can't remember them. I just, I open up my Discord. And then I just browse my emotes and I'm like, yes. Cursed birds. My favorite thing is the Ari one from the front. That's what it is. The Ari front-facing one is the best one. I will not hear any argument. I can use it in all circumstances. Deserve a front-facing bird. No step. Well, I don't want to call myself a rebel, but He's a mad lad, you guys. He's an absolute mad lad. That's a great one. The Ari Orb, whenever the situation is dire, whenever you are in most danger, Ari Orb will keep you safe. Ari Orb is all fluffed up, all fluffed and upset. Hot and bothered. Bothered bird. Ew. No step. What? Is that like that look like almost like a footprint? Oof. This thing is a mess, dude. Holy moly. It's almost time to, what did I just do? Did I just switch nozzles? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening anymore. Wait a second, did we miss a Terraria Tuesday? I think we did. I think that we missed a whole Terraria Tuesday. We acted like nothing was happening, man. We acted like nothing was promised. Like nobody was waiting for the epic return of the Terraria map. I mean, we beat Plantera, it's gonna go savage. You gotta go savage on our Minecraft world. We'll definitely play some Terraria sometime soon. It's Orisa. Orisa's always getting in the way. Oh, what? Oh, we did, and I won't be home until the 25th. Oof. Oof. We're just gonna have to wait. It's all right. It's all right. It'll be worth the wait. It's always worth it. Worth the wait. And then we can destroy the entire world. We will just dig up every single block in the entire world. That'll do nicely. Could make the entire world flat. Fantastic. I think that Arisa was busy anywho. I think that she had an appointment or something to do, so I don't think we could have done it anyway. She needed to rest. I'm not sure if I could use a bigger water blade for this, but I think that we might just stick with this one for now. You're gonna buy a better router and you realized your motherboard had a year's worth of updates? Oh yeah, you mentioned that. A year's worth of updates for your motherboard. Not good. Not good! I feel like I've got that. I only recently installed this motherboard, and I don't think that I got all the drivers installed. Whoops. Whoops! The motherboard stuff is so confusing. It's so confusing and difficult to do. I honestly just need to look it up online and make sure that I'm doing everything right. It's been a while since I've Googled stuff. That's why you let your dad do it? My dad doesn't know anything about this stuff. My dad only knows mow lawn. Mow lawn and build house. That's all that my dad knows. He knows nothing about computers. I understood more about computers than both of my parents at the age of like 8. Age of 8 was the time that I overtook the parents in the knowledge of technology. Boyan. Boyoyoyoyoing. Your dad knows about. Your dad knows to tell Jordan to mow the lawn and build PCs. He knows how to. He knows how to mow the lawn. He just won't. He knows how to. Listen, that's one of the most important things to learn in life. Is how to get other people to do what needs to be done. You can't do everything. You gotta learn to, what's it called? Delegate? Is that the word? Yep, you gotta learn to delegate, alright? You can't do everything. Man, this is tricky to get the blade straight from the ground, but I really feel like it's a waste to like get a ladder under this. I'm just gonna walk this. I'm just gonna be walking the walk. We already talked the talk. It's this edge. It's the absolute edge on this thing. Holy moly. Ah, nice. Okay, so yeah, I think I just had to hit it from the other angle. This part. That part. That's it. It's the edge. 1021, the edge. I can't hit it.
I don't got the right angle.
We'll get it in a second. We'll get it in a moment. I'm cleaning these blades. Looking sharp, you guys. Looking sharp. I have no idea what this is from, but it sure is a jaunty tune. I'm trying to think, is this from a Pokemon game? Sounds almost like a Pokemon tune. I don't know. Pokemon is all over the place. There's too many games. There's too many freaking games, man. Oh, it is Pokemon Sun and Moon. All right, nice. This sounds like music that you'd hear whenever you're in the town. Whenever you're just walking. when you're walking, searching for your next Pikachu. There are some songs that that we listen to over and over and over because of shiny hunting, and then I encounter them on a soundtrack and I have to skip them. I have to skip them. There's too many memories, too much pain. I don't want to have to relive the pain again.
Don't make me do it.
Don't make me live it through again. That Eevee wouldn't arrive. That Eevee was playing us. Gotten played by Eevee too many times. Okay, did we get? Okay, it's this part of the blade. I couldn't get it because these stupid old legs in the way. Stupid old leg. Who needs legs? Oh, we might as well blast this while we're standing here. Why not? Why not? Just go ham on it. There's dirt everywhere. I take the dirt. Yes. All of these weird mechanisms. I wonder if any of this is actually accurate, or if they just put a bunch of tubes on top of it and said, yeah, that's about what it looks like. Oh my gosh, the top of the blade's dirty. Well, there is no way to clean this from the bottom. Unless we wanted to activate the rain with our Rainmaker stick. But I don't think that we've unlocked that yet, so we can't do that. It seems like before power washing most of this stuff, should probably just go ahead and let it rain a few days, you know? What is it gonna bake the soil into this thing a little bit thicker? Nah. Just leave it. Just leave it. Let the elements attack it for a little bit. We'll come back in a few weeks and we'll clean it up properly. Okay, the rotor is a mess. I need to stand over on this leg since we've hit the other side. Since we're so focused, we can pretty much hit any dirt that we aim directly at. It's just making sure that I hit all these little weird crevices and angles that's the difficult part. And these huge surfaces like the side, I don't have to worry too much about them because they're so small. The like percentage that makes them clean enough is pretty low. It's like it's pretty easy to just get most of it approximately clean. Oh wait, yeah, let's grab the underside of this rotor because there's a bunch of dirt on this. This is gonna take a fat minute. Independent Oreo, have you returned? What the heck? Hey, Independent Oreo, welcome back. What's up? We're doing a little bit of washing just for fun. This is the bonus washing. This was requested over getting over it with Bennett Foddy. So we're here. We're washing stuff up. We're cleaning it up out here. Making sure that everything's squeaky clean. It's another squeaky clean moment with the Ola Suds. And tomorrow we can get back to getting over it. Whew. I feel like that water temple took it out of all of us. Took it out of all of us. Mamma mia. Okay. Hang on, we got a little bit of this. Got a little bit of the side. Okay, let's not get distracted. Gotta focus on the rotor. Looks like it's mostly on the other side at this point. Let's try to move over this. Over? All right, let's go. You have returned. You definitely thought you'd be back sooner. Ah, it's all right. Things happen, my friend. Independent Oreo, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope whatever you were doing went well. It went good. I think that I missed your goodbye message, so I don't know what you were doing, but I hope that it was exquisite. Okay, let's grab the underside of this. This is a messy rotor system. Nice. Rotor mast is clean. We're done with it. We're done with it. And there's been a new update relatively recently that makes it so that whenever you get down to like the last elements, they will like list them. They'll list the final things. Okay, can I get up here? Can I please stand up? I'd love to stand up if you'd let me. Okay, there we go. But yeah, if we can just knock out most of the things, then they'll start pointing out what things we're missing. Okay, so part of this is gonna be rust, I think. Actually, none of this looks like rust. Looks like we bought that soap for no reason. Oh, you're watching the Clone Wars. Oh, nice. So the Clone Wars is the original show that was on Cartoon Network, right? And then now there's Rebels, right? Isn't there now Rebels and a new show that I don't remember the name of? I am super bad with extracurricular Star Wars stuff. I know like The big films, I know the cinematic universe pretty well. But the Clone Wars was a movie and then a TV show, and that introduced Ahsoka, right? And then there's also Rebels and, oh yes, Bad Batch is the new one. That's the new fresh one on Disney Plus. Bad Batch sounds like a more mature take on it. Sounds like all the kids that watch Clone Wars just grew up. It's time to get a little bit more edgy. Oh, it's really good. Okay, that's pretty much the first that I've heard it reviewed. I heard that it was coming out, but I hadn't heard anything about like how it was received. I know that the Clone Wars was like a. I knew a lot of my friends liked the Clone Wars, and took it super seriously, and like bought a bunch of fancy Legos for it too. It looked pretty cool. I watched literally one episode about like a bloodbender or something. No, wait, no, that's a bloodbender. That's Avatar. No, I'm confusing. They like came out at the same time, or my friends watched them at the same time. It's so confusing. There's too many shows that I missed out on. My friends were watching all these shows at the same time, and I never watched any of them. We didn't have cable, okay? We didn't have cable, and my parents didn't like magic anyway. So I missed it. That is good too, yes. It is good, but it is not the same. Just confusing Avatar: The Last Airbender with everything for 10 minutes. Feels like you might fall asleep before the stream ends? Go for it! Go for it, get some rest! Blue Jay. I'm just here to entertain you until you get some rest. Get some sleep. Get some sleep if it's sleep time. If you just drift off, that's no big deal. Or if you need to turn off the stream so that you can sleep better, do it. Do it. It's been nice to hang out with you, my friend. I hope you enjoyed yourself and had a good time. Soaked up some good vibes. Like I should be soaking up the sun. The sun is gone. I need to, I honestly need to work out a little bit more. I'm thinking that I might start skating a little bit more in the mornings. I don't know. I want to, but I also don't want to. It's a mess. It's like I want the results of doing it, but I don't want to have to put in the work. I want the results of being stronger, of being healthier, but I don't know. It's all that work that you have to do to achieve it. I don't know. It makes me question whether it's worth it most of the time. I know, this is a bop! This whole soundtrack is so great. This whole playlist, I should say. This is one of my favorite playlists I've ever found. Okay, so let's take a little look at what some of the junk that we've missed. Look at this. Get this absolute disgusting helicopter. We could clean all these fins up here. That would be satisfying. This is the satisfaction that we are looking for. Already cleaned the other side, so we probably don't have to be too precise with these. Probably just blast them.
So anyway, I start blasting.
Well, maybe I spoke too soon because they ain't cleaning. This, nope, they're all individual blades. And now my own ladder's in the way. Shaking my head. I am my own worst enemy. Okay, I see some edges there. I see some edges hiding. Aha! The underside. That's where all the treasure was. Maybe I'll just, blast this side of the blade. What the heck? Do. Ah, a little bit of bonus here. It's good commitment to keep doing it every day and not give up. That is true. That's got to be good for the human brain, right? Consistency? I think human brain likes that. I think that human need a small bit of consistency. I'm all over the place. I'll get better at it. I'm practicing, I'm still working on this whole life thing. I've been getting some good practice recently. I've been living. Weep. Am I too low? I think I might be. Nope, not too low. Nice. And there's one more fin. Which one is it? Is it this one? Nope. That one? Nope. This one? Is it it that last one that I cannot see from this angle? Well, we might as well blast this. Let's go down a little bit. Boop. Oh yeah, skating's interesting. It's painful, it's hard work, but I don't know, it's got some satisfaction that just doesn't go along with working out for me. I'd rather practice something than just lift weights. I don't know. I want to be healthy, but I also want to be entertained. Is there some way for me to remain entertained while I make myself healthy? I can also do some more walking. Maybe I should just start walking around, you know? Start walking around, talking to randos, petting dogs that are trying to bite me. Can't hide from me, grime. I'm up on my ladder. I've got my eyes on you. You're not getting away from me. In fact, I've got my magic orange vision. You cannot escape my eagle eyes. Okay, there's more junk over here that I really cannot get that angle for. Destroy. Is this? I'm pretty sure that this is actually the Noki Bay music that I was mentioning earlier. No, this music is sending me back to the time when we were trying to get all the blue coins. No, the pain returns. I can feel it, the phantom pain, like a missing limb that still aches. The blue coins feel like they still have to be collected, but we got them all. We got them all. No, the pain shouldn't be able to affect me anymore.
I got rid of that pain years ago, but the wounds, they're too deep.
They're too deep in the memories they just won't give. They won't let go. Next song, get out of here! No, KP, we have to listen to it. It's the only therapy I know. Therapy by exposing ourselves to the pain over and over. It's the only way to get free of the memories. Eventually, I can reassociate this with good things, right? Okay. So now it's time to, I mean, like a while ago, it was time to get strategic, but maybe we can, if we stand up here, might be able to get to smack a couple of us. Oh my. Yes. There is a sneaky angle under here that we would have never got. Oh, nice. I was going to say we're probably going to have to go to the other side, but I was wrong. Also, what if I got a little bit of soap? You know, just to clean off the final stuff. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's just do a little bit of. There we go. Yep, just a little spritz. Little spritz here or there. This is a specific soap that's supposed to work with metal, and I don't want to waste it. That's why I'm kind of dithering it about. Do a little spritz here and there. Nice. And yeah, it should help me cover some of these trickier areas that would have taken me longer without it. Okay, that is not really helping there. A shame, really. Yeah, it's all this side that's... Man, it's a mess. Man, it's a mess! This whole thing is disgusting. I swear, these guys better take better care of their equipment after I clean it. Yeah, see, like this whole area, we'd have to get all up close and personal and everything. Okay. That is still not cleaning off. Oh, we need to refill the liquid. Yeah, that works better now. Okay. Let's do a little... Okay. Let's not waste our soap. Let's go to like one of these areas that's really dirty. It's got a lot of focused grime. This just needs a ladder, to be honest. I shouldn't even be wasting it. I'm wasting the liquid. See, it's areas like this where you can get this big spread. That's nice. Save some time. Instead of having to focus on all this grime, clean it up by hand. We'll just go sicko mode. Yeah, look at all this. This is so difficult to clean up. But not for Dr. Soap. Dr. Soap destroys it in one pass. We're almost to halfway. I think I got one more bottle. We don't have to be limited to these bottles, but I don't want to use too much. Forget lifting weights. Just power wash it. Just power wash a helicopter every day. You know, you joke. You joke and you jest. But I have literally like thought about that. Where I'm like, why would I work out whenever I could just get a part-time job and earn money while I worked out? But I don't think that would work. I don't think that would work. I have thought about, never seriously considered, getting a part-time job just so that I could get the workout from it. So that I'd be like, I have to lift these crates. It's part of my job. I have to. But no, that I'm never gonna do that. But I've thought about it. Kitty, this cleaning you're doing is super duper. Opa! Kuri! You can't compliment me like that. It's gonna all go to my head. It'll go to my head and then I'll think that I'm a real super duper cleaner. You better be careful. Don't stroke my ego. Don't stroke my ego. Kuri. Hey! Now I really want to put my Musha Musha on the screen. Where is he? Where's my little Musha Musha? There he is. Hang on. No, not that button. It's this button. There we go.
Yes, the cleaning. Going so good. Beautiful.
It's just covering up like I'm trying to hide which nozzles I'm doing. You guys, listen. You guys, I don't want to, I don't want y'all to get oh, I need to refill the liquid. That's why it's not cleaning anything anymore. I don't want y'all to get spoiled by figuring out which nozzles I'm using. You know, it's professionals only. Professionals only. You got to find out for yourself. Anti-dark art. It is 11 p.m. It is almost midnight. Ah! I'm so sore. Ah! You better do a workout with me. Mama, we got some extras. We got some extras. We got some extras in there. What, Kelsey? Kelsey! Hey! Hey!
Anti-Dark Heart gifted a tier 1 sub to Cockies.
Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Hey, Jedi with that hype. Tayaki with that hype. Spicy! Thank you for that incredible hype. And hey, KP, I appreciate it. I was gonna grab this anyway. It's a mango drink. It's a mango drink. I just kind of shook it and it kind of made a mess. Let me see, it didn't spill anywhere. Okay, we're good.
It just got on my lap. I just made my lap wet. Dang it. Somebody's gonna think that I had an accident.
Also, Kuri, are you still here? I mean, you were just here. Mmm. Yum yum. Oh my gosh. Kelsey, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Goodness alive, that mango's good though. It's good. That workout not so good. Not so spicy. You got a couple. You got a few extra. I got you. You know, if we're getting a workout break this late, I might as well take full advantage. Okay, let's move the ladder over here. Let's move this over here.
Get out of here. I don't need you. It's too advanced. You're too advanced a piece of equipment. I don't even know how to deal.
Boop. There we go. Beautiful. Yes. You kind of want to get an extension where people can buy me food, but it's only pink drink. I mean, you literally can. You can literally set it to be like the different foods. You get to pick them. I looked at it. But the pizza options were, they were so lame. It was so lame. The pizza options were no good. So I didn't opt for it, but I might set it up eventually. I feel like they would send me too much stuff. I'm scared. I'm scared. Kelsey, if I get treat stream, will you protect me? Will you protect me from the food? Beep, 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 beep. Let's just clean this up by hand, because it's so small. It's so small. It's so small with an OL. Small. Boyoyoing. Boyoyoing. Gotta clean all these little joints. Gotta clean these filthy little joints. Beep, 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 beep. Wishiwashi. Oh man, how did that not finish it? Is there some crazy angle in here that I'm, oh my gosh, really? Just that? That's what's holding me back from my glory? Oh my gracious. Okay, fine. I'm gonna give so much attention to this one tiny spot that's so demanding. What is your problem? What am I missing? Why is it not perfect? Oh wait, it says landing gear. Okay, so it may be a big object. Okay, so it probably is a large object. But it still looks clean. Is it both sides of landing gear? Even if it were, well, I guess we can blast this part. Let's see if it's one piece of landing gear. We shall see. We shall see. Dang, pink drink. Now I want to try it.
Pink drink. Pink drink.
Can you set it to only one food redeemed per stream? You actually can. You actually can, now that you mention it. I would totally do that. I would totally do that. I forgot about that. Another thing that I love about your streams is that we're in the same time zone, so you don't have to stay up till 3 a.m. to watch. Oh my gosh. You mean you don't normally wake up at 3 a.m. to watch streams?
Oh boy, 3 a.m. My favorite Australian streamer is finally online.
Yeah, that is nice, Independent Oreo. I know that lots of people around here have super messy sleep schedules. So it's kind of just all over the place. It's all over the place. I can't please everybody, and I'm glad that it works out for you, my friend. I try to pick the best time, but you know sometimes it just don't work for people.
Oh, the landing gear's done.
Man, this Mario Kart lick. Listen to that lick, mama. What a jam. Who knew Mario Kart was so jazzy? Where's that extra? Come on. This tire's like done. Where is it? Where's the? Okay, I just like shot the ground where I couldn't even see anything. Ay, ay, ay. Is watching the sunrise? Oh no. Oh no. You may have set it up for September whenever you got back into streaming. You hope that they do September? I feel like they have to, right? I mean, let me ask you a question. Does Amazon like money? Okay, then they'll probably do it. Wait a second. Does Amazon like money? I think September might happen. I don't know. I don't know. It's these deep questions that we ask. It's because as it gets later, I ask the deeper questions. The questions that are really plaguing us. Does Amazon want your money? Deep talks, you guys. I'm glad that... Hey, Alchemic! You're here! Alchemic! You sweet bean! How are you doing? I was a little bit worried. But I assumed that you were taking care of yourself. Getting stuff done. Oi! Alk! Hope you're doing well, my friend. Wow, 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 wow! You made it! I hope that your shopping went good. I hope that your shopping was gooder than ever. Worried about what? I don't know. First you say that there was trouble on the road, and then you disappear. Poof. I mean, people did say that you said that you were getting noms. I just should have looked at the Discord. Honestly, I just didn't trust them. They said what you were doing, but I don't know. But yes, it's nice to see you, my friend. Oi, oi. We've been vibing. We even got the whole water temple done. We're donezo. We're out of there. We're out of that rotten place. I see. Yes. Yes, I'm a mess. Also, my brain's fried anyway, so sorry about that. Brain cooked. That doesn't even have to do anything to do. That doesn't have anything to do with Discord. I promise we're gonna finish right after we wipe up this big, beautiful aircraft. These big, beautiful aircraft. Oh, you got your foods. Nice.
You got the noms.
The nom-noms. The nom-noms have been retrieved.
Yippee, yippee.
What's next? What's the rub? Okay, there's that. Underside. Water tank door. And let's see if we can spy anything orange. Guessing there's some more, like, mechanisms up at the top. Oh, I see there's some more in this hatch. I wasn't sure if this hatch was like its own thing. Hydraulic pump. Ooh. Big surface there. Big surface cleaned. You look at the landing gear. This one's not clean yet. Strange. Also, you really love that it still says that you're playing Ocarina of Time. Oops. Oops. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot that you and I normally fix it. I just left it alone. Nobody said anything. Oops. Goops. Oops. My bad. You're getting very sleepy, waves Jedi hand. This is the nap you're looking for. Yes. You must fall into a deep, deep Jedi-related sleep. You thought you were on top of things? You were on top of things. You were. Jedi. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Not even a Jedi. Oh, tail rotor drive shaft. Okay, that's a thing. The water temple sure does look different. This whole game's looking pretty crisp. Did Nintendo remaster the water dungeon? This doesn't seem as difficult as I remember the dungeon being. Interesting. Where's your sword, streamer? Where is your sword if this is Zelda? He traded one water temple for another. I like this water temple better. This is the Temple of Clean. I like the boss on this one too. Real easy. And the rooms, these chambers are so easy to get through. No worries. I've already collected all the keys and we barely even started. Okay, where? Oh, wait, I saw something in there. The engine. The engine is still a mess. Oh my gosh, it is. It is, it is. We maybe need to stand out here? Out here and blast it. Yeah, let's grab our ladder. The lad got his ladder. He's holding a high pressure water saber. Oh my gosh. It's a mix of Beat Saber and the water temple. This stream's just nothing but a big throwback. Oh, engine cleaned. Nice, nice. Now what? Oh, well, that's a mess. All right, we've got 3 things left. We got 3 things left. We got 1 tire. Watch this. I'm just going to blast underneath these tires, and I bet it'll do it. Is it this one? Oh, it's not even that one. It's this one. Just hit the floor. Will this do it? Is this enough? Hit the surface. Yep. Yep. You just got to spray and play. Spray and play. Okay, we got the rotor right here. Looks like it's got a mess on the end. This is a perfect music, dude. Hey, Cashman Gaming, what's up? Yo, it's late. How are you doing, Cashman? Thanks for jumping in here with your friends. Oi, a wild cash has appeared. Hey, I can't believe that I already cashed in that raid that you promised. What? I'm already cashing in on it. So good he had to say it twice. Hey, welcome, Cashman. Thanks for jumping to the chat. Oi, 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 oi. I appreciate it, my friend. How was your stream? What were you playing? You're so tired. I hope you have a good stream. Carly, get some rest. You've been working all day. You've been working all day, Carly. I hope that you enjoyed whatever you watched of the stream. But we'll see you later. Get some good sleep. Get some rest. Make sure that you eat some food if you need some. If you need some food. Warzone and Rocket League. Dang. 2 games, my friend. 2 games. Check it out. The new season in Rocket League. There's about to be a new season of Warzone too, right? And it has a new character named Katana or something. We already mentioned the character Katana earlier. But there's a oh wait, where's the? Is that up here? I think it might be up there. You missed Ocarina of Time. It's true. I'm sorry. We're actually about to end. Honestly, I should already be gone. This was just bonus. Cashman, you came right at the end, but I'm glad that you got to say hi. Hi there. I'm glad that you got to do some sweet streamings today. Yeah, the new season, and it looks like they've got like a really cool mask that's a kitsune mask. That's kind of cool, you know? I'm not crazy about shooters right now, but, you know, I might log in to take a look-see. I don't know. Looks pretty good to me. Now, look how clean that copter is. Nice! Did we just beat the game? Oh, we just cleaned everything that they got so far. Well. Check that out. It has been a redeemful stream. Hey, Kinjamin, you good, brother? Pretty good. I mean, Alchemic, you may have seen the message, but I did stay up. What did I do? I stayed up with, I was hanging out with Darren until like 6 or, well, I think it was like 6:30 whenever I ended streaming with Darren. And then we went to, and then I couldn't go to sleep. I had to like eat some food. So I got some food and I stayed up till like 7:30, went to bed, tried to wake up so that I could hang out with Alice. And then we watched like 6 episodes of an anime. And then we started the stream like an hour late. And the water temple put me freaking through it. Absolutely torn to shreds by the water temple. Man, the water temple was so much worse than I remembered. So much worse. And I was struggling. And then somebody dropped 100 subs again. Dropped 100 subs and my brain was cooked all the way through. And now we're doing this long power washing thing. Man, I'm cooked. Did no one help you through the water temple? Well, I don't know. There's Alchemic, you know how to give me hints whenever it's time. Voltaria was there with the hints, but I felt the pressure to not ask for anything. And they were really careful to not give me any hints unless I asked for it. So they were doing great, but I took way too long to ask. I should have, there was like one part that I kept going over and over and over because I didn't realize that you could like float up in a spot. Oh man, it was a mess. Yes! Dude, what the heck, man? I never thought that we'd make it back up to 1,000 subs anytime soon. Holy moly. I mean, like after May, I think that we dipped down to like 300 because like all the support was insane during the birthday month. And I mean, if you took the birthday month and then the next one, like the subs really evened out to be like a really, really high number. But mamma mia, we're just hitting... I don't know what's happening, you guys. I so appreciate the support. I don't feel like I'm doing something to make this happen. It feels like I'm just existing and then good things are happening. That's how it feels. It doesn't feel like I'm like doing a thing and earning a thing. It just feels like I'm doing the same thing that I was doing, but just the blessings are just flowing. Like it's just people are just noticing. I don't know. It's wild. I just super appreciate it, and I don't feel like I did anything to earn it. We've been hanging out like we always have, and then some really generous person has just decided to make it rain. They just decided to make it rain, and I so appreciate it. It makes me not worry about stuff as much, and it makes it so that I can get some bonus stuff, some more goods, some more stuff for the streamies, like a fresh lens that I need to get really soon, like all these dang old lights that I got everywhere. I mean, I just don't have to worry as much. It really is nice. Molteria has a knack for making you suffer and then helping after just a tiny bit. Man, Molt was definitely mocking me a little bit, but you know what? That's good. That's that spicy streamer experience, man. That's a spicy streamer experience. That's what I get for playing hard games. That's what I get. But I don't know. I think it makes you a better gamer playing difficult games. Even if you mauled a little bit, that's all right. You're a good me. Now hush and take our money. Delphina. I will never hush. I have to scream. I have a mouth and I must scream. That's the... Oh, man. My headset. Well, this should just explain how much we've been doing today. Headset's on half health. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. But, yeah. today's been big fun, you guys. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time hanging out. I'm glad that I got to see you at the end, Alchemic and Delphina. I know that you jumped in pretty recently. Cashman Gaming, I appreciate the raid right there at the end. I saw your lawn mowing simulator. The funniest thing that I saw in the reviews for lawn mowing simulator is that somebody was like, the lawn looks uglier after you mow it. So they were like, it's so unsatisfying to mow the lawn because it looks worse whenever you mow it. And it's so upsetting. And apparently you can only do riding lawnmower. And people were like, where's our weed whacking? Where's the weed whacking? Where's our hand mower? I mean, it looks kind of fun. I love that it's all in England, which is the only place that really has natural grass. It makes sense. You need to pick it up along with Power Washing Simulator. So this really is the launch day. It really do be launched and everything. I feel like I wonder. It's tempting. It's tempting. It does look fun. It does look fun. I'm absolutely the type of person that would play this game a lot. It's a lot of negative reviews, but you know, well, I mean, it's 73%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, TBH. I don't know. Could be fun. We need we need like the old school mower. Look at this. The devs are playing together, just mowing. Just mowing. Oh yeah, somebody friended me. I forgot about that. It looks kind of fun. You should have jumped in sooner. Oh, what? Oh, you would have. Oh, don't worry about it. Supporting during a subathon. That's awesome sauce. You gotta make it rain, Delphina. That's awesome sauce. I love supporting friendos while they're doing like gigantic streams, whether it's like charity streams, 24 hours, subathon, 12-hour. Like I love to make it a party in there, you know? They're putting their life on the line by staying for so long. Now, if only you could power wash and mow simultaneously. That sounds risky and incredible. Could you imagine in real life just like the hose dragging behind the mower? That's no good. That's no good. You probably accidentally turn around and mow over your own hose. She's still the new streamer and she's doing a subathon. What a maniac. What a maniac. I loved the most recent subathon that I did like tons of research to see what other people did for their subathons. And it's so fun to see like the different sizes of streamers and what they do for what price. Like what they think different things are worth is so funny. Where it's like some people will do like the most heinous, painful, annoying things for like 10 subs, and some people will just like they think that that's way too high and they'll put it way higher. I don't know. I guess it's all up to preference. You never know. Shh, don't make it technical, Kenny. I mean, one time I power washed a lawnmower. Isn't that really close? I mean, I like flipped the lawnmower upside. Well, I guess I didn't flip the lawnmower upside down, but you know, I've power washed the underside of one before. It's pretty satisfying. That's as close as I'm ever gonna get to combining those two things. Hey, you only have one goal left to do, so it was pretty successful. It was insanely successful. Absolutely amazing and shocking. I mean, I don't remember what the level was, but I was having Arisa like help me tune the stuff that was for the subathon, and the reveal of our relationship was one of them. And I remember us going like, we want it to be low enough that we think that it can be hit, but we want it to be high enough that it's like a good reward. And then it was just blown past it, and we were like, all right, all right, fine. I guess we could have put that way higher. After seeing the support in like the first hour, I was like, I was not thinking about this the exact correct way. Absolute violence. The violence of the birthday stream was shocking. Shocking, amazing, incredible. And extremely successful. As successful as any stream ever could be, honestly. Let me see. What was I gonna do? Oh, I think I just got I got messaged by some like random person asking what camera I stream. What camera I stream with, and I'm like, if you came from the stream, why didn't you just ask me? I don't understand. Why are you DMing me, bruh? Okay, so let's see who's online. It's pretty late. It's pretty late, you guys. It's pretty spicy late. Let me take a look. Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword's being played by Obst, if we want to go say hi to Obst. Anne is awake right now? What? Why is Anne awake at this hour? What the heck, dude? Holy moly. There's a new game called Mini Motorway. You can check. You can check it. It messes with OCD feelings. Asriel, I know about that game. I know about that. That was suggested by Real Time Bread, and I've played the what is it called? Mini Metro. Mini Metro is very cool. It's very cool, very fun. I think Mini Motorway is the new one, and it came out like maybe a few days ago. Who asked? I don't know. I even asked on stream. I was like, who's SR? Who's SR9? They joined our Discord recently, but they weren't on the stream whenever they DM'd me. Yeah, it's S10. I've never seen that name before. I don't know who it is. I tried to call him out. Glad I caught you before you streamed it. Glad you had a good one. Yeah, Carly, it was fun. It was fun. We'll be back. We'll be back on the nonsense tomorrow, playing some more Legend of Zelda. I'm gonna sleep better tonight. I'm gonna sleep early. In fact, I'm gonna start moving towards bed as soon as the stream ends, so that I get some sleep. And tomorrow, we can get back with some strength. Boop, 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 boop. We're gonna be playing some more spicy Legend of Zelda. We're getting through this, you guys. We're getting through this. I'm looking forward to doing this. This new temple should be very fun. I remember the like the Gerudo temple. I think it's called. Oh my god. And no. And oh my god. Hey! Thank you for the raid. And listen everybody that just came in with Ann. Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. We're about to jump in somebody else's. It's so late. And why are you awake? Why are you awake right now? Oh my gosh. Okay, listen. And thank you so much for the raid. I super duper appreciate it. Let's go for the stream train. Yes, everybody, you can hop aboard if you want to raid somebody. Let's raid together, you guys. Let's raid together. I need to start getting to bed. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy staying up this late. Yes. We must go. Raid train. Everybody, all aboard. Let's see. We should raid, let's raid Ann. Just kidding. Ann just raided us. Sorry, sucker. Let's raid Opes. He's playing Skyward Sword. Cool beans. Let's go check out Skyward Sword, you guys. Let's go check it out. We love Opes. We all love Opes. Opes is a good bean. He's really sweet. He's one of the only streamers that I've played with recently, and I want to play more games with that sweet bean. We just have to plan something. It's true. But we're gonna raid Opes. Maybe we can get a little raid message over here. You could always give me the FAQ Google Doc that you've been working on. If I want to put it in the panels, I really need to get some panels commissioned. I really need to find the person that I want to do the panels. I like looking at the I like looking at people's setups whenever they have like multiple artists all over it. So interesting. Whenever they have like different emote artists and like different artists that work on their panels, different artists that work on their overlays, just like subtly different. It's kind of fun. I don't know. Maybe I could find out who I want to do the panels, and then maybe I'll probably talk with the mods about picking like what panels we would do. FAQ is gonna be one of them. It's gonna be one of them. They need to be freshened up. I don't even look like most of the panels these days. It's ridiculous. Oh goody, more modding for me. Wait, I was going there anyway. Yes, Os is fantastic. He's a sweet bean, and he's playing some Zelda. So if you wanted to see some Zelda and I'm already done with it, then boom, I got you. But anti-dark heart, much love, pink drink. We'll see you guys later. I'm gonna let's make up a raid message. Let's make up a raid message. I'm gonna say, what should I say? The squirrely squad loves you. I'm just making up something, you guys. I'm just making it up off the top for this little raid right here. The squirrely squad. I just wrote squad accidentally. Hang on. Let me fix this. My brain's frying. There we go. Nice. Yeah, it looked like this. The squirrely squad loves you. It's true. I really like having different raid messages every day. Anyway, you guys, thank you so much for Ice Dragon! Yo! Thank you so much for the sub with the 17 months. Yo, I appreciate it. Ice Dragon, you sweet bean with your big support. Oi, thank you for the 17 months of support. Mamma mia, that's a long time. That's a long time, Ice Dragon. We're jumping out. We're jumping out right now. It's time to raid somebody. Thank you so much for the sub right at the end. The never-ending stream. It never ends, you guys. Ice. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you supporting me all this time. OG friendos in the chat, just watching over the stream, making sure that everything's going well. You know, it's nice to see you, Ice Dragon. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Let's do this raid. Oh my gosh. I'm tired. I love you guys. I hope that y'all have a wonderful evening. If you're still hanging out, I hope that you have a wonderful day if it's just getting started. And take care of yourself. I'll enjoy hanging out with y'all all again. We're gonna do it all again. It was great to be with y'all. And again, take care of yourself. I hope to see y'all soon. And let me say goodbye to some of my sweet beans that I love that are in the chat. Thank you so much, Alchemic and Jedi, for watching over the chat. Linz was here, Dai was here, Arisa was here. Thank you so much. VIPs, Anti-Dark Heart, Kibby, Kuri, Minnie, and Crane Couple, Ice Dragon. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for hanging out. I love you guys, and I wish you the best. See you later, Carly. Bye-bye, King of Squirrel. I'll get some good rest, Tayaki-san. We'll see you later. 99 KP. Hope that y'all all have a good one. We'll see you later. And let's put some love in the chat for my friendo Opes. And thank you for the raid at the end. I appreciate it. Nighty-night all. Good vibes to all. And I'll see you later. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Chop, chop to Opesty land. Oh, snap. Thank you so much for watching the VODs. I appreciate it. I'll see you later. I'm dead.